Just off the shoreline of the Atlantic Ocean, the state of Florida boasts the original speed test for all of NASCAR. The track that needs no introduction. Daytona International Speedway. It's always good to open up a season with a run or two at Daytona, stretch everybody's legs, work out the kinks, and just get up to speed, literally and figuratively, to just work ourselves into a new season. We're doing that tonight, the first race of 2021 for NORC, happening here at Daytona. It's going to kick off a wild Season 13.
Thanks a lot, Andrew. And first of all, hello, everybody. Happy to be here this evening for what I expect to be a thriller, which is normally a trend, I would say, with the Daytona International Speedway. But I think you said it all in your intro there, Andrew. You know, this is an opportunity for these drivers to put themselves in another class. And what I mean by that is we have no backbone to go off of for 2021. Now, this is a series that's been in operation for over a decade, so there's a lot of information to comb through as far as, you know, how some of these seasons unfold, what type of car they've used over the last few years. But this is going back to something we hear Dale Earnhardt Jr. talk about it a lot. You know, he used to love the fact there was a preseason opener on a Daytona oval, typically a relatively short race, a fun car to drive, and it's a thrill for us who are able to sit back, relax, and watch it. Well, tonight we got some drivers coming out of a field and an organization and series that is known for breeding a lot of talent. And I think we're going to be privy to 100 laps of pure excitement on the high banks. And one of these drivers is going to start their 2021 NORC season with a little bit of an edge, some momentum, and a whole lot of confidence.
Let's take you through that starting grid. Eric Brennan off on pole. It's going to be Aaron Smith in that yellow number 70. With none other than Elijah Drew Gracia to his outside. Checking in third, it's going to be Howie Briss in the 97. David Shutt, four-time winner in the NORC iRacing Series, will roll off fourth. Rolling off fifth tonight, it is Femi Olat, then Daniel Falkingham to his outside. He's got a few wins as of late as well. Will Klein at the line. He's going to roll off from the seventh position. Freddie De La Rosa making an appearance this evening. He'll roll off from eighth. Starting ninth and 10th, it's going to be none other than TCB, Terrell Baker, and Cody Miller.
Just outside of the top 10, as we go back to row number 6, is where you'll find Spencer Owens lining up in the inside and 11th spot. Outside is going to be Zoltan Herzig. Herzig, that is. I promise it's the only time I'll botch that one tonight. Going to roll off at 12th spot. Tommy Gossett in the 80s going to start inside of row number 7, and 13th and 14th spot is going to be that of Sean Williams. 15th, we've got John Berry rolling off from the inside of row number 8 in car 74. Outside is going to be Nicholas Carreso, who's the fastest car in practice in car 30, going to come from near the back of the pack. And rounding out our field tonight in the 17th position is going to be Cole Freilich, who is scheduled to roll off in that 17th spot in car number 15. And that is your starting grid here. 17 cars slated to go for, as we mentioned, 100 laps for the preseason kickoff to the 2021 NORC season.
The NORC Classic field up out of turn number 4, getting ready to turn loose for the first time in the new year. It's Aaron Smith out ahead. He's going to bring us down to our starting line. The pace car going to peel off, and we are going to go green flag racing for the first time in 2021. It's the NORC iRacing Series. It's the NORC Classic from Daytona.
And a good jump from the pole as they come down through the tri-oval here. Already a couple drivers elected a slot in the somewhat double-wide formation through 1 and 2. Kicked up to the high side was Elijah Gracia. Going to lose a couple of spots there before they come off at turn number 2. He'll slot back into 4th position as they head down the back straightaway for the first time, looking way down to the inside. A driver we've talked about many a times already, and we're going to be talking about a lot of times tonight. Femi Olat in the black number 3 going to be scored tonight as the 18 inside of turn number 3 and 4. Howie Briss in the battle for second as they come off turn 4 to complete lap 1.
They're going to come flying by one of our speed shots here at the start-finish line. There they go, and somehow Femi Olat in just a lap is going to be challenging Aaron Smith for the race lead. How about this number 3. Scored is the 18. It's only lap 2 now of 100. He's up there battling for the race lead.
You can see just how yawed out the back end of these cars are getting. Through the corners is Olot, bouncing around the back end of that race car there. Now struggling a little bit on the bottom. He's going to lose a spot there to our reigning champion in Herczek, who started back in the outside the top 10. He's all the way up now to 3rd is that of Herczek, and he's trying to follow Schutt, who's cutting a trail to the front. And here comes Herczek. You're on board with him as Smith bottoms out there in 1 and 2. He'll go down to the bottom, does Smith, to protect the inside from Schutt, while Herczek nearly grazes the wall off of 2.
You can see how hard they're fighting their cars. Herczek going to make the move down to the bottom side. Zoltan gets right down to that yellow line. Going to pass the yellow number 70. Take the race lead here on lap number 3. Our reigning champion out front of this NORC Classic field. Schutt with a great save out of turn 4. Howie Brisk going to fall into 4th. And don't look too far. There's the 42 car of Elijah Drew Gracia. This throwback HEB paint scheme is Cole Fralick goes purple on that lap. The 42 is looking good in behind these guys, but he's got to worry about now Femiola out the back end of that 42. You can hear these guys bottoming out on the pavement. Nobody's lost the draft except for Terrell Baker, who has had some kind of problem here in the early goings. TCB, unfortunately, 3 laps down.
And that's what Rose is starting to do just behind. Where'd he come from? We haven't talked about that driver up in the top 3 all night. He's now trying to take 2nd spot away, and continuing to try to close up comes Freddie De La Rosa. He's in the runner-up position as they approach turn 1.
Freddie D down to the bottom side. He's going to take 2nd place away, and you can see how sideways they are. He might go up the racetrack. There he is. He's up in the wall. He's spinning, and he's going to wreck. Oh, he's going to take Smith. Smith going to the moon faster than Dogecoin. And oh my, we've got our first caution of 2021. And he's a turtle. He's no longer a Shiba Inu. He is a turtle.
And that is Aaron Smith, who started on pole. Wrong place, wrong time. And Andrew, just as we were talking about the charge up through the pack for Freddie De La Rosa, it suddenly comes to a close as he could not hang on to the car after moving up into that 2nd spot. Thought he had it saved right about here, and then he overcorrected and shot back up in front of Smith, who then launched up over the nose of the 42 on the exit at turn
tough to work
2.
with, and actually it was really the center of the corner. You can see how loose the 72 got, and here's the wild ride for Smith. Oh my. He's up on the top line, and pace car lights are out. The reason he's up there solo on the top side of the racetrack, Eric Brennan, is we have single file restarts all night long. As a NASCAR purist, as somebody who loves old school, NASCAR mechanics in general, NASCAR rules, etc., I am a massive fan of these single file restarts. It might take a lap or so to get quite exciting, but it just, I don't know, it looks cool when you have a field coming down to the green flag single file. They do exactly that. It's lap 17, now lap 18 of 100, with firearm back up, and they get off and going.
Yes, certainly. That's why we keep our eye on him, or at least one eye on him.
Whoa!
Trouble! Herczek! He gets into the wall and spins in front of the pack, and also involved the 25 who had problems early, and Tyrell Baker, and it's going to sweep up just as we were talking about John Berry in a multi-car crash that happened in a 3-wide battle for the lead in 1.
You can see the 3-wide starting to take form. Howie Brisk down to the bottom side. Oh, I see exactly what happened. Just ran out of room. David Schutt trying to give room to Howie Brisk down to the bottom side. Ends up door banging Zoltan, and it looks like the 28. Cody Miller has a little bit of damage, but he's still up there, decently clean, mostly straight. We'll see how he falls into all of this as we go back green flag racing, coming to lap 24 of 100. Howie Brisk off and away, already side by side for 2nd.
Didn't take long for Miller to decide he wanted to try to head a little bit further forward as Miller is on the bottom of the racetrack in that black and white car, sliding his way up here to take over that 2nd spot. He's got some help from behind.
And don't look too far. He's still a couple of laps down, but Terrell Baker, TCB, up here mixing it up with the race leaders despite being 1 lap behind. TCB is a hell of a plate racer himself, and he is working on Zoltan right now. He's going to look high. He's going to go with it. Does he have help? He's got David Schutt back there, but not too close right now. The 25 car up to the outside. It's turn number 1, sideways, drifting, and oh, we've got another big one. Howie Brisk! Oh no. John Barry gets a piece. Cole Freilich around. Will Klein involved.
Work his way up to the race lead momentarily, and he might have sent it off in a 1 and 2 a little bit too hard as the back end stepped out on him, and he took out a driver who, unofficially, according to my count, may have led the most laps tonight in Howie Briss in the John Deere machine, and head on into the wall goes Briss. Sean Williams escapes another one. He slid there, did make contact with the left front of Baker's car, but after bouncing off, Williams was able to continue driving forward, and you saw Femi Olot in the grass as well.
Zoltan Herczeg going to lead us down to the latest green flag of the evening. It's lap 40 coming to 41 of 100. Cody Miller in tow. Bit of a checkup there on the outside line. Tommy Gossett already shuffled down to the bottom, and we are 3 abreast. We were 3 abreast there for a moment for second place.
The top 2 are starting to open up a little bit of breathing room, and that came in by virtue of the assistance of the slide that we saw out of Miller, who was in 3rd position. But even though they've got some room, they're not done racing for the lead. A Shutt had a peak down low off 2, and they'll duck back in the draft.
That might have actually just been breathing the nose of that Monte Carlo. He's got some damage, got to make sure it stays cool. But look at the gap these two have opened up. If they just maintain this for a while, they'll have to go through a fuel cycle. But, oh my, they have really opened up this race for them. I say maybe he was just breathing the nose. No, he's going to go down to the inside. We are going to race for it down to the stripe. This is to take halfway, and it's Shutt at the line. Takes the top spot away for the moment. Back behind, you see this 2-wide battle for 3rd on back, and this is Sean Williams down to the bottom side with John Barry in behind. A couple of Fords up top of a couple of Chevrolets as Miller and Olot work the top line, and Tommy Gossett there just waiting for a way to get by.
They head down the back straightaway. Miller's going to be able to hold on to that 3rd spot for now, but Femi Olot is the car that is starting to move up towards the front of the field. We talked about him running back in 7th a few laps ago, now diving to the inside of Miller. One thing I noticed, Andrew, these cars, it seems like they like to drive literally down the banking. We've seen a lot of drivers on corner entry when they elect to go to the bottom. They don't shoot to the yellow line with the left side tires right away. They enter a little bit high and then kind of drive down the embankment to get a better run to the inside lane. And I'm seeing that also unfold with some of the front runners as they come off the corner. A lot of drivers who are up high, like that of Miller, as they exit the turn, if they're thinking about trying to make a pass, they'll try to apex the exit of turn number 2 or 4 rather late, to hopefully give them a better launch down the straightaway. In today's version of the Cup Series car, flat out, relatively smooth, and the driver just happens to dictate what line he or she wants to be in. That is not the case here. This is a workout for sure. And if you look at the box score, we had 3 cautions in about the first 30 laps. Some may say, how could that have been entertaining? Every lap has been like this. You can tell that each driver is on edge. 4 cautions total for 10 laps. How about that, though? 22 lead changes in the first 60 laps of this race. And we've got the top 2 trying to break free, and a lot of fighting going on here for 3rd on back. I could only expect the anticipation and the aggressive tendencies of these drivers to pick up as we approach the checkered flag, but you can tell these drivers are having a hard enough time controlling their own race car on this track, let alone having to race their other competitors as well for position.
What's interesting to me is this field has organized and has run down our race leaders. The 3 car of Femi Olot scored as the 18. The Joe Gibbs racing driver here on the iRacing platform has brought this whole field with him. Femi, a past champion, but he's never won a NORC competition at Daytona. And Femi is bringing the heat this afternoon. Working the bottoms out a little bit, keeps it straight though. How about Daniel Falkingham? Keeps underneath him. Here comes Shutt. I think we've got a pitter in the back, and that is going to be Cody Miller coming down to the pit lane. But we can't leave this action for too long as Zoltan now relegated to 5th place. Here comes Gossett. He's trying to fight. Well, now Zoltan back up into 4th as Tommy lifts into 1.
In practice, as we are approaching pit stops, as you see in the distance there, Miller just coming off the pit lane. It was the race leader, current race leader, and Femi Olot, who mentioned how hard it is to get these cars stopped for the situations that may the situation that may unfold for the front runners with the ensuing pit stops, especially if you got drivers up underneath you virtually, as these cars are. Top 5 under a blanket in 3. One of the drivers has been able to keep his nose clean, and he's trying to keep that trend up all the way up to the finish as he makes a nifty move for 3rd place. And here comes the leader to the pit lane, and it looks as though Owens is going to follow suit.
Zoltan Herczeg going to come down along with Spencer Owens in the 12. They come in for their service. So now the top four, the only cars left on the racetrack to pit. They lap John Barry there in the 74.
About to come up on the backside here of our reigning champion, and Zoltan Herczeg, who was one of the cars that ducked on the pit lane. He's got a huge gap between himself and Owens, who already made a
David's got to check way up. Thankfully, he does. That could have been disastrous for the entire group of front runners. Now they're all going to pit. Femi comes in. David Shutt comes in. Femi really fighting that race car. You can see somebody spun a little while ago coming in. Oh, they all fight to get inside the cones. Falkingham and Gossett following suit. I want to see who exits first out of this bunch. This will set the tone for the rest of this race.
We'll see how the Delta fares, as it looks as though it is going to be Olot who's the first to roll up the pit lane. He's going to be followed by Gossett and the rest of the pack coming up. Where is the front runner of the most of the laps in this race, our reigning champion Herczeg? Where is he going to blend out in line by the time the field gets to the backstretch? He's got drafting help, though. He's got Berry, who is a lap down, who's able to kind of help him as far as his pace is concerned, and I think this is going to work out in his favor.
He may have cut the pit stop a bit short on fuel. He's going to pass all four of them, despite leaving the pit lane solo. He finds the drafting help of John Barry. He's gone by all four of them. It's going to be tough for those guys to get organized and catch up to Zoltan Herczeg. It's worth mentioning John Barry a lap down, it looks like.
We also have to keep in mind the fact that the runner-up in Zoltan Herczeg was one of the first cars to come to the pit lane, so if he did try to dial back the fuel number to save some of that time on pit road, I hope he's not cutting it too close here as we get to the finish. We'll see if that ends up being an element in how this race pans out.
Waiting in the wings. They're going to pass Cody Miller, the slow car here. Femi trying to get a draft off of that 28 car. No, is he going to stay behind? He is. I think that's intentional. I think that's intentionally swapping around and maybe even going to use the 28 as a drafting partner, I think. This could be a work of a couple of teammates. Look at the hands. I love the white gloves that Cody runs. That was a great save. And if you are keen to watch the cockpit of that 28, you can see how he hangs onto that race car. 4 to go. Side by side at the line to take 2 to go. These two still going at it.
On the bottom of the racetrack in the black car, Femi Olot outside in the dark blue machine, the number 96 of your reigning champion and Zoltan Herczeg. Keep in mind, this is a non-points event to knock the rust off. No points on the line for these drivers here tonight. It's simply just to get themselves in race-ready position for next week's season opener for the 13th season of NORC competition. Winning this race could go a long way in how your season starts, and it appears as though it's going to come down to these two all-stars at the head of the pack. Herczeg, who's used the outside of the racetrack many times here tonight to perfection, and Olot on the bottom as we come to the stripe. It looks as though we're going to be side by side for the lead. No, Olot to the point with 1 to go.
Zoltan going to be on the hot seat. Can he find a way to work the draft on by Femi Olot? He's got Cody Miller, but does Cody play into this? No, Cody's going to back out. Mel's going to back out of this one. He doesn't want to be a part of the fight, I don't think. So it's all Zoltan on Femi Olot, side by side, down the Daytona Superstretch for the final time this evening. Femi Olot now onto the left rear, side by side, into 3 and 4. It's going to be these two. It's going to be a drag race up out of turn 4. Still side by side. Femi on the bottom, Zoltan on the top. Who is going to get it? We're going to come down to the final inches here at Daytona. They door bang the 3 up and over, and it's Zoltan Herczeg with the win in the first annual NORC Classic. The fighting not over, though. Daniel Falkingham exits turn 4. He's going to take the bottom step on the podium. We'll find out who finishes in 5th in a moment. Look at Caressel sideways on the top side. Spencer Owens going to try and dip down to the bottom. He wants 6th. Can the Nintendo 12 do it? We're going to have another drag race. Door banging again. Caressel drives them all the way down to the apron, and they all wreck across the line. And we get kind of a blowover out of Sean Williams.
How about that? Herczeg with the win by 34 thousandths of a second after Olot was up on 2 wheels nearly as they crossed the start-finish line. What a race and what a way to kick off this NORC season unofficially here with the NORC Classic. These drivers provided, even with 17 entries, 100 laps of thrilling competition with the same car they used to wrap up season 12. What a race.
Down to these two right here. Zoltan Herczeg, the reigning champion, and Femi Ola, third on the all-time wins list here in NORC, and new NASCAR iRacing Coca-Cola Series driver for Joe Gibbs Racing. They put on a heck of a show. We're going to get straight into post-race interviews, of course, beginning with our race winner, and it's Zoltan picking up right where you left off, bud. A big, big win here in the NORC Classic.
Yeah, that was an awesome race. It was fun. I almost short fielded a little too much, so I had to fall in behind Femi and save some fuel. And then it looked like I had enough fuel, so that's when I started going. And then it was a nice drag race to the checkered line. And it was just a lot of fun.
It's certainly more than clear that you like this car, Zoltan. You got last season's championship, Season 12. This season, we're changing up the cars away from these 87 Monte Carlos and Ford Thunderbirds. We're going to the current NASCAR Xfinity Series cars. How do you feel about that switch?
I like it. I'd rather run these cars, of course, but the B car's a little different. I still don't have a handle on the new tire. I'm missing something. You have to drive it really weird just to save tires, or it's very line sensitive, and I'm not too big on it, but it's definitely going to be a nice way to learn it throughout the season, doing one of these races. So it should be interesting.
I think the tires are going to be on everybody's mind gearing up for Season 13 of NORC action. Congratulations on this big win. 59 laps led. Who do you have to thank?
I got to thank you guys for broadcasting. I'm looking forward to going back and watching the race. And thanks for everybody watching. And thanks for John Barry putting on this event. We
do, of course, want to go through your race results. Zoltan Herczeg bringing it home in P1 by just, look at that, 0.034. That's only 3.5 hundredths of a second. Very, very close over Femi Ola. It was a drag race to the line. Daniel Falkingham comes home in third. We talked to him. Then it's David Schutt fourth, Sean Williams fifth, Spencer Owens up there in sixth place. How about that? Very quiet run from him. Then Nicholas Gressel, who we talked to in seventh place, Cody Miller in eighth, John Barry in ninth, and Tommy Gosson, unfortunately, parks it early, finishes in 10th.
And we get to the rest of the field now, where we have drivers who all had some incidents throughout the race, including that of Cole Freilich, who went out of this race early in one of the multi-car accidents while battling for the lead. Also, Elijah Gracia, also battling for the lead when he had some incidents. Will Klein, who appeared to be biding his time throughout most of this event, got caught up in one of the multi-car crashes early. Howie Briss in the John Deere machine led a lot of the early laps in this race. He, too, caught out in a crash. Tyrell Baker, TCB, we watched him charge from the back to the front, sometimes laps down, sometimes on the lead lap. Eventually got caught out by a multi-car crash. Same thing happened to Freddie De La Rosa, but he's grinning ear to ear knowing that this year's season is going to be based off the Xfinity car. He took home the Season 7 championship with that, so he'll wipe this clear of his memory and be prepared for the upcoming season. And Aaron Smith, who ended up on his lid on the Daytona International Speedway back straightaway in order to start off his race here tonight, rounded out our 17-car field for this inaugural NORC Classic.
For each series, each league has their crown jewel. The Super Bowl, the World Series, the Indianapolis 500, Monaco. Stock car racing has Daytona. And NORC, well, NORC has the Norctona 500. Welcome, race fans, to Pit Stop TV. Emerson Arden and Trey Shuttlesworth join me on the virtual mic this evening. Corey Rexford handling our Facebook and Twitter coverage. I'm Andrew Cardinale IV, and this is Pit Stop TV's live coverage of the NORC iRacing Series. Again, this is Daytona International Speedway, the track that needs no introduction. We don't have a ton of cars out here ready to go for tonight's dual races. That said, we do have a few heavy hitters even within this field, and we are very excited to get things underway even further for the 2021 set of coverage here for the NORC iRacing Series tomorrow. Coming to the green flag already, we're off and away. This is duel number 1 for the Norctona 500, the 2021 edition of such. Caressel on the bottom side, Barry up top.
So we have second through fifth, double wide. The 30 of Caressel is clear out in front, and The thing that's going to make this really fun is the fact that with 5 cars, we have a wild card. You would think, with 4 cars, it's just going to be, 2 pairs. But we have, and we're already seeing the 5 car of David Shutt really playing a factor and making the outside line have the advantage. And in fact, John Berry will go to the lead from the outside with assistance from both Brent Konkari and David Shutt. 3 wide now.
Might only be 5 cars in the field, but these guys are racing it up. 3 wide down the back stretch. You see Shutt. He's going to drop in front of Caressel. Now 4 strong on the bottom. This is a great little learning session for these guys at this point. It's just 30 laps. They've got enough fuel to go the distance, or at least be very, very close. It might even get them to just 29 laps, but I think we should complete all 30 as Pancari. Wow, the save. His car just got loose out of 4. The duel with the lowest average lap time will get the bottom side to start the race tomorrow. So this actually could end up being the battle for the outside lane as opposed to the inside. So we might actually be talking about lining up 12th as opposed to 11th. Ray is the only one that has not led just yet in that Tampa Bay Buccaneers number 6. And, well, he's not going to do it this time. By is actually the 3 ahead of him. We're going to go 3 wide across the stripe, and now off into turn 1. And Ray is going to go all the way to the top side and help out Caressel. Now he drops back in behind the 5 car of Shutt. And Shutt sporting a new number as well. He used to be in the 42 car seasons prior, and I think then the 49. So the 5, a new number for him. And wow, really, we've got 1 tandem on the very bottom. 1 tandem was all the way up at the wall. Now kind of running through the middle of the racetrack is Shutt and Caressel.
Thought Ray was going to get his lap led there, but not yet. And now here comes Caressel way up the track, trying to get a push from Ray. Very wide racing as we start the halfway lap of this duel.
When we come to the completion of lap 15, it will officially mark halfway, as you said, Emerson, and the aggression is incredibly high right now. It looked for a second as if Barry was going to peek to the inside of David Shutt, and I get word from our man who's managing our social media platforms tonight, Corey Rexford, we will see a competition caution be flown here in just a little bit. I believe at the conclusion of lap 15, so we'll get a little bit of a break, and it's probably going to be, let's say, 10, 11, 12 lap shootout to the end with 5 cars, so that should be a lot of fun. It'll give us a chance to breathe, though, give drivers a chance to breathe, but we still have a lot of action here on the racetrack coming to the line.
So there you go. That's why these guys are mixing it up. Now Spencer Ray has a chance to finally lead. Throws the block on Caressel, then dips back low. He's going to have Shutt helping him now to the apron and across the line. Spencer Ray finally gets that lap led for the number 6 and all of Tampa Bay. How about that for an opening 15 laps of competition this evening? We roll off and away. Shutt immediately to the outside of Barry, and he's going to make that pass even before the start-finish line.
Hey, regardless of motivation, Emerson, I think they've been doing an excellent job together. Shutt's going to make his way. He's going to split the middle and go 3 wide. He's going to get potentially to the lead. They're going to be 3 wide going into 2. Now the question is, does Pancari come down and give him assistance in the middle line? Still no help there for Shutt, but he's doing a heck of a job without much drafting support as Spencer Ray continues to lead as we come out of third 2.
How about taking that gyro cam as soon as he decided to go 3 wide with those guys and split Pancari and Barry and soar up to battling for the race lead once more. Now,
but he's definitely showing he has a lot of skill. He is going to get...
Oh!
It's going to be critical, probably suspension damage for both him and Ray. For the time being, though, the 5 is maintaining with these top 3, but it looks like for Ray, that might be the end of the night.
Spencer's not going to be happy with that one. You say that, and they go 3 wide out of the tri-oval. Caressel up to the top side. Pancari lifts. He's now going to work with John Barry once more. They basically swapped there on the bottom side, and that's going to leave Caressel out to dry once more. And you see David Shutt has fallen way off the pace. That number 5 very injured now, and I don't think he's in a great position to contend for the race win.
Here comes Barry to the outside. Now you're right. Just shuts me right up and through the middle. Here comes the 30. This is going to be very interesting as the laps wind down. The intensity is going to pick up. Who wants to start at the front of their line for the Norctona 500? But we start the final lap of the Norctona duel. Who's going to start up front tomorrow night?
And the last lap begins as we saw the last lap of the Daytona 500 begin. All the cars on the outside line. The man that's going to elect to go to the inside, it's going to be the 35. It's Brent Pancari. He was the 3rd car in the outside line. Now he'll be the lone man on the outside. Looks like Barry is not going to duck down quite yet. Pancari has to come back up. Only half of the racetrack to go, Andrew. Not much left.
And John Barry is all over the back end of the 30 car of Caressel. He has not given himself a gap. He looks high, looks back. Oh! Caressel almost throws himself for a spin. Now Barry's playing tango with him sideways. He hangs onto it for now. A drag race to the tri-oval. Pancari gonna help. No, he goes low, and he gets some below the double yellow line. Barry's gonna get loose again. And there it is. Wow, that catch from Barry. Let's watch that back. Man. I mean, that is just so sideways for John Barry. Hangs onto it. And the drive to the line here, I mean, it's a drag race. He can choose who he wants to go with it first. Then he thinks better of it. Goes down to the bottom side, below the double yellow lines. And, I mean, he's going to take away that win. That is incredible from Brett Pancari with the results. Brett Pancari taking the win. You see Caressel and Barry 3 wide across the line. Much like, well, the inaugural Daytona 500 way back in 59. David Shutt, though, 19 seconds back, finishes 4th. Spencer Ray in 5th, 38 seconds after the winners crossed the stripe. So, fastest lap there out of Pancari of 55.558. Ready to bring you all the action. You'll see the timing and just there up top. Don't pay any attention to the fact that it says almost 50 minutes. We are off and away with Duel number 2 racing. 30 laps on the docket for these gentlemen, and Ariati leads off into turn 1.
Well, in theory, if they keep it clean, they're still going to get that 1 yellow flag, and they do have 1 more car in there, which should, in theory, mean a little bit more energy within that drafting pack, which should, in theory, mean that these guys should have an easier time securing the road that they want in the race tomorrow. It's just a little bit tough to determine. At the end of the day, they need to, I feel like they do need to race each other a little bit hard. From time to time, we do see that side-by-side drafting on the iRacing.com service does actually tend to provide a little bit of a faster pack than you might see single file. So we'll just have to see how these guys approach iRacing at the outside line. Oh, as now we're going to go 3 wide for the race lead between Ariati, Cole Freilich, Tommy Gossick. Freilich's going to be the driver, left out to dry in the middle right now, but Audi doesn't have a whole lot of help behind him. Just not a lot of energy in that outside line right now, despite the impressive push that he's getting.
Now we're getting a pack for him. No, they're going 3 wide again. I mean, nonetheless, it's a pack. But how about 3 by 3? Almost. And we're riding on board now with the 5th place car. That's Freilich in the middle. Ariati takes the lead up front and now riding on board, looking back out of the, well, on top of number 23. Double wide once again all the way down, and if this is how the Daytona 500, Norctona 500 starts tomorrow, I will not be disappointed, because this is absolutely insane. All 15 laps we have had action, and we're roaring down the back straightaway. It's Freilich down low, and it is Ducharme up high with the push from Justin Day as they roar to turn 3.
And it continues to be tandems. In fact, Ducharme goes to the inside line. Still a lot of energy building behind him as we come off of turn 4. Will Cole Freilich be able to get the run? He's going to get a push from the 39 of Justin Day. It's going to be quite close coming to the line.
Out of turn number 4, drag race to the line, top versus bottom, and Freilich will get it at the line. The caution flag will fly. Cole Freilich going to lead us to this competition. Caution flag, Norctona 500, anybody wants to win. Freilich leads us back to the green flag. Now on to lap 20 of 30. Immediately goes up front of Tommy. Tommy goes down low.
Yeah, it looks like they're not on the best of terms. They are trying to avoid each other as much as they can, except, well, Freilich actually went up there, but Gossett immediately ducked out in similar fashion that Freilich did to him earlier. And Freilich's going to drop all the way back. Here comes the run from the 39, Justin Day. Continue on, and Ariati with the block on Gossett and Freilich, who finally get to work together on that outside lane and drop that 61 of Brandon Stringer down low. Audi with the block on Gossett and Freilich, who finally get to work together on that outside lane and drop that 61 of Brandon Stringer down low.
He's just doing an incredibly impressive job, and now looking to the inside, Gossett with an incredibly daring move, still utilizing even a little bit of the apron. He clips the apron multiple times, but he pulls off the move, and now we're 3 wide. Cole Freilich has a little bit help on the outside from Brandon Stringer as well, so they're going to leave. It's going to be Ducharme without any help in the middle.
Across the stripe to complete lap number 23, and the 23 let it. Ariati just chilling on the bottom side. Oh, they pick up Tommy, and they almost went to the outside. Now they will go to the outside of Ariati. There's nothing Ari could do to block that run that time. We just took 5 laps to go. We're coming around to 4 to go this time. And how about Gossett and Freilich working together up top?
Frelick to the outside goes Frelick and Gossett. To the outside, do they have the momentum into turn 3? Side by side in contact. Can he save it? Nearly
Oh
through,
my!
wide.
Door banging, everyone saves it. Incredibly impressive job. We're going to have 2.5 miles to settle it. Ariati doesn't have a whole lot of momentum on the inside. Both Gossett and Frelick are able to clear, and now it looks like it's still anyone's race here with 2.5 miles. Frelick's going to be the one in control, but if historically looking at the trends, I don't think you would be the one leading at Daytona coming to the white.
Stringer on the outside. He's the top man on the outside lane. Frelick and Gossett almost wrecked into one. Oh, Adi! Almost wrecking there. They are wrecking finally. There goes Gossett to the inside. Tommy almost, wow, he keeps it out of the wall down there, but certainly going to keep himself out of victory lane this evening as well. Meanwhile, the 08 is sharp. Oh, he gets right hooked. Frelick, almost, yeah, he does wreck him. Wrecks him pretty hard, and Frelick going to be the one car to get through all of this. Wow. Ariati's going to stick back there. He's going to come through, maybe second. Gossett might get second. No, it's going to be a drag race, and, well, he's simply going to lose. I don't know what just happened. I really don't. I've never been at such a loss for what we just saw. And then Tyler Ducharme gets this big run, looks high, looks low, and almost clips the back end of Frelick's machine. And then Cole just turns left. And I think he was just trying to get behind him, but wow. Let's take a look at our race results here from duel number 2. Of course, Cole Frelick nagging that win. I still can't believe how he got that one. That was incredible. Ariati is going to take second place. Tommy Gossett, after looking like he was completely out of this, going to finish 6th place. Ends up taking 3rd as Tyler Ducharme, Justin Day, and Brandon Stringer wreck. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff.
And there's only a little snippet, a little taste of what we're going to get tomorrow night, because that was some incredible racing. Hopefully the field is jam-packed and we have a good-looking field and a good, fun race tomorrow, because it's looking like it will be.
After months of quarantine, we're all interested in how we can become our best self. The team at Permanent Makeup and Cryo is here to help you get the flawless makeup look every day without the extra effort or time. When it comes to your appearance, you deserve the best care that money can buy.
Sound art is a product that is a speaker and it's art. We combine it together and we call it sound art. What makes it so unique that any picture can be your speaker? Sound art gives you the high quality sound without the ugly speaker. This isn't a picture with a speaker, the picture is the speaker. Just imagine your wedding picture uploaded onto a canvas and now it's speaking 10,000 tunes. I mean, it's a very cool concept. What we like so much about it that you can take anything that means something very special to you, upload it on the canvas, have it hanging up in your room, your balcony, wherever you want to put it, and now it's a speaker. I mean, how cool is that? It's something that we have that and no one has. No one has this product. It's just a great gift to give anybody. It's just a neat concept. Around here we say, art never sounded so good.
The month of February has come to mean the month of Daytona across motorsport. IMSA opens the beach town to motorsport at the end of January, and NASCAR calls the speedway home for the beginning of their season. It is, of course, reflected across the plethora of NASCAR stock car-related iRacing.com leagues, including NORC and the Norctona 500. Welcome, race fans, to Pit Stop TV. Emerson Arden and Trey Shuttlesworth join me virtually on the mic this evening. Corey Rexford is then on our social media coverage. My name is Andrew Cardinale IV, and this is Pit Stop TV's live coverage of the NORC iRacing series. Thank you for tuning in across our multiple platforms, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. The biggest race on NORC's annual calendar, Norctona, serves as an opening stage for the best of the league to test both man and virtual machine, opening the 2021 NORC calendar year at the World Center of Racing. No points on the line, no championship implications, just bragging rights and a paycheck loom ahead for the driver that makes it to the end of lap 200 before all others. Emerson, Trey, welcome back to the booth this evening. It was a great day of dual racing, well, great night of dual racing yesterday. You saw the highlights from that just a few moments ago. You even saw NORC Classic highlights earlier on in our stream. This is Daytona. This is the World Center of Racing. It's the track that needs no introduction. We've grown very accustomed to opening broadcasts here, but you just never ever know what's ahead, and that reigns true for all 200 laps ahead of us this evening.
Right, and I mean, with the amazing racing we had last night in the duels, I'm only expecting something similar today. Again, such a high caliber of drivers entered into this event, and that showed yesterday. I mean, they lasted a long time doing some outrageous moves and blocks, and it's just going to be a fun night tonight. It's going to be different today with, of course, the daytime. It's going to be a hotter track and all, so the maneuverability will be a little different in terms of how it feels in the cars, but I still think it's going to be an action-packed Norctona 500.
Yep, I definitely agree, Emerson. It's an absolute pleasure to be aboard with you guys in the booth. And, of course, thank you, as always, to Corey Rexford on social media. And, yeah, we have an excellent roster of drivers settled in so far. Still waiting to get a few guys to come in, I think, over the last 20 minutes or so of practice that we have here. But, yeah, as you said, Emerson, it's going to be an entirely different beast from what we saw last night. A very cool Daytona International Speedway under the floodlights, if you will, at the Daytona International Speedway, and it was also sprint-style racing. The duels themselves were only 30 laps, with the competition caution at halfway, so it was an all-out sprint with about a half a dozen cars in each duel, so we're going to see something entirely different. At least 20 cars, probably somewhere in the range of 25 to 30 cars here tonight, over the course of 500 miles, full fuel, 7 additional sets of tires over the course of the race. They'll have 8 in total, also including the tires they'll be starting on. So yeah, this is the thing that's going to be beautiful about plate racing at Daytona is the endurance aspect of it, and we're going to get a bit of a taste of that tonight. It's going to be the first time in nearly, 9-10 months that we've had a race of this distance on Pit Stop TV, at least on the oval side of things, so it's going to be a lot of fun tonight.
Very excited to open up our 2021 campaign with NORC here at Daytona, as always, as is per usual with most leagues, especially most stock car leagues. And boy, you can see the sun glistening off of virtual Lake Lloyd and the virtual pavement down there on the backstretch. Daytona is looking good for this evening's night of racing, well, afternoon, evening of racing. We had Michigan yesterday. Let's take a look at the Daytona International Speedway track map. Talked about the 18-degree tri-oval. That is one of the trickiest pieces of pavement on this entire facility. That's including the road course. That is because, Emerson, that tri-oval just gets these cars a bit out of shape, a bit out of whack. It's the loosest piece of racetrack on this 2.5-mile super speedway, and a big reason for that is these cars are adjusted to go into the 31-degree banking in turns 1, 2, 3, and 4. When you get to the tri-oval, there's just a little bit less banking, and if you've ever taken a car that's used to going around Charlotte, for example, and take it to New Hampshire, you're going to have problems. The same reigns true for this 18-degree tri-oval. 13-degree less banking means that these cars go a little bit slippy and slidey, and you've got to be very, very careful pushing and getting pushed.
Yeah, for sure. It's essentially a 5th turn, and a very important turn at that. It is, again, one of the most troubling spots on the track. You know, that's when the most pushing is happening, especially coming, you know, through the entry of the tri-oval and the exit. You're on your way down to turn 1. You're trying to set the car back straight, and the car's the lightest there. They're almost at their fastest. It is just so many different factors, and then you're going to be in a pack of at least 20 cars tonight. That there's going to be very little air, or a lot of air moving around your car, and these cars are going to be a handful through that tri-oval.
Without a doubt, Emerson. And the thing that's really telling, just based off of last night, is the fact that these Cup cars have a massive amount of downforce compared to their counterparts in, say, the Xfinity Series, and that's what we'll be utilizing here in the Norctona 500. And outside of the tri-oval, we also saw a couple guys have their cars step out of them coming out of turn 4. I believe it was Brent Pancari early in his duel, lost the pack, but he was able to utilize the competition caution at halfway to get back up to the lead pack, and he was able to take the duel 1 victory. And then I think we also saw John Barry get loose coming out of turn 4 on the last lap of the very same duel. So that's probably a place where we'll see individual cars get caught out, but the tri-oval is definitely going to be a beast when you're in a pack with 25 other cars.
Yeah, looking down at the tri-oval currently, it is one of the action spots of this racetrack, and you'll definitely have to be very vigilant no matter what position you're in not to get turned or turn somebody down there. But let's start talking to some of the drivers. We've actually lined up a couple of pre-race interviews. We were going to grab the TCB, but it looks like we'll have to wait just a moment for that. So we'll head down to the pit of the number 89, Sean Williams. And Sean is one of those guys you always want to cheer for when it comes to the NORC iRacing Series or anywhere he's racing. Sean, how you doing tonight?
Hi, fellas. I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good. It's good to be able to bring you here on Pit Stop TV. Of course, the switch over the last couple of months has been very interesting. I'm glad that you guys are all here, loaded into Norctona. Now, you didn't race last night. How are you looking going into today's 500?
Yeah, I wasn't able to make the duel, so I think I'm starting like 28th or something, which, I mean, it is what it is. I like starting at the front at plate tracks, but, you know, we'll make the most of it. Hopefully, we got a long way to go. Hopefully everyone's smart. I'm not going to work my way up there.
Yeah, I mean, starting any position in this race really doesn't mean anything aside from the first few laps, of course. I think you know that just as well as anyone else. You can start dead last in this field, you can start 43rd, and you can still get up there by the end of the race and be in a position to win. That said, how do you do so tonight?
Just be smart. I mean, these cars, right now, you can get a little bit of damage if you happen to get it and you're okay, but man, you want to be clean, you want to make your moves good. Pit stops, that's going to be big, especially green flag pit stops, and I'm usually pretty good at those here. So I'm going to focus on my pit stops and then just trying to make smart moves.
Yeah, I mean, as a driver, I've been out there with you guys a couple of times, but what do you look for? How do you start planning for those green flag pit stops? When do you need to make sure that you are in the inside line so that you don't have to come across lanes of traffic?
that's the big part. Everyone, like when we start, when your group is going to pit, everyone's kind of like, oh, I'm going to stay high, I'm going to stay low, all depending on where your pit box is. Since I'm going to be near the back, I'm just going to try and stay clean, get up near the wall, and then, hopefully no one's like on my inside when I got to turn in.
All right, now last thing, if we got any betting men out in the chat or even in the booth tonight, what do you say your odds are of winning this evening and getting your first Norctona 500 victory?
Man, it's Daytona. You already know, Andrew. You know it's Daytona. But I want it. I want it bad. But you're not going to get it if you're not there at the end. So I don't know. Hopefully I'll be at the end. Hopefully I have a good shot. But there's some strong people in here, good plate racers. I think I'm usually a good plate racer, but I always seem to get involved in something. So my plan is just to try to be there at the end. I hope I have a shot to go for it.
It's certainly a race of attrition. Best of luck to you tonight. Hopefully we're talking to you at the end of this 500-mile race.
I appreciate it. Hope you all have a good broadcast. Hope we put on a good show for y'all. Thanks to everybody who's watching. We all appreciate it. And we'll try to put on a really good show here tonight for everybody.
And that's Sean Williams. Certainly somebody you want to root for this evening. Best of luck to you, buddy.
Appreciate it.
And again, Sean Williams, number 89 out there. He always runs some kind of variation of a Taylor Swift Chevrolet, and he's always a lot of fun to race with, to root for, just to hang out with, honestly. He is one heck of a guy. And, well, it does look like we have TCB back available to speak with. I know that's somebody that everybody in the chat wants us to talk to, so we will drag him down here. We'll get a quick word with the driver of the number 25. Hey, Terrell, you got us?
Hey, what's up, Andrew?
Well, I know you had that bit of a connection problem just now. What's going on? You gonna make the start of the race?
Not really a connection issue. Seeming like a little bit of a computer issue here, but
oh boy.
Yeah, we're gonna attempt to make this race. I think we will be able to here, Andrew.
So TCB, we saw you in the Classic a week and a day ago. We didn't see you last night. Obviously, the 87 car, the Cup car, wildly different, but I'm sure you guys have turned plenty of laps over the course of Speed Month, really, here in the month of February. I'm sure you're prepared for this evening with the Cup cars?
Yeah, definitely. I'm usually really good with these cars here at Daytona. And NORC, also, I have a few victories, I guess 3, and they're all here, so we're going to be trying to just be aggressive and just run up front all day with this car, and I know I'll be strong, so we'll see what happens, Andrew.
Yeah, well, of course, you're last year's winner of the Norctona 500. How do you prep for this evening? And actually, we talked with Sean a little bit about pitting under green here. What is your, I guess, cutoff to get down to the bottom side of the racetrack to make sure you aren't coming across lanes of traffic?
Green flag pit stops are always really tricky here for some reason with me. I don't know why, but I know last year I flew off the track. I believe it was last year in this race I flew off the track, and me and 5 other guys were like half a track down and stuff. So I've actually in practice when I was in there, I was working on pit road entry because that's something I really struggle with, I feel like, so entering pit road is just gonna be kind of tough for me still. I'm gonna try to give it my all and not really back off too much entering pit road, but still be aggressive going in, so we'll see what happens again.
All right, so going into 500 miles of action tonight, what are your odds this evening, you'd say? If you had to make your own odds for any betting men out there, what are your odds this evening that you win tonight?
I
mean, I know it's Daytona, I know it's tough, but put a number on it somewhere. Is it 25 to 1? I mean, that'd be kind of convenient.
It's 10 to 1, honestly. I'm winning. I mean, I think you had to put your... honestly, you know what? I think if you had to put a bet on 2 people, it'd probably be me or Josh Robin. I mean, I know that's kind of biased because, I'm putting myself in there, but Josh Robin won this race the year before I did.
That's right.
And last year, me and him had that very close finish off of turn 4 there. So I think you got to watch out for us too. I think we're definitely 2 people to definitely bet on. See who wins this race today. 500 miles, like you said, it's a long race, so we got to try to make it to the end.
Absolutely. Anything you got to say to the chat out there? I mean, there's a lot of them rooting for you as always.
I want to shout out to the fans, everybody watching, my mom, dad, my aunt, all watching, my girl also watching, and all Yeehaw Nation, TCB Nation. Appreciate every single one of you guys and all the NORC fans, and we're going to try to put on a show for you boys.
Absolutely, TCB. Thanks so much for your time, and I'm sure we'll be talking to you a lot tonight.
Yes, sir.
And that's TCB, of course, driver of the number 25 here in the NORC iRacing Series. And yeah, last year's winner of this event, Emerson. Got a lot of drivers, a lot of heavy hitters, at least here in the realm of NORC, that are gearing up for this evening. When we've got Famiola making laps out there, Spencer Owens, of course TCB, Josh Robin. You also have to consider Will Klein. Will Klein at the line. He earned his nickname for a reason. A lot of guys out there that can sneak up and get this win, or just power through to the same win. So definitely a lot of names to watch for.
Yeah, I mean, any one of these, first of all, it's Daytona, but any one of these guys can win. I'd say any given week, but the Norctona 500, everybody wants to get it. There's not going to be anybody, just laying back and is going to be content with second. It's gonna be insane. All 200 laps, but especially those final laps, setting yourself up to put yourself in the right position to have a shot, coming down the back straightaway for that final time, and who's going to see that checkered flag first. I mean, in the duel, we had somebody under the double yellow line. Like, it's going to be insane coming to the line tonight, and I can't wait.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly exciting, the action throughout all 500 miles. It might not be, door banging, 3x3 coming to the wire each lap, but it's sure to provide a pretty exciting we're sure to have a very exciting product here tonight. And just speaking to both drivers, I saw a lot of continuity in their interviews. I think they both had a lot of respect for the kind of patience and skill you need to have coming down onto the pit lane. And then they both also understand that this race can at times be quite the wild card. It's just the nature of restrictor plate racing to, if you will, equalize the competition, give a lot of people opportunities. But as a result, a lot of things can happen that are completely outside of your control. So yeah, tonight is just going to be an entirely different beast than what you might see anywhere else.
And there is the number 25 of TCB out of New York, coming up out of turn number 2. So repping the McDonald's colors on that number 25, as he has for a while on his Chevrolet Camaro ZL1 1LE. Drivers making their rounds here in practice. Of course, the lineup was set one night before. The lineup was set last night through the Duel Racing. If you missed that, again, there were highlights shown at the beginning of tonight's broadcast. You can go back and watch it here on Pit Stop TV through any of our channels, be it Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. Or again, you can go back, either rewind through this stream or just go back afterwards and catch those. But those set the lineup for this evening, so if you missed those, that is why we're going to go straight past qualifying right into the grid here momentarily. But we had pretty light fields, and I think that kind of reflects what we usually see from qualifying here in NORC on our restrictor plate races, where we don't usually see too many cars make it out onto the racetrack. Usually these guys let iRacing handle that, and the same rung true last night.
Yeah, I mean, we had light fields, and I think actually a couple of those drivers who were in the duels last night are not here tonight. But nonetheless, like you said earlier, just duels and qualifying, it's only going to matter, right off the initial start in the first few laps. After that, I mean, you're in a pack. If you're maneuvering through the pack, the way you want to, you're going to get to whatever spot you want to be, whether that is at the back or the front. Like, I think Pankari said in his winner's interview last night that, he's not too fond of being up front. And we're right on board with him now down the back straightaway as warm-up's coming to an end. But he wanted he wants to be at the back of the field and kind of let the race play out and then move up later. So, and I know there's guys at the back who are going to be wanting to move up to the front. It's going to be, it's not going to be too long or qualifying is even thought of anymore.
Yep, it's a very good point that you bring up, Everson. And I think ultimately the question is going to be, what is the factor that forces guys to settle into just getting at a relaxed running pace? Is it going to be an early incident, or are guys naturally going to get into maybe a single file line, or maybe double file, but at a much more relaxed, non-aggressive pace? And I think that's going to be the big question, because ultimately I do think you want to be at least in a position. I think you want to keep your car on the racetrack into the last, say, quarter of the race. If you make it that far, you have a pretty decent chance of coming home a Norctona 500 champion tonight.
Let's take a look at the 21 drivers set to become, one of them will become a Norctona 500 champion race winner. Cole Fraley going to start on pole. Now, last night in Brett Pancari's duel-winning interview, we said he would be starting first. He's actually starting second place because of a story that Emerson Arden was very keen to cover last night. The duel with the fastest average lap got rights to the bottom side of the racetrack for the start of tonight's race. So, Cole Fralick and his duel went fastest last night on on average, and therefore is going to be rolling off on the inside of the racetrack tonight. That puts Cole Freilich on pole for the 2021 Norctona 500. I know he's excited for that. Brett Pancari will line up to his outside. Rolling off third is the 23 of Ariati, with the 30 of Nicholas Kressel to his outside. In row number 3, we've got Tommy Gossett in the 80, John Barry in the 74, and row 8 gives us Spencer Ray in the 6, Justin Day in the 39. Rolling off on the back side of the top 10, going to be Zoltan Hergzeg, season 12 champion, and Brandon Stringer in the 61.
We'll find our way back to row number 6, where we'll find Femi Ola and Chad Oxidine. Row number 7 will be Spencer Owens and Scott Schuer. We'll find, obviously, TCB, fan favorite there, starting P15, and Cody Lamas to his outside in row number 8. Row number 9, we'll find Josh Robin and Tony Hillbrands making up, Sean Williams and Josh Robin making up row number 9. Row number 10 will be Tony Hillbrands and Hayes Booth. And rounding out the back of the field will be Will Klein.
21 cars lined up to go green this evening. Again, Cole Freilich at the head of the bunch. Now, I know there's been a lot of fans asking for something very specific here from us bringing in our NORC coverage in 2021. And we can't leave you hanging any further. Now, of course, it all happened very quickly with TCB missing the start in the NORC Classic, and last night he wasn't there for the duels. But we do need to get a hold of a certain driver of the number 25 to start this evening off right. And it simply would not be the start of the Norctona 500 without this. TCB, take us to the green flag.
All right, thank you, Andrew. And here we go. All right, boys, here we are here for the 2021 Daytona Norctona 500. Can I get a good old Norctona? Yeah!
Cole Freilich leading down the backstretch, keeping himself up front there on the bottom side. Pancari still up top. Audi, Caressel, the next two on each line. Gossett's hanging tough. Barry's hanging tough. Everybody's still side by side through the entire field of 21.
Roaring off of turn number 4, 3 wide in the heart of the pack. Coming to the end of lap number 1, it'll be Cole Freilich from the pole to the end of lap 1 out in front, and he'll hold station up front. Also, quick note, Femi Olot had missed the grid time. He wasn't aware it was a 1-minute grid, so he's starting from the pit lane.
So if you're Femi a whole lot, you have to be hoping for an early yellow, at least one before he gets lapped by the field. Now, the fortunate thing is, at least for a while, he should be someone that's in a position to claim a lucky dog spot, but you have to wonder, it all depends on the aggression of this field, as now Frelich's actually going to fade through the midfield. Not a lot of assistance in the middle line, and he'll drop. He was looking and hinting at going to the inside line, but for now he's going to be stuck 3 wide, coming off at turn 4.
We'll take the onboard here at TCB and watch as he navigates traffic. And you see, he's right behind Cole Freilich, who just got stuck in the sucker hole here on lap number 2. Lap 2 led by Ariati up front. Tommy Goss at second place. The bottom side actually edging ahead currently. Pancari trying to hang tough on the outside. He's the first car up there with Barry in tow. Basically just moved the 15 back a couple of rows and put him in, looks like third on the outside line. Now it's going even further back, starting to sink through this field. It is a smaller field than we've seen in years past, which means there's going to be a bit of a different dynamic to this race. It's really, usually you could hang back around 30th, 35th or so and really wait on this race to take shape. Now you've got to make sure you're up there and don't lose the draft. That is the biggest thing with this race. You cannot lose the draft tonight or you are going to pay for it.
Yeah, that's for sure. And we see at the back of the pack, there's a good, I think, 6 or 7 cars in a line that are about a second back here. They're just kind of tailing the pack, letting things form up in front of them. That's actually 5 cars. That was my miscount. And, yeah, they're just going to let the race play out. They might be back here maybe through the first couple rounds of pit stops if we stay green through all that time, of course. And, yeah, we're riding on board with Scott Schuer back here in the 20th position.
And where we have drivers the likes of, as you said, Scott Schuer, it's still an incredibly dangerous position on the racetrack, because if there is a massive accident that happens in front of you, around this position by the time you get to the crashes is around the time where cars start to potentially either come back down the racetrack if they get into the outside wall, or come back up the racetrack depending on where the incident actually occurs on the racetrack. So all around, the point basically is the fact that you really are not safe at Daytona as long as you're within a few seconds of the lead pack. And it looks like we're seeing John Barry flirting for the lead for the first time today, and it'll be for the first time, I believe, that the outside line really has a strong run here.
Well, Pancari did use the top side to get down in front of Ariotti and take the race lead momentarily. Now John Barry, with the help of TCB up top, they have that top side moving. And we talked about this in broadcast prior, where this is just kind of the ebb and flow to super speedway racing with these NASCAR stock cars. You get the top side rolling, you're able to get that leader clear of the bottom side, they drop down, the top will fall back a little bit, then they'll come back up and repeat. It's just kind of the cycle that you have up front, and it's exactly what we expect for the first portion. Not exactly how long, not exactly sure how long that will stay, but certainly the first portion of tonight's race, you're going to see the cycle now. John Barry was almost clear of Pancari down low into turn one, couldn't quite get there. They'll try and reset and do it again.
Now, I know it's much more than just the amount of cars, but for the first 3 laps of this race or so, the outside line had more cars and they couldn't get the momentum going, and now it almost like they had less cars, and John Barry was able to clear out to the race lead from the outside down to the inside and move Terrell Baker to the lead of the outside lane. And John Barry trying to fend off Terrell Baker, but he'll get the run around the outside with a push from Justin Day. We continue to ride on board with Barry, and now the speed shot across the line. Look at him roar by our camera.
Fantastic static shot, really giving you a sense of the speed here. Over 200 miles an hour sometimes with these cup cars around Daytona International Speedway. But yeah, you bring up a really good point, Emerson, and sometimes it's just a matter of whether or not you have that outside line formed or not. It seemed like it just wasn't completely formed. The energy just wasn't quite there early in the running. But now we're seeing a pretty consistent grouping of drivers who are understanding that you have to maintain a certain level of etiquette when you're in the outside line, and it's worked to a pretty strong effect right now. They are starting to fade off a little bit off of the exit of the corner, but as long as that 25 of Terrell Baker continues to lead the out, oh, actually, yeah, just as I say that, it looks like Pancari's going to elect to go to the outside line, so he's going to look to try to steal that lead back from John Barry, and as we come to the start-finish line, I think he will be the one to lead the lap, if just by a front bumper.
Brett Pancari takes the race lead back from John Barry. How about that switcheroo up there? The 35 putting himself back ahead of the 74. And last night, Brett said he doesn't really fancy being up front, doesn't really like to lead here at Daytona too much, but he is doing a great job so far this evening. Again, pulling that switch up there and really masterfully dealing with the 74 of John Barry, retaking the race lead, and he is your leader in the 2021 Norctona 500. That said, Terrell Baker up top. TCB wants a piece of that lead. He wants to get up there and make this race his. He won last year. Josh Robin was the one before him. But really, you're always talking about Terrell Baker on these plate tracks. It doesn't matter what year it is, doesn't matter what race it is. It's actually Justin Day pulls the move to go to the outside, make it 3 wide, and he's quickly going to be disposed of up there. But Terrell Baker is somebody you're always going to talk about in these NORC races, but especially on plate tracks, especially here at Daytona, especially in the Norctona 500.
Yeah, it looked like he was actually going to take the lead there, and then, yeah, Justin Day just said, nah, we're going to drop back, I guess. And that really just formed that outside line. The inside line more formed up, just more momentum down there. And yeah, Pancari going back on his word on that, but maybe the field size has a little bit to do with that, but nonetheless, I'm having fun with him having fun up here.
Yeah, this has been an incredibly fun start to the race. I think the question does become, how long can this aggressive racing go on for? Or are these guys going to do an impressive job of keeping things clean early in the running? Because it definitely has been an entertaining show from the drop of the green flag. As long as you're able to maintain that element of at least 2 lines at Daytona, you're sure to have a pretty exciting show. We've gotten it so far. The other really interesting thing that we saw, we met on board with Hayes Booth just a half a lap ago. He's making his series debut here in NORC. I believe he started in the 20th position tonight. Oh no, I'll have to look at timing scoring. It was actually, oh yeah, it was the 20th position for Hayes Booth, and he's currently second car on the outside line, so a very impressive run. Within only 10 laps here, he's up in the top 5 of Daytona. Cole Fraley making a daring move to the outside as we come off a turn 4 to the completion of lap 10.
I'm glad you saw that too, Trey, because that almost got me a bit scared for the entire field behind him. And actually, he went purple on that lap for a moment, then Zoltan Herczeg hanging up top alone back there goes purple, takes the new fastest lap. But Cole Frelick very aggressive there, and he just made a very quick move from the basement to the attic, and the car just got sideways on that transition. Got to be very, very careful of that. It'll work on these new tires only 10 laps into the race, but you can't do that on, old tires, on 30-lap old tires. You're coming up to the pit stop, you just can't do that. The car is going to get loose, and you might not be able to save it that time, but he'll dip back down behind Sean Williams into the inside of Tommy Gossett. I can tell you from running this race in years past, this is one of the calmer starts we've had. Go back a year ago, and Ariati had a massive accident in turn 3 on lap 4. This is a very calm start. That said, gonna knock on wood, because I don't want to jinx this, but I have to observe the fact that this is a very clean start. They're getting a bit racy up there, but everybody's playing nice so far, and it's a really good-looking race at the moment. The top side still formed up. 5 cars up there. Brandon Stringer, the last of those, and Zoltan Herczeg is not far back. You even have those guys hanging back currently, even further back in the field, but one thing to mention, there's Femi Ola, the new Joe Gibbs Racing driver. He is about to get lapped.
Yeah, this is huge. He just was not aware of the grid time, and he's on the tail end of lead lap, and the pack is coming up quick on him. He is going to be falling 1 lap down here in any moment, but he should be able to latch on, and he'll be in the lucky dog position if there is a yellow, but he might have to wait a long time before the potential yellow. The pack's going to work to the outside. He'll hold station down low.
Yep, that's a good point, Emerson. He's going to make the pack do the work as opposed to him do the work of going to the outside line. It looks like everyone's doing a pretty effective job, and it's a pretty smart call on his end because it's going to allow him to more easily merge and blend his momentum in with the momentum of the pack. And you see he's actually going to stay near the top end of the pack, going to slow up the likes of the 23 behind him, but overall that was a very smart move by Olot. And now all he has to do is keep his car clean and hope for a caution flag, probably some point, at least at a point where he's still the lucky dog, so that he can stay in this race and stay in contention.
How about Hayes Booth leading his first lap in NORC competition? I'd imagine the first of many. And he had a very interesting season in FTRL last season, kind of NORC 2.0, if you will. I don't want to say that to Jared's league, but it really was NORC 2.0 this past winter. And Hayes made his debut over there. He's recently been rising up the ranks, just in iRacing in general. We saw him in the Superior Class Auto Racing Cup Series for the first time back, if you recall, last fall here on Pit Stop TV. It's good to see him back in a field, well, particularly on our channel. It's good to be talking about him again. He recently made his debut with us, actually, with the BRB iRacing Series while I was down in Florida. So props to him for getting into the broadcasting game as well. He's now hung out to dry on the outside lane, moving back in this group as, well, Spencer Owens goes purple there and Terrell Baker leads, but still, props to Hayes Booth for getting his first lap led. And another story is that of Tommy Gossett right now, leading the race here on lap 15. He is working with hand controls for the first half of this race. He'll be plugging his pedals in at halfway or thereabouts. And, I mean, seriously, props to Tommy working with hand controls in the NORC Classic, last night for the duels, and tonight for the start of the 500.
Yeah, very remarkable, and he's getting a push from none other than the driver who is 1 lap down, Femi Olot. He's going to jump up to the outside line. He's going to try to, well, take the lead of this group, but put himself back on the lead lap by a nose there. So he's getting pushed into turn number 1 with help of the 25 of TCB, and it's still Tommy Gossett on the inside holding station. Of course, it's not a battle for position, but still having fun, side-by-side battle out in front, and Tommy Gossett just is going to hold P1 for now.
Yeah, there's a lot of compelling storylines up here at the front. It's a lot of fun to have all these stories to tell here, especially early in the running, because it seems like things are getting a little relaxed. But as we say that, it's still double file, 2 rows deep, battling for the lead if you're barring the fact that Femi Olot is 1 lap down. But he's definitely showing his stuff. He's definitely showing that he's a pro-level driver here in the iRacing.com service. And if he's able to be at the lead of the pack when a caution flag flies, he won't have to take that lucky dog, and he'll be able to pivot the rest of the leaders. He'll probably end up still starting near the back end of the field, but it'll be a little bit more of an advantage coming to a potential restart. And you're going to see him take complete control of the field, double wide behind him.
Whoa.
A little bit of contact between TCB and Gossett, but it looks like everyone's going to hang on to it for the time being coming down the back.
And look at who's hanging on to the back end of the 80 car right now. It's the 8 of Josh Robin. Oh, he's going to go 3 wide, it looks like, as TCB drops down in front of Femi to take the race lead. Keep in mind, Femi 1 lap down, but yeah, Tommy Gosson's going to get out of there quick, and Josh Robin going to take over the 4th position. Again, that green 18 in the Joe Gibbs Interstate Batteries colors is 1 lap down. Just keep that in mind as we go forward. 3 cars on the outside now. Cole Freilich pushing Hayes Booth back up to fight for the race lead once more. Here comes Zoltan Herczeg, even Spencer Owens in this battle, and a lot of this group has actually kind of spread apart. I think they've gotten past the jitters of racing for this lead here at the start. They're just starting to settle in and starting to think big picture here. And I definitely appreciate that being up here. We don't want this to go on all night, and neither do they. They're setting up for just setting down for the next 180 laps.
Yeah, for sure, and it's a huge contrast to last night. Lap 18, we were under caution coming to the green flag for a restart after the halfway caution in the duels, and here we are. Everybody's settling down on lap 18 because, well, we're not even 10% of the race in yet, and how about Hayes Booth getting to push out the lead and Cole Freilich jumping out as we right on board with Spencer Owens trying to close up that, well, what becomes the middle lane, and Freilich will get hung out to dry once again. He's been getting hung out a lot today in the very early goings. I think he's already into double digits how many places he's been hung out up there. But a long race to go, and, well, I say long race, yeah, 182 laps into 181 to go. A lot of racing, and the single file racing, I think, is going to be a pleasant, I guess, type of racing for some of these drivers to kind of tick laps down. But some of these drivers, they're going to be antsy, and they're going to want to get back up there. I don't see them staying single file for too long, but they'll tick some laps down.
Yeah, that's a good point, Emerson. It seems like the strategies are almost split. We're seeing half of the field either mixing it up double wide or flirting with the double wide action. But then we also see about 10 cars that are just single file, and everyone back there is really giving a lot of respectful room between all the cars. But otherwise, no, it's been probably 6, 7, 8 cars that have been very aggressively driving yet, but it's still been incredibly controlled here. Zoltan Herczeg is currently the man leading the field here at Daytona, and he's also the man that won the NORC Classic, the last race for now with the 87 Cup cars. So it's definitely going to be a big change for him. He was the champion with the 87 Cup cars, if I'm not mistaken, Andrew, and he's definitely doing a good job here in the modern Cup machinery.
Yes, sir. He is the most recent NORC champion, winning Season 12's title, and it's very important for the number 96. He has really cemented himself as one of the drivers to watch, one of the favorites season in, season out. He has just been really good this entire last week and day, going back to the NORC Classic. That said, Hayes Booth going to take the race lead and maybe even clear the 96. Oh, TCB going to pull out and drop back down the backstretch. And this is where these drivers will start to think about getting themselves set for pit stops as well. Zoltan drops down in front of Hayes Booth. As soon as TCB pulled out from behind the 11, Hayes had no help and dropped back into that 2nd position. But this is where these guys are going to start to kind of string out a little bit and get ready for pit stops. It's still about 10 laps or so away, maybe even a little bit longer than that, but it's in the backs of these guys' minds.
Yeah, for sure. These Cup cars, they're 100% fuel, which a 200-lap race, I imagine they are, and they actually are, yes. 35 is the beginning of the pit window most times, so they're starting to get strung out, and they're really going to be able to start communicating here, getting into that, waning laps of their fuel, estimated fuel laps and gallons in their cars. They're going to, be debating, do they take 4 tires? I imagine they take 4 tires most of these stops. So some may take 2 to try to advance themselves higher up in the line. Who knows? But with taking 2 tires, you have to watch out for that pit exit. Very slick, very flat, very dirty down there. And it'll be fun with this round of pit stops to see how this race is going to play out. It'll be a great insight, a great demonstration to how the rest of the 177 laps will go.
Yeah, we're just, as you said, Emerson, just going to continue to take the laps away. And since we're getting a little bit more relaxed, even if we have a little bit of a ways to go before we would expect green flag pit stops, that really gives these drivers an opportunity to get over communications channels, whether it be in the iRacing.com sim or on the TeamSpeak service. Talk to drivers and see who they want to coordinate a pit stop with, because you want at least a couple of friends so that you have someone to draft with coming off of the pit lane, because that outlap could be oh so crucial to ensuring that you're able to maintain the a presence in the lead pack. once the pack starts to reform. And we're starting to see 3 wide action here. So just as we say, hey, you know, maybe things are starting to get a little relaxed here, Tom Gossett's leading a group of about 6 or 7 guys that are going 3 wide.
The top 6 or so certainly are anything but relaxed right now. Tommy Gossett went up there, I think, led that lap, and now Femi gonna take back over at the head of the pack, but not leading this race. The 8 car is the race leader because, again, the 18 is 1 lap down. PCB goes up top. Tommy Gossett gonna go along with. Are they gonna get the high side train going? That would be something. If we see them actually go up top and start to get that line going, it looks like Josh Robb, they're trying. They're trying to get that line going. I respect that 100%. That's something you don't usually see on iRacing. I would actually like to see that. We don't usually see that. And of course, we are gearing up for Season 13 here in NORC. And if you haven't seen the schedule post, well, we're going to be running the NASCAR Xfinity cars this upcoming season. We can expect tracks like, of course, Daytona for the season opener here in a few weeks. Kansas to back that up, then Michigan, North Wilkesboro, Kentucky, Road Atlanta make up the first portion of the schedule. And that's a very diverse set of racetracks. Daytona and Kansas going to be, I think, relatively normal to what you might see. I think Michigan might actually be a bit of a wild card. Might see these guys really go at one another, even though it's a big 2-mile super speedway. North Wilkesboro, of course, if you remember from Season 12, that is a wild card in and of itself. It's one of those really tough short tracks. Kentucky, I think, will be a bit more calm, and then Road Atlanta to make round number 6. That is going to be wild. Oh, Josh Robin through the grass. Femi came down a bit of net code, catches the 8 car. Amazing save there from Josh.
Yeah, and everybody on that inside line, they're going to give him room to come back up. He'll merge in line and have some help behind him, so he'll easily stay up with this front group, though this whole pack is really strung out anyway. But a nice save from Josh Robin. He'll be back to the 6th position, and everybody now lined up on that inside lane. We continue to ride on board with the 8 in 6th.
And an excellent job by the drivers behind him to check up and allow him an opportunity to save the car. And it's going to work out for everyone. And what it's also going to do, as you can see, as we utilize this static shot around the start-finish line, we are probably single file completely for the first time today. And as we're within probably about 10 laps of green flag pit stops, we have to wonder if anyone's going to try to advance their position any farther. As I say that, Robin cheeks to the outside, looking if he's going to get assistance. We see Ariotti flirting with the idea of going to the outside, but right now Robin's going to be the low man. Oh, it looks like he might have some assistance as we come down the back straightaway.
He is going to have a helper behind, and that is none other than the 80 of Tommy Gossett. Mane and tail adorning the sides of that car. Hayes Booth goes up, Cole Freilich goes up, and Cole Freilich looking to retake the race lead for the first time all afternoon since losing it about 26, 25 laps ago. He led that opening lap from the pole, then got passed up and kind of fell back through the sucker hole. Now he's working back up to battle for the race lead. The 15 car looking pretty good this afternoon. Again, I know he was very, very happy to lead this field to the green today. I know he was very, very happy to get up there and fight for a race lead. Cole Freilich is just having a pretty good February 21st so far.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun to watch him up here as well. He's enjoying it. I know he's been hung out to dry a lot over the past couple of days, but he's up here and he's having a blast. Just trying to get up there. He's working with only the 8 car up there, by the way. There is nobody else up there. There's the 39 a little ways back. We're riding aboard with the 15 of Freilich, and they're just moving along slowly but surely, letting the side draft do more work, I guess, and the 8 just giving it his all to get Freilich up there. But TCB holding station up front with his push from Hertzeg, and it's Robin Hertzeg going to push Freilich and TCB out in front.
Yeah, TCB is doing an impressive job on the inside line right now, and a very impressive showing from the outside line right now. Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's going to be entirely uncommon to see Cole Freilich continue to challenge. We saw last night that he's an incredibly aggressive driver. He won the duels in a pretty thrilling fashion. There was a little bit of contact involved, but it still got the job done for Freilich, and he was able to lead the field to the green tonight, and I'm sure he was incredibly happy to say that he was able to do that in a series such as NORC here. So he is going to fade off a little bit, going to drop off to what will be the 3rd car on the outside line, but he has a little bit of help behind him. That's Justin Day in the 39 right behind him. We are going to go on board now as we come to the start-finish line, looking at timing and scoring. I believe that's Josh Robin on the outside line, and Robin's actually going to be the man to take the lead him and Olot will drop down to the inside line. Olot is continuing to keep a very strong presence here, despite the fact that he remains 1 lap down here at Daytona.
And that all happened with a bit of contact. The 18 of Olot got the 8 a bit squirrely, and Josh Robin made contact then with TCB, shot TCB onto the apron. They all saved it, they all keep going, and here comes Ariati back on the top side. That 23 car is one to watch. He had an early exit last year, but Ariati knows how to race. Be it on a short track, an intermediate, a plate track, it doesn't matter. Ariati knows what he's doing. He's just one of those quiet, really good drivers here in NORC. And if you go back to some NORC stats, actually, I'm going to find it here on my list. Ariati checks in with 8 wins in points competition in the NORC iRacing Series. That is quite up there. In fact, that's only lower than 6 drivers ever. That's Marcus Richardson, Bobby Zielinski, Femi Olot, Freddie De La Rosa, Benjamin Nelson, and Zoltan Herzog. 3 of those, I think even 4 of those, have all made it to Pro Series. That's pretty good company to be in if you're Ariati.
Yes, sir. Ariati up there and showing that he is destined to win in this NORC iRacing Series. He's getting, of course, that push from Tommy Gossett reappearing up towards the front. And Cole Freilich, man, we need a Cole Freilich hung out the dry counter up here because he got hung out couple laps ago once again. He finds his way back to the inside line, which has not gotten the momentum. Ariati will clear to the lead with his push from Tommy Gossett. Now Justin Day trying to get that 80 car moving on the outside. Josh Robin now down low, second car in line. Will he try to jump up if he can clear the 80 down the back? Trying, but into turn 3, we'll see if that 80 gets the run. He does.
We're going to see Nicholas Coruscant stall his momentum a little bit, and it looks like he might be looking to try to get back down to the inside line potentially. He's going to stay up top for now, but it might be a little bit tough from how far back he is to get the momentum of the outside line right now. It's now going to be Justin Day, the man leading the outside line, with a little bit of assistance from, again, it's Tommy Gossett and Cole Freilich. This was a duo that worked together near the back end of Duel 2 last night, and it worked pretty effectively. Freilich coming home in first place, and then Gossett came home with third place in that 6-car duel last night, and they both showed that they are very capable here on the super speedways. It's going to be Hayes Booth now electing to go to the outside line. Not a lot of energy or momentum up there for the time being, but there's a lot of attempts being made, and we say that it's lap 33. There's probably not many more laps these guys can tack on before they're going to have to step down onto the pit lane for the first time tonight in the Norctona 500, Andrew. And
we go back to talking about Cole Freilich getting shuffled out of line. Emerson Edkel in the chat said Cole Freilich and getting shuffled out. Name a more iconic duo, and that's fitting so far for Cole's speed weeks here in the NORC iRacing Series. He's been bad fast. He's really worked the air pretty nicely, but he really just keeps getting shuffled out. That said, I think we'll see him work with a lot of these drivers towards the end of this race. Right now, it seems like he's experimenting a little bit, and that's what we saw out of a lot of drivers last night. If you recall, only 5 drivers in Duel 1 and 6 in Duel 2. So these guys have had an opportunity to mess around a little bit with the air and kind of experiment, see what you can do in a smaller group of cars. Now we add a few more around, but up front, still a relatively small group. You see it there on your screen. It is pretty packed together once more here at lap 34, and we're expecting pit stops very, very soon within the next 2 or 3 laps. But honestly, I think they're still just kind of feeding off of that experience last night, trying to learn a bit more about the draft. As I said with TCB, these guys have had ample opportunity through the month of February to get used to these cars and figure out how they race. That said, you can never learn too much.
That's for sure. They keep updating these cars on iRacing all the time. I think we heard in one of the interviews last night, these cars are a little bit more twitchy than one driver remembered. So, I mean, you can never get enough practice, enough experience in these cars. I know it looks like it's just cars going flat foot and turning left, but it's so much more than that. Only the leader of the line is really going flat foot, if at that. And then, of course, you have so much more to think about. Where all the other cars are running in pit stops that are coming up in just a couple of laps.
And another lap takes away. This is the completion of lap 35, and still no one comes down pit road. And now the question becomes, are we going to see all 21 competitors stuck down onto the pit lane all at the same time? Because that's going to be incredibly dangerous. Even in real life, we conventionally see, I don't know, maybe 10 or 15 cars at maximum elect to go down onto the pit lane at the same time. So yes, while the strip of asphalt leading onto the pit road is quite wide, it's still a very difficult thing to be able to get that 3,400-pound stock car all the way down to 55 miles an hour here at Daytona.
Yeah, if we go back to the NORC Classic, we could go, and Eric Brennan made a great point that Femi was talking about in the chat about how hard those cars are to stop. These 3,400-pound current NASCAR Cup cars aren't much easier. You come down, especially after going 200 miles an hour for almost 40 laps, and suddenly you've got to stop on that flat, and there's not much grip down there. It only gets touched by these cars when they have to come into pit. So it's not like there's any grip down there. It's very slick asphalt, and you've really got to get these cars slowed down very quickly. That's very crucial to be as fast as you can into the pit lane and lose as little time as possible, or you are going to get gapped by this entire field. So you've got to be very aggressive, yet also conservative enough not to mess up. I'll tell you what, I've had a few moments myself here in the Norctona 500 messing up on pit entry. It's tough. It's very tough. And I'd say that's going to be the first thing that weeds drivers out. Here we go. Pit stops now underway. TCB, the first of the takers. A lot of cars coming in.
Yeah, a few cars coming in. That's TCB, Josh Berry, Josh Robbins, Cole Freilich, and more. About 6 of them come in, which is good. If they can come out together, that's even better. Because, of course, you don't want to pit by yourself. And even if you don't pit by yourself, you don't want to get too good of a pit stop or make a mistake, slide through the box or take the wrong tires and fuel combo or whatever it may be. You want to leave with this group of cars that have a chance.
And now the question becomes, how many tires are you going to take as a driver? Having to fill up with a lot of fuel, you might not be disadvantaged to take all 4 tires. And it looks like most of the drivers will elect to take 4 tires. TCB will be the man to lead the 7 off of the pit lane, and they should have a decent amount of momentum. But here come almost the refs. It's going to be probably about a dozen cars led by Fan Miolot, who remains 1 lap down currently at Daytona International Speedway. If we're talking of the cars battling for the lead right now, it's Ariati who leads the rest down the pit lane for the first time. And it was very common orderly, very impressive job.
Oh, he's Booth!
Ooh, a little bit of contact there with Booth, and I was that Corso I think he might have made some contact with, and that's going to be very critical, especially with how delicate these modern stock cars are.
I didn't catch if that was Spencer Owens or Nicholas Caressel that he pitted in front of. But yeah, he just made the move to come in and pit, and unfortunately wasn't clear enough to do so. We'll now check in with the rest of these leaders up here that have yet to pit. Will Klein leading those guys. First time we talked about Will Klein under green this evening. He's got Tony Hilbrands, Cody Lamas, and Scott Shire in tow. They'll all come into the pit lane this time. And boy, you've got to get woed down very quickly. Will Klein might have been safe at the line. He started 21st. He'll have the first pit box here of any of the other drivers. You'll see him come into his box. There we go. Right in front of that Rolex bridge to come in and out of the infield here at Daytona. Scott Shire, he's in his box. Cody Lamas as well. And we also saw Tony Hilbrands coming in. Ariati, the first one to get back up to speed. You see Terrell Baker right there. So the front runners of each of these little groups to come in and pit, meeting one another in the middle, and we'll see where Will Klein comes out here. He comes up out of the pit lane, and we'll see if he gets passed up.
Yeah, another thing to note here is Hayes Booth. He has lost his lead group of cars, and of course we saw the contact on pit lane. He had to back up to his pit box, and fastest lap for Pancari in this 7-car group that's coming around the outside of these cars on the apron. We'll see how they merge on the back straightaway, but yeah, I kind of want like what the last 4 cars that pitted did. You know, with so many cars coming that second time around, it's so easy to get caught up in an accident. Like Hayes Booth, those 4 cars that pitted, it's so less likely that you get involved into an incident with another car because there's just so few cars around and so much space. I like waiting for that final round of stops if I can. If I'm driving one of these things, and I like that strategy so much. You see Will Klein, he's still up here in the mix as well.
Yeah, that's a really good point. The only disadvantage early in the race, Emerson, that I see is just the fact that we saw that only one of them were able to retain a position within the lead pack, and that was Will Klein. And I think that's just the result of that one additional lap where there were only 4 or 5 of them out on the racetrack. And when you get a pack that small, the speeds that you're going to be able to generate in the draft just aren't going to be quite as much as, you know, a dozen, 10, 15 cars, if you will. So probably a good call to make early in the running of this 500-mile race, though. Because at this point in time, we're, 1/5 of the way through the race, and what you really want to do is just make sure you have a clean car and stay in the lead lap, I think. Because you have to think at some point in time, you're going to get that caution, that's going to reset things. So even if you're not necessarily in the lead pack, say you're in that second pack, and, you know, even as I say this, they might be able to build up the momentum to get back up the lead pack, but as long as you remain within a pack within, say, 5 or 10 seconds of the lead pack, you have a decent shot of still being in the potential for winning this Norctona 500.
Absolutely. Everyone in this race is still in contention, even Femi Olat. This race is nowhere near over. That said, we've gone through 40 laps relatively quickly, and I'll have to knock on wood once more, because I don't want to jinx this, but we're going through this race with relative good pace, and we're all single file right now. These guys are ready to just check in and wait for a little while in this race. Of course, you've got to get to lap 200 if you want to be the first to complete lap 200, so these guys have got to do this. They've got to settle in and wait, especially with the smaller field. We saw in the Daytona 500 this year, we wadded up 20 cars. I think it was actually 16 officially. 16 cars on, what was it, lap 14? If we do that in this race, we'll have 5 left without damage. So we've got to be careful, and these guys have to be easy. We're seeing exactly that. Of course, a couple of cars have kind of fallen off pace, one of those being Hayes Booth, who isn't 1 lap down just yet. He's headed into turn 1 as the field is down the backstretch into 3 and 4. Pancari shuffled out a lineup on the top side, and he's going to fall back here with some of these guys I wanted to talk about a little bit. Scott Shire hanging on to the back end of the draft, and actually Nicholas Caressel has also lost touch with the leaders. But Scott Shire back here is just kind of hanging out. He's currently in the 18th position. Cody Lamas, Brandon Stringer, Brett Pancari, Chad Oxendine, Spencer Owens, Justin Day, and Spencer Ray up ahead of him. And these guys are all, they've been sitting back and waiting this entire race so far, but especially now. They're not separated from the leaders. They're just kind of in this line, but they are just biding their time.
Just seeing the quality of racing up here, it's been absolutely amazing. I figured with that second group of cars that weren't necessarily, connected to the lead pack, if they were lined up and they got a big enough run, maybe they'd move to that outside to see if they can get anything going. But on the other hand, it is lap 44 of 200, and like you said, we don't want to tear these babies up just yet. Let's wait till the end where there's at least a win on the line. Back here, I was expecting the pack to maybe go double wide with that. There's just a couple cars ducking out to see who will go with them. But other than that, it is single file, well, amongst the whole field really. But how important was it for Femi Olat to fall a lap down early? I mean, obviously that's not, preferred, but he did it early and he, stayed on the inside. He got himself established in the lead group. He pitted with the lead group, and now he's the 4th car in line. So when this pack eventually catches Hayes Booth and Nicholas Caressel, if they stay green this whole time, Femi Olat is in prime position for the lucky dog should a yellow come out.
I like what you say, Emerson, about Olat because he's in a position to have an absolutely brilliant Cinderella story. Sure, he comes in as a eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series driver, but putting him that lap down is going to be a massive disadvantage. The longer we go without a caution flag, the longer we go without that chance for him to get that lucky dog and really get a true sense of where he's running in terms of position on the racetrack. So yeah, it's still a long way to go, and he's just doing his job right now, just keeping the car clean, and he's probably at the. In theory, you're going to expect that crash to come probably near the midfield, you would think, but of course wrecks can happen anywhere at Daytona. But yeah, otherwise, just looking outside of the lead pack, we are starting to see a little bit of energy build near the midfield, but looking beyond the lead pack, a couple guys were not able to latch onto the pack. That includes Nicholas Caressel and Hayes Booth, and we know for sure that Booth was a driver involved in that incident on pit road. We thought Caressel might have been the other man, and they both stand 15 and 20 seconds behind the lead pack right now. So it's a 19-car lead pack if you include Femi Olat right now.
Josh Robin up alongside the leaders, possibly battling for the race lead this time into 1. He's got help from Zoltan, and he'll do exactly that, nosing ahead of John Barry to lead the 2021 Norctona 500 once more. It's lap 47 up to 100, side by side once again for the race lead. And let's go on board with Zoltan Herczeg. Watch for watch for the 8 to duck down into the bottom line and take the race lead on that bottom side. He does exactly that now. Zoltan Herczeg, the outside line leader. And how about Chad Oxendine? He was another championship contender last season in season 12 with the 87 cars. Good to see him up here and running towards the front.
Yeah, I think this is the first time Oxendine's really established himself in this lead battle. He's going to push Herczeg up to the front, and Herczeg is clear, and he's not dropping down just yet. Can he get Oxendine clear? No. Oxendine will now be the leader of that outside line with Spencer Owens, who's still right on board with the 66 through 1 and 2 in that inside line. They're just more formed up, and they have the momentum rolling. The 8 car goes on by. The outside with the line off the corner. They're able to use the hill to carry a little bit more speed, and it shows down this back straightaway.
And we're seeing the advantage that the big run they have on the back straightaway gives them. It almost allows them to gain nearly an entire car length on the entry of the corner. And now they have 4 cars on the outside, and they seem a little bit more tightly packed than the bottom 3. Yeah, sure, it's pretty tight on the bottom 3, but then you go maybe 2 or 3 car lengths back to Cole Freilich, but it's nearly nose to tail on the outside line between the top 4 up there. So right now, we're definitely seeing the outside line be very efficient right now, led by Chad Oxendine. For the first time today, really making his presence known at the Daytona International Speedway. And within a lap or two, we're going to come to a quarter of the way through this running of the Norctona 500. And I have to say, Andrew, this race is running with an incredibly brisk pace. And we're already about halfway to what will be our second green flag pit cycle.
I'll knock on wood for you there, Trey. We don't want to jinx this one just yet, but I will say, Chad Oxendine certainly has not oxidized. He's not rusty at all, leading this top line of Spencer Owens and Brent Pancari behind. There's Tommy Gossett and Sean Williams there, actually. Let's go on board with the 89 of Sean Williams as he navigates around the top 10 cutoff. And, Gossett almost got into Ariati down there. The number 80, I'm wondering when he's going to have a chance to try and plug those pedals in. Now, again, he's working with hand controls. He's found a little bit of trouble lately using the pedals, and that's his story to tell. But I mean, he has done an amazing job working with those hand controls and holding a very steady line. There's a lot to go on, and Eric Brennan and I certainly very, very proud of him last week in the NORC Classic, last night as well, and today. Very talented to be able to work with the hand controls and keep a very pretty wheel, keep this car in control. He actually had some great saves in the NORC Classic as well. So Tommy's got a lot of talent and is putting it on display here.
That indeed, 3 wide in the middle of the pack, and it's Freilich pushing Pancari up to the front, and Pancari is still out here. He's still establishing himself out in front, even through the first round of pit stops and a quarter of the way through. So let's just scrap what he said yesterday by hanging out at the back. He wants to take this lead, and it's only him and Freilich on that outside, trying to get the momentum down his back straightaway. Freilich shoving that 35 as hard as he can, but there's not enough momentum out there. They're going to drop back in 3.
And it was a valiant effort by especially Cole Freilich to give the aggressive push that he was doing. The bumpers were locked fairly efficiently. It was fairly square. And Freilich was also doing a good job of making sure he was getting a little bit of clean air down the back straightaway as well. But unfortunately for them, that's all they can do for the time being right now is actually Freilich's going to look and try to get back into the inside and wait for the energy to begin to mount yet again on the inside line. We're riding on board with Tyrrell Baker, TCB, currently running in the 4th position on the racetrack. And now he's going to try to lead John Barry to the front as they elect to go to the outside line, and they'll be the ones to try to charge down the back straightaway this time by 52 laps in here at the Norctona 500.
As we eclipse the quarter mark this evening, want to remind everybody about Tucson Sound Dart, bringing these broadcasts to you very proudly since the middle part of last year. Head over to Tucson Sound Dart to put your picture on your music. What I mean by that is you can order your Tucson Sound Dart device today using promo code PitStopTV for 10% off of your order. They are wonderful people to work with. And they even get to race. Well, Robert Hattengale, anyways, gets to race on Pit Stop TV on Friday nights. Check out the LTAC Cup Series coverage we bring you each Friday evening at about 9 p.m. Eastern. A wonderful product. I've got one on my bedroom wall, and I can vouch for it every step of the way. It's a Bluetooth speaker that has a wonderful canvas on it, which explains the Your Picture, Your Music catchphrase. And it holds a charge for a long time. I mean, it is a wonderful, wonderful product. Check out more about them at TucsonSoundArt.com. Working a little ways past lap 52, coming to lap 53, you see that top side dissolve now. John Barry headed towards the back part of the top 10, maybe not, because Cole Freilich just popped up top again. Nope, John Barry going to duck in. Now Pancari going to help the 15 car. So you get this ebb and flow of guys wanting to work up top, then just wanting to settle on the bottom, and it's just the cycle you get into. What we have noticed recently is, well, Hayes Booth is just ahead of this pack, and we'll see this whole lapped car merging into the field all over again.
Yeah, we'll see if he learned anything from being in the pack. If he's going to keep it low, actually down the back straightaway, he's going to pull up high. So he's not going to do what Olot did beautifully, really, and established himself in the pack. But Olot is now back in the middle of this pack as Hayes Booth is getting lapped around the outside. The battle for the Lucky Dog is about to become a prominent battle right here as the inside just keeps powering right on by Hayes Booth out of turn number 4.
And as long as any potential damage that Booth has isn't too severe, he's in a really good position because the strung out nature of the lead pack means he's going to be able to utilize some of the draft coming off of this long train of cars here. and it's going to allow him to really slowly gain up the momentum to be able to merge into the pack, and then he will be able to challenge Ola. And now we'll have an incredibly unique story to tell here, as it's going to be a battle of the rookie versus one of the series more experienced drivers, you'd have to say, for that lucky dog position. And now, and the question again becomes, when would we get that yellow flag that would put one of them back up to the lead lap? Of course, a lot to tell here over the course of still, 300 miles or so here at the Daytona International Speedway.
Femi Olot, the third winningest driver in NORC points competition. He's got 3 championships as well. 2 in the trucks, and 1 in Cup cars. What it would mean to him possibly to get that Xfinity title this season if he goes for the full campaign, that would be pretty special if he's able to do so and able to compete on a full-time basis. It's going to be tough with his Pro Series obligations now, but again, Femi Olot, the third winningest driver in NORC Championship competition, at least since moving over to the iRacing.com platform. He's a lap down right now in 20th position, now in that lucky dog spot, but when they come around to collect Nicholas Caressel, it's going to be this same battle all over again, just with a third party in it. And to add to the Femi Olot stats, 26 race wins in NORC competition. Usually a season only about 20 races. This season it'll be 25 races. That's still more than the entire season we have coming up. So somebody could win all races this season and still have fewer wins than him. That is impressive. Nicholas Caressel up ahead, and that is that newest lap car these drivers will have to contend with.
Yep, and we'll see what Caressel does. He's on the bottom, but the pack still has a little ways to go. Will they catch him in the turn? And I think to just summarize what you said is Femi Olot knows what he's doing behind the wheel of one of these sim race cars. He is doing a phenomenal job in the pack, even being a lap down. He's being aggressive, but not too aggressive, and the pack will catch Caressel. Caressel stays down low, and they'll work to the outside in the tri-oval.
And they're going to catch him at probably the most terrifying part of the racetrack to catch a lap car. They go through the tri-oval, no issues through a lot of the double wide action at least, and it's going to allow Caressel to probably utilize a lot of momentum.
Oh, Hayes Booth!
Goes into the outside wall, and that might mark the end of his evening. Unfortunately for Hayes Booth, only 58 laps into the running. It's going to take a lot to repair that car. And while he might be able to get the car back into good operating condition, he's going to need an early yellow to be able to really repair that damage and not lose a lot of position on the racetrack. And now we're going to get a look and see what happened to cause Booth to go into the outside safer barrier.
This is heavy contact for the driver of the number 11. We'll go on board with Hayes right here. This is big. And, I mean, he's just wanting to settle in. It's his first NORC start. He's made starts with a lot of these drivers in other leagues, but as the field squeezes by Caressel right there, I think something might actually happen with a car behind. And, no, he did it all on his own. He got too high up, corrected because he was getting close to the wall, and when he yanked the wheel left, it just got the car unsettled. He had to correct it back into the wall. And props to Hayes for thinking ahead and throwing his own car into the wall as opposed to taking out a bunch of other cars in the lead lap. That is actually a move to respect here for Hayes Booth, who now seriously in trouble. It's going to be hard for him to campaign for the race win from here on out.
Yeah, it really hurts, to see one of these cars nearly taken out of the race. I mean, anything can happen in racing, and he could be back in this with a few series of events that fall his way. But yeah, a very commendable move, of course, to only take himself out when he could have taken out everybody to his left and behind him. Very commendable. And the race goes on. Caressel and Olot are actually working together on the outside lane in their battle for the lucky dog position.
And it seems like Olot is excited to have the opportunity to race someone for that lucky dog, because he seemed pretty excited just looking at the iRacing chat. And yeah, these two for the time being are going to work together, and this has the potential to put them in the top 2 spots this lead pack. And it also means neither of them would have to actually utilize the lucky dog if they were to get a conveniently timed caution flag. As we come to the start-finish line, it's going to be Olot leading the pack, but Zoltan Herdzeg, the man who won the NORC Classic, continues to lead as he maintains that inside line position here. 61 laps in, probably within, 5 or 10 laps of our next round of green flag pit stops here at Daytona.
We've probably got to about lap, it's hard to say, maybe lap 73-ish. So these guys are probably into the the final third of this pit run. Look at that. Both of these cars that are a lap down, or at least that we're talking about getting the lucky dog now, are back on the lead lap temporarily. They are ahead of race leaders right now. So if a caution were to come out, Hayes Booth would actually get that lucky dog. How about that possibility? So this race not over for anybody yet. Everybody's still in this technically, and we've just got to work through the next 139 laps to find out who wins. I mean, there is no way to even predict at this point who might win this race. You can't even predict who might not, because again, Hayes Booth is not out of this just yet. It doesn't matter how much damage he's got or the fact that he is a lap or a half off pace. He has ways to get back into this race. All it's going to take is a caution or two.
Oh no, I think Tommy Gossett blinked out. I mean, he's still running, but he's shown last car in the lead lap, and yeah, I don't know if he's coming back. Oh man, that'll suck.
Yeah, and it looking at timing and scoring currently, we still don't see Tommy Gossett showing up on the racetrack. We haven't seen on the iRacing side of things a disconnect due to a connection issue yet on his end. But yeah, we're just going to continue to see what the issue might have been. I see him now, and on my screen it looks like he's back on the racetrack, but it looks like he might have had some connection issues, unfortunately, for Tommy Gossett. But looking at Tommy scoring, he's showing within the top 10 on the racetrack right now, so it wasn't too much of a loss. Fortunately, his connection has come back, and it looks pretty stable for the time being, but he's starting to trail off a little bit. It looks like as he came back, he lost a little bit of momentum by not being able to register drafting with other cars on the racetrack.
Yes, he has made it back to the field. Very glad that the number 80 is still with us. That could have been very detrimental, of course, to his day, but hanging in the field right there behind Chad Oxendine and Spencer Owens. Some more blinking up ahead, actually. I'm not sure who that is, but my guess would actually be... Oh, you know what? That is John Barry having problems up here that is blinking out a little bit, and you can see him kind of phasing in and out, unfortunately. That would not be good for the driver of the 74 to drop out of this race.
No, I can't say it'd be a good idea, especially since, this is his session and all. To have him here, I think would help out a lot.
You know what? Thankfully, it's not like the old console days where when the host drops out, you've really got problems. Thankfully, we have a dedicated server. We're going to keep racing unlike the early days of NORC.
Right, yeah. Oh, man, you threw me back to those console days. Oh, what a nightmare those were.
What a throwback.
Yes, sir. But, yeah, not only that, but if he were to lag out, he can still come back, but he'd be, several laps down by the time he gets right back into the session and loads in, and his race would be effectively over. But holding station right now in the pack in 6th position with these leaders, and looks like it's calmed down for a little bit, so hopefully the worst is gone in terms of internet issues, and these guys can start talking about pit stops coming in the next 10 laps.
Yep, we're going to start to begin to broach the idea of pit stops. I'm really excited to have our second round of pit stops without a doubt, Emerson. But no, as you said, I think you don't want to have that disconnect regardless. A lot of people might say, oh, it's just Daytona. If you have a bad week, just scratch it off because it's going to be very unpredictable. But it can also be a great way to build momentum as you go forward into an early stock car racing season. And it's going to put you, in this case, pretty far back from some pretty high-level competitors here in the series. So if you're John
Whoa, Cole Freilich!
Incredible save by Cole Freilich. And, we're seeing that he's been an incredibly aggressive driver. And for the time being, it looks like he's going to stay within the lead group. In fact, he's only going to lose a couple of positions. Same thing with Zoltan Herzeg. So a good job by both drivers to stay on the racetrack there.
That was an amazing catch from the driver of the 15. Let's take a look back at it. That was incredible. Massive props here to Cole Freilich for hanging on to this car. This easily could have gotten away from him. Watch the wheel. Wow, I mean, it might not look like much if you're picturing it at, say, 40, 60 miles an hour. But at 200 or darn near, that is an amazing catch. That is a great piece of driving there by Cole Freilich to hang on to that race car and keep himself and many others in this case in this race. That could have been very troublesome. An amazing catch there from Cole Freilich. Hayes Booth has just been lapped a second time. Oh! Femi Olot blocks Cole Freilich. Remember, Femi's a lap down. That is very dangerous. That is a very dangerous game to play.
Yeah, I can't see why the aggression, especially out of lap cars, is so high right now. But at the same time, maybe he's just having fun. That was, pretty dangerous fun. But nonetheless, it looks like Freilich will have really no other choice but to push the 18. I guess he could have dropped back, but he's going to push Femi Olot back out in front. I think Olot just wants to be leading the pack when, if a caution does come out, it'll be, in his favor.
And we saw last night that Cole Freilich will be willing to work with anyone. As long as him and the other driver are able to benefit from it, why not work with anyone that you can trust out there on the racetrack? And we're going to see it work very efficiently right now. These guys have pulled about 2 or 3 car lengths clear of Josh Robin right now. Now, of course, just due to the nature of pack racing, the pack will catch back up to him. But that was a very impressive job of storming on the outside line. Now Robin's going to see if he can get assistance from Caressel. And Caressel, of course, still has to try to race for that lucky dog position. So he has some motivated drivers behind him. It's just a matter of linking up and seeing if he can get back up there to the lead for these guys.
Everybody in a pretty nice line of cars down around the bottom side of the racetrack. Lap cars Olot and Caressel still in contention here. In fact, Olot currently is back on the lead lap because he is ahead of race leader Cole Freilich. That would put Caressel in that lucky dog position. And Freilich seems pretty happy to run in line behind the 18 car right now. Keep in mind that running in a line like this, especially for the race leader, is pretty advantageous. It means you can save a little bit of fuel and lengthen your pit window. So you can certainly, I'd say, save an extra lap, but Cole Freilich's got to be careful there. Femi Olot almost led him to the edge and off that ledge because I'll be darned if Cole Freilich didn't almost go straight up the racetrack into Josh Robin, and that would not have been a good idea with Josh Robin on his right rear. That could have been disastrous up front. And I mean, keep in mind, this is in front of the entire field. That really could have wadded some cars up.
Good thing we have a high caliber of drivers who at least understand the extent of their car control, because I figured almost any other group, all these close calls would have easily been some big ones. Very, very happy that these drivers are able to hold on to these cars and hang on for dear life in a sense. And the pack's mostly single file, but there's 3 cars on that outside, and the pit stop's now ever more closer. I think he said 73, so it'll be interesting how these the 3 on the outside work their way to that inside lane without giving up too much time.
Yeah, that's a good point, Emerson. It just looks like there aren't a lot of holes open right now. It's going to be very difficult for these guys to make their way onto the inside line, but they have by all means, they could have a few more laps than we might think. So it might make more sense for them as well to stay on the outside line just to avoid guys ducking down onto the pit lane. Because normally you want to be on the inside line if you're going to duck down onto the pit lane. But no, yeah, just to back up what you guys were saying about saving the car. Despite the fact that these cars have a massive amount of downforce, that can make saving the car incredibly twitchy in some cases. So yeah, it is definitely an art, even if in this case you do have a lot of downforce.
Yeah, that downforce can actually come back to bite you when you get sideways. It can throw the car in weird angles that you might not be expecting. If you're trying to save the race car, you've got to be very, very careful working on that slip angle, especially with the tires in their current state on iRacing. That's a debate for another day, but you see this whole pack of cars in the back, all single file. You've got, let's see, names like Cody Lama's back here, Brandon Stringer, Tony Hillbrands, Brett Pincari, Scott Shire, Spencer Ray, Will Klein, Chad Oxendine, all in this single file group of cars, even Spencer Owens and such. They're all just waiting for these pit stops. I'd say most of the field is at this point, and we're doing the same thing. I'm going to keep taking this camera a lot because we're waiting for them to peel off, and this will be a great angle when they do. It's just a matter of waiting for them to take that opportunity to come in and get 4 tires and fuel. And the other question is, do you take all 4 tires? Because it is about the same amount of time between taking 2 and a full tank of fuel and taking 4 and a full tank of fuel, but you might still just want to save an extra side of tires and actually stretch a set over 2 pit stops. I don't think it's going to be a problem today, but you might do it.
Yeah, you never know. I think, left sides are highly underrated, especially at the plate tracks, because they offer the car the ability to save the cars as loose as they get off of turn 4 in the tri-oval. Those left sides could become very handy, especially late in the run when you want to make those aggressive runs to the front and try to take that lead away. You want to have, I guess, that little safety net of some fresh rubber on the left side of your car. But again, 8 sets of tires, that shouldn't be a problem. Lap 74 200, great pace, second round of pit stops on the way, but when is the question.
That's the only thing you can do at this point is question when, because it's going to throw a massive loop in this race, which has started to settle out. You really start to get the idea. These guys strung out probably by about 3 seconds from the front of the field, Femi Olot, all the way to the tail of the field right now. And currently sitting at the tail of the field right now, it looks like it is probably Brent Pancari standing 2.5 seconds back of the race leaders. No one coming down the pit lane this time either. And in fact, a couple of guys looking as if, hey, maybe we want to go to the outside line here. But yeah, still nothing quite yet here at Daytona. Have to wonder, when is it going to be that someone pulls the plug and comes down onto the pit lane?
Something else to wonder is how this sun is going to come into today's race. Of course, it's starting to get lower and lower in the sky, and like we saw at Darlington with the Bluegrass iRacing Series this past Wednesday, it's going to get in the face of these drivers and eventually is going to make an impact. Whether or not we run into the evening hours and into the night hours even is yet to be determined. Really, with the pace of this race, we might not actually get all the way to sunset. It's looking close. I mean, if they keep this up, we're going to have one of the fastest 500-mile races at Daytona ever. That said, here come the pit stops. A lot of drivers coming in. I see Williams. Oh, TCB annihilates that cone on entry. Everybody else, I think, was okay, but he might garner himself a penalty for that one.
Yeah, about 8 cars come down the pit lane that time. Last time it was 6. So a couple more cars to add to that mix, and it did catch out TCB. Cole Freilich is in. And again, we'll see how packed up they can come together. Where will TCB shake out in this group of 8?
We're going to have to wait and see. Left side still up, the jack that is still up, and it looks like Tyrell Baker might be being held due to that pit road violation. It would have been a violation of pit road entry. He also could have been a little bit over speed because he was definitely a little bit out of control there. Wow, that was a masterful job by Femi Olaf, gaining perhaps a second there on the pit entry. So yeah, incredible job there. Unfortunate for TCB, it's going to be very hard to come back from that. He's probably going to now be in a position where he's going to be battling Femi Olaf and Nicholas Caressel for that lucky dog position. But as we continue to get longer and longer to the race, those guys are going to have to question, are we going to get that opportunity to get our lap back? All you could do as in that position is try to be in the position to claim the lucky dog.
TCB still in the pit lane. That's definitely a penalty for the pit entry. Spencer Owens, now the race leader. Pancari gets passed up by these guys. Looks like Pancari might have had a late exit and lose pace. Yeah, he's behind all of those guys he pitted with. Caressel up there and Williams and some others. Oh, Hayes Booth in front of these guys. Chad Oxendine for a slide. Oh, no! Contact with Spencer Ray. This might be our first caution.
There's a car stopped in the middle of an active racetrack.
I can't believe that.
And it'll be Spencer Ray having to turn around and get to pit road speed and underway, and that's a couple more races down the drain. We'll get a replay of it.
And despite having, as you said, Emerson, a stopped car in the middle of the racetrack, incredible that iRacing Race Control decides not to wave the yellow flag there. I mean, it does help definitely that there were no cars coming on the racetrack, but no, it's just absolutely surprising because that is definitely a danger. You're not sure if that driver is going to be able to necessarily get off of that 18 degrees of banking. Good awareness by Spencer to realize, hey, I'm not past the pit lane quite yet and there's no one coming. I can still come down on the pit lane and minimize my loss there. That might only be about, 10 seconds of loss for Ray. And it looks like there isn't much severe damage as a result for Ray. So yeah, all around smart driving despite what initially happened there coming down onto the pit entry.
The rest of the field coming in for service. We got Klein, we got Hillbrands, Lamas, Shire, and Stringer all down the pit lane here. That is certainly going to impact Spencer's race. And Chad Oxendine had the car just about saved, but it just came back to the right a little bit, and unfortunately the 6 car was there. I think if the 6 isn't there, it's a beautiful save from Oxendine. Unfortunately, well, Spencer was there, and that really impacts both of their races. Will Klein, the first of these cars away, and Ariadne going to be the first car to come around and pass them, I would imagine. This race is looking better and better for Ariadne. He's got 2 lap cars in behind him, and he is solo ahead of the rest of the field. This could really go Ariadne's way. I saw somebody in the YouTube chat picked Ariadne to win this race. It's still way too early, but I'll be darned if this 23 doesn't look good. They're going to pass Will Klein, and Will Klein might tack onto that group. No. Boy, this is starting to be an interesting race.
Yes, sir. What a chaotic round of pit stops. So much has happened, and there's still a lot of racing to go, and the intensity is going to pick up more and more. While we were coming back from the replay, I noticed the 66 back end was completely pushed in, so I don't know if that was all solo. And I want to also acknowledge Femi Olaf with a beautiful pit entry. I mean, that is a pro driver pit entry if I've ever seen one. I see him lock up more than not trying to get it sideways slid down the pit entry, but what a beautiful pit entry. He was up there with the penalty car of TCB and Ariadne, but now to pack has closed up.
Okay, and there you do get a perspective of the rear end of Chad Oxendine's car, and yeah, that is quite beat up. Have to assume that someone got into the rear end of him, either on the pit entry, perhaps coming off of the pit lane. Number of things could have happened to cause that, but no, definitely, as you said, Emerson, it shows that the practice that Olan probably had to put in to prepare for the opening round of the Coca-Cola iRacing Series race definitely paid off, because he was able to gain a massive amount of time on his competitors. So very good job there. And yeah, we're seeing these two guys, despite their shortcomings coming onto the pit entry, still being able to make the most of their opportunity and draft with each other and minimize the loss, essentially, at this point in time. They're not going to be able to get quite the speed that the lead draft will, but it's going to minimize their time before they get lapped here. They're about, it looks to be about a half a track behind the leaders right now.
We got Logan in the chat cheering on the Bucks. Yeah, they put on a great game. Emerson, you and I are Patriots fans, so it's a bit bittersweet to see Tom Brady win it without us, but certainly congratulations to Tom Brady and all of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They put on a beating on Patty Mahomes and the rest of Kansas City. And you know what? As a Patriots fan, that feels nice to see the Chiefs lose, but still very bittersweet. How about Tony Hilbrands going purple here? Where's Tony in the field? He's currently sitting in 10th position, right in behind Cody Lamas. How about that for a couple of cars to draft off of? You got Spencer Owens up there as well. He's kind of just hanging back in that little pocket of air.
And what a massive slipstream, massive draft he's getting at the back of this little group that's getting a massive draft off the back end of the big group. So much speed. You see him 195 in the middle of the corner, 194, 195 in the slipstream. This is going to be look, rocketing up the mile per hour to actually hold back off as he's in the train. But nonetheless, a hot lap from Hilbrands.
And Hilbrands, of course, in a position to be able to react to any potential accident. Doesn't mean he's going to be able to steer clear of the incident by any means, because it can be incredibly dangerous where he is. But without having drivers behind you, the chances of being rear-ended because of a driver who's not aware of an incident are essentially erased to zero. It's up to him to be able to avoid the incident. Yeah, no one else to blame but himself if he gets into the incident, essentially, at the end of the day. And that's the pros and cons of being in that position. And yeah, we're now going to look forward to both the battle for the lead, and it's also the battle for the lucky dog. We've been telling the story of the likes of Nicholas Caressel and Femi Ola. Used to be Hayes Booth, but unfortunately Booth had that incident a little bit earlier, so now it's a two-horse race for the lucky dog right now as we complete lap 83 at Daytona International Speedway. And Ola, yet again, looking to lead the pack here at Daytona.
No, sir. This is a three-horse race. Remember, Terrell Baker garnering himself that pit penalty is now in this battle. You know what? I didn't think he would have been right here with Femi Ola and Nicholas Caressel, but it works out. So TCB battling to get back onto the lead lap, and not only can he do so by passing the race leader if we get a caution here, but he is battling for that lucky dog position. This is a great battle, honestly, for this lucky dog spot. In fact, in this 6-car group, we've got as many leaders as we have lucky dog contestants. So, very interesting battle. This race is taking on a whole lot of different dynamics, and this clean and green run certainly preferred to, well, cautions every 5 laps.
Another driver hits the pit lane at an odd time. Brett Pancari, he's now a lap down and in the box. Very interesting to see. Very interested to see what happened to the 35. We continue on. There he is in the pit box, actually. And yeah, we'll see if his race can be salvaged. Right now, 1 down and likely going to fall at least 2 down. And we'll see he's actually disconnected from the server, so it's going to be day done, at least for the 35.
And no hint of what might have been the reason for Pancari within the iRacing.com chat within the simulator. So unfortunately, we'll have to check it back later to see what the reason might be. But yeah, that's unfortunate. This is the man who was able to come away with the Duel 1 victory last night in absolutely brilliant fashion last night. 3 wide coming to the start-finish line. He was clipping the grass coming through the tri-oval, able to get it done. We also see Justin Day now coming out of the pit lane. So he's also going to be 1 lap down, but unfortunately, he's not going to be in that battle for the free pass right now. He's not going to be able to maintain a position within the lead pack. Have to wonder what might have been the issue to put him now a lap and a half down.
He didn't actually come out of the pit lane. He just was off pace and was in front of these race leaders. again, you know, I echo you, Trey. Not sure what happened to him, but he was a lap car ahead of these guys and gets passed up rather easily. Certainly made it easy on these drivers that had to come up and go by him because he pulled down to the apron and made it look like he was exiting the pits. But yeah, very interesting out of the driver of the number 39. But we've still got, I'd say, a dozen and maybe a half or so cars here battling for these positions. I think we've got 18 in this lead group. No, actually, we got 16, considering Spencer Ray and Chad Oxendine are still on their own over here after their contact trying to come into the pit lane. Boy, what they wouldn't give for a caution flag soon to save their race.
Yeah, it's been for a lot of single car incidents, or besides Oxendine and Ray coming together on the pit entry. It's been very chaotic for just single car incidents, and I still can't believe the 6 in the middle of the track could bring out a yellow. But there's still, again, 15 cars in the lead lap and 13 in the lead pack. It really is the race of attrition. We're only 88 laps in.
Yep, that's a great point, Emerson. Not even halfway in a lot that's happened already. It's definitely not been a dull race, despite being an incredibly clean race. You would think in theory sometimes that maybe, wow, we haven't had an entire caution flag yet. These guys really must not be pushing. But there's been a lot of incredibly controlled yet aggressive driving, and I think that's the brilliant thing about plate racing. When you find a combination of really capable drivers on these tracks, it can be a lot of fun to watch. And you don't necessarily need the wrecks to have a lot of exciting action. Let's see what the replay wait for an incident might be here.
We're going to try and find Punkari's issue. And actually, we're going to have to take another look back a little further. We're being told an incident with the 39 car, which would explain the issues for Justin Day, and it's going to take some effort. I'm going to play this one more time. Hopefully we can find it on this attempt. Still trying to find what might have happened here to Justin Day, and it looks like I found it here, so I'll let this one go through and we'll finally know what has happened to Justin Day. This is with Brett Pancari. This is a few laps back, and actually they come up on Cole Freilich. Justin goes high, Brett does not. Justin comes back down, and that would be why he gets, oh my gosh, turned into the inside wall, exactly like that. And then I'm not really sure what happens from there for Pancari. I'm not really sure why he decides to park the race car, but he has done exactly that and is done for the evening, it looks like. He just comes into the pit lane after that and pits. So very interesting there from Pancari, and very unfortunate that he has left the race.
Yeah, unfortunately it's part of it, but yeah, it's unfortunate to see him not, stick it out and try to fight back with some of these guys up here. We've talked a lot about the battle for the lucky dog and to get back onto the lead lap here, but intertwined in that has been the battle up here for the lead. It was side by side between Ariotti and John Barry.
Whoa, Caressel.
Wonder if he got loose coming through the tri-oval. That is going to happen, especially as the fuel loads lighten up a bit and the tires wear out a bit. It is more and more likely for trouble to happen on the exit of 2, 4, and the tri-oval.
Yeah, Emerson, I'm definitely surprised to have seen anyone get incredibly squirrely, especially off of turn 4 today by themselves. We saw it happen about 2 times last night in particular. I believe it was, excuse me for a second, it was Pancari who actually got loose off of turn 4, but, he was brilliantly able to come back and get the dual 1 victory. It's unfortunate, but in the least, he will get to look forward to a points racing season of NORC action. Sure to be a lot of fun, as you said. 24-25 race season that we have on deck, Andrew, and the Xfinity Series car can be a lot of fun on a bunch of different types of racetracks. So I'm excited to get to look forward to that here on the Pit Stop TV platform. And as I said, a lot of exciting action still happening up front. Olaf still continuing to lead the field here at Daytona.
And John Barry's up here as well. He was leading a moment ago. Now TCB pulls up, then pulls right back down. Ariotti, the other lead car in this fray, and they're coming up on Spencer Ray and Chad Oxendine. That's only going to complicate the battle for the lucky dog position. And as we expect pit stops to come back around, I'd say it would be just about lap 115 or so, maybe even 118, somewhere in there. boy, things are going to start getting very, very hectic, and we're going to have an extra pit stop somewhere. These drivers have to short pit before going to the end of this race. We get by those lap cars of the 66 and 6 rather easily, and they just kind of get absorbed into this group. But John Berry in particular, I want to talk about this driver. We talked about Revin back in the NORC Classic, and he's somebody who obviously he's run just about all, if not all, of NORC's iRacing events, but he doesn't get enough credit for what he's done in the NORC iRacing series. He's got 8 victories to his name. That's the same as Ariadne and Anthony Emery and Justin Lisenby. He is a great driver. He's actually taken home a championship. Go back to season 5 in the Cup cars after running 3 seasons of Xfinity and 1 season of Truck, all 4 won by Bobby Zielinski. John Berry was the first driver not named Bobby to win a championship, and in each of those seasons, he placed in the top 3. So for 5 straight seasons, no, 6 straight seasons, he placed in the top 3, even when he lost it to Femi Olot and Jared Darling in season 6. So John Berry is always in the mix. He's a great driver in and of his own, and he just kind of lurks. He makes sure he's in a position to win at least the best as he can. Sure, obviously things happen. He'll get taken out every once in a while, but usually it's not of his own doing, and he puts himself in a position to try and take home a victory each and every week.
I think that speaks volumes to how smart of a driver John Berry is, having himself thinking big picture most of the time from the way you talked about, his championship finishes. But again, also just being in position to take advantage of what comes to him. Maybe it's not always a race win. Maybe it's just a top 5 finish, or, slug it out, just stay on the lead lap, or whatever it may be. Some tracks, just don't suit you, and some tracks really suit you. You got to take advantage of anything that comes your way, no matter what race, what week it is.
Without a doubt, there's a lot of value in being a consistent driver, and if John Berry's able to carry that into the next season, he's sure to be in a pretty good position.
Oh, no!
That might strike our first caution flag of the night. At least 3 cars involved. We see the yellow lights come on. Caressel involved. It's not going to be a lucky dog for him. Yes, several big hits. No rear end on the 8 of Robin. And right before halfway, we're going to get our first major shakeup of the night.
This is huge. Spencer Ray is involved. You see him slow on the pit lane. Oh my. Chad Oxendine, I think, gets a piece of it. I think Terrell Baker might have. It's hard to say. Femi is going to get his lap back without taking the lucky dog. Cole Freilich, I think, was off pace, so he should get through that okay. Brandon Stringer, it's hard to say. Man, we've got several cars involved. Let's take a look back at it. This is a big one here in turn number 4, and oh my, it's going to take out a few players.
And we'll get the replay here, and it
all starts with Tommy and Caressel, maybe Robin?
It's hard to say, a little far away, but off of turn 4, so much can happen. These cars are so light. And, you're just getting up to speed from one of the slowest points, which I say that relatively because 194 isn't slow. Here's a different shot of it.
And it oftentimes seems like in Daytona 500s that are...
Oh, no!
A little bit of issue with netcode potentially there, it looks like.
Oh my gosh, and Spencer, man, right through the smoke. He must not have been able to see exactly where Josh was because he just piled in and T-boned the number 8 car. That is exactly what that is, though, from the front end of Caressel. This is some painful netcode to see, and actually, let's watch it from Tommy's perspective. This is painful to watch. Caressel goes down low and then blinks, and iRacing ends up, oh my gosh, the prediction code there. That is tough.
Yeah, man, you hate to see cars taken out by that, especially something way out of anybody's control. Not even like somebody made a mistake. It was just, again, the net code on iRacing. One of the few flaws that iRacing has. There are many flaws on how you look at it, but it's part of it. Riding on board with Spencer, right? Let's see what he saw. He has so many cars ahead of him, man.
Yeah, there's not much you can do. You've got to try and think through that process. It's difficult when it happens that quickly.
Yeah, that's a really tough decision to make as a race car driver because you have to think about where is a driver going to be if he's going to be someone that holds the brake, or where are you going to be if a driver doesn't get onto the brake and starts rolling around the racetrack. And it's just, you would think in theory that you have to predict whether or not it's going to be one of the two. And if and if it's a case where the driver's not going to be on the brake, I think you'd be fine driving around that portion of the racetrack with only a couple of cars involved. But it was a good decision by Robin to get on the brake, hold the brake. It makes it more predictable for drivers to be able to avoid, but unfortunately, it just seemed like Ray didn't have a lot of opportunity to be able to predict. It seemed very blind going in.
You see the 25 car in the pit lane, I believe. Yeah, as he rolls away, he should stay on the lead lap. Well, I should say he should get back on the lead lap and hold on to his lucky dog eligibility. And, yeah, TCB back in this race. How about that for the number 25 team? Zoltan Herczeg, he's back on the racetrack. He came in for service under this yellow. Actually everybody in the field did, and this is going to be very interesting for pit strategy. It's not going to eliminate a pit stop or anything. It is going to force these guys to still have to pit, I want to say 3 times to the end. And, yeah, we should be at 2 stops from here. It's going to be very interesting how it all shakes out. But I don't know... Ooh. I'm actually thinking through the laps. This could actually be very, very close. We'll see how it all shakes out. Once these guys pit for the first time under green flag, we'll know for sure how it's all going to work out. But Emerson, we could see a little bit of pit strategy. It'll be tough.
Yeah, fuel saving could come into the mix. It's very, very close on 2 stops, and also 3 cars who took the wave round, Justin Day and I think Chad Oxendine and Hayes Booth. They're going to be on a whole different pit strategy, and they're going to be hoping for essentially a quick yellow here or something to get right back into it.
Yeah, looking at timing and scoring for those drivers, they would have been about halfway through their fuel stints at that point in time. So you have to hope for an additional caution flag within, let's say, about 10 or 15 laps, because you also don't want to be in a position where the caution flag comes just as you were planning to pit, because it's gonna put you in a tough position where you'll be penalized even further, having to come down onto a closed pit lane. So all around, it's just a tough position. It's just the nature of super speedway racing. Sometimes you get laps down. It can make it very rewarding to get back onto the lead lap, but it can also make it to be a very stressful venture to get back onto the lead lap. We're coming off of turn 4, Andrew, and we're prepared to take halfway in a couple laps, and we're prepared to return to racing action.
Lap 98 coming to lap 99 of 200, and we get restarted here at Daytona. Ariati, the race leader, John Berry to his outside, Tommy Gossett there in the top 3, not letting that incident hold him back. He's actually moving up to 2nd place in the bottom side. Spencer Owens with all of them, and they all split away from the rest of the field.
A very stretched out restart, if I might say, but they're going to get a huge slipstream. The entire field is going to get a huge draft down this back straightaway. They're going to close right up. These are going to be some insane run, and oh my goodness, the darting from Owens, and I think Sean Williams up there. Absolutely insane up here, and I'm also interested to see how long it'll take Femi Ola to get up here. We saw how aggressive he was as a lap car. What will he do for the lead of this race?
We're seeing the stretched out nature of this restart really starting to play right now, because it's creating some incredibly ridiculous closing races. The pack starts to tighten back up. Just to give a little bit of an update, Nicholas Caressel, Spencer Ray disconnect from the iRacing session, so their car is probably too damaged. They feel they're out of an opportunity to win the race. And with this not being a points race, you probably don't have too much to race for if you can't go out there and go for the race win tonight. We see John Berry starting to fade back. Potentially he's thinking that there might be some bad fortune flying ahead, because these drivers are racing quite aggressively. We're seeing yet again very, very dangerous closing rates in some cases, as these top 2 on the outside, led by Zoltan Herczeg, continue to make their way forward. They're currently side by side with Cole Freilich for what is the 4th position on the racetrack. Freilich inching his way up the racetrack a little bit, looking perhaps for a little bit of a side draft, but that was very dangerous. Fortunately, everyone's going to come away with it. This will mark halfway. Your halfway leader at the date, Norctona rather, 500. It's Ariati.
Ariati, again, I think one of the strongest drivers this afternoon, and in fact, he has 26 laps led, so just over an eighth of this race led so far, and actually a quarter of the laps we've run. I mean, that is impressive so far from Ariati to be out front that much, especially with those lap cars mixing things up in that previous run, and even with Tommy Gossett and Cole Freilich and even Terrell Baker mixing things up. So Ariati is certainly one of the strongest in the field, has really been able to do a great job of keeping himself up front. As I say that, Gossett and Freilich usurp him for the race lead. They'll drop down in front and leave TCB up top. But don't look too far. John Berry is there with them. Before we go any further, I want to mention that all Pit Stop TV broadcasts are brought to you by Race Pace, a driver development service and setup shop all in one. Head down to that Discord invite on the bottom of that graphic and check out their road-going setups. They are amazing setups that will make you fast and keep you stable on the racetrack and will certainly help you pick up pace. Again, check out Race Pace, a proud sponsor of Pit Stop TV. Meanwhile, how about that for the pass for the lead? Cole Freilich passes his buddy Tommy Gossett. Oh, Tommy, no! How about another save? Just like the NORC Classic, the 80 car makes a great save out of turn 4.
What a save. TCB leads at the line. He takes it away from one of the other heavyweights who's been up here live. Right on board of Gossett. He tries to reestablish himself up front, and Ariati is not working with Cole Freilich. He drops right out of that, and another time for Cole Freilich. But Freilich, one of the heavyweights, the pole sitter, led laps, a great pusher. Cole Freilich looking to really establish himself as a huge name up in the front battle. He has been most of this race, and just trying to get some help out there. And Ariati jumps up in between Barry and Freilich into the outside, make it 3 wide for the race lead.
Audie's going to be the man left out to dry. Have to question when he's going to come back down onto the middle. We're going to see that we're coming up on a slower car on the racetrack. It's Josh Robin. He was involved in the previous incident. Of course,
oh no.
He maintains the inside line, and things are incredibly sketchy as these leaders try to get by. A lot of double wide action, and it's not very formed up. Most of the pack is going to get past for the time being. But yeah, just to talk a little bit more about Cole Freilich. He seems to be in a lot of our Pit Stop TV broadcasts, and he might not always necessarily win an event, but he also always makes sure that his presence is known within a broadcast. Normally makes his presence known within the top 5 in a race. He's definitely doing it today. Still has a long way to go to try to secure the victory, but he's definitely proving his worth here against most of his competitors so far tonight.
Yeah, Cole Freilich is definitely somebody who makes his presence known. He'll lead another lap across the stripe. Let's check in on how many laps he's led so far. It comes out to 7, which, you know what? That might not sound like a lot, but given his days so far being off pace for the last little while until that caution flag, that's still quite a day so far for the driver of the 15. And, boy, Cole Freilich certainly strong. He won his dual race last night, put himself on pole for the Norctona 500. The 15 is one to watch out for, and certainly will have a story to tell if he's able to do it this evening. The top 7 cars splitting away from the rest of the field. The rest of the field currently led by Ariati. I just went on about how strong he was so far today. He's dropped back into 8th, 9th even, and losing the race leaders.
Yeah, very interesting. Ariati went from a huge heavyweight up front to, I mean, I don't want to say he's off the pace, but it looks like, I mean, relative to how he was, maybe he's voluntarily dropping back. You said, I'm going to play the first half of the race, and that's it. That's what it looks like. But, you know, I don't know. There's not a lot of cars in that outside lane now. There's 5 up there. And he's not trying to draft forward. Up front, TCB with the push from Brandon Stringer. How about that? I think that's one of the first times we're saying his name up in the lead battle. And John Barry with the block, the huge push. And we saw Cole Freilich last lap get a huge, I guess, moment of looseness off of turn number 4 in that 15. He's actually down on the inside. And that outside's just going to power right on by. He's going to put himself 4th car on the outside, scratch that. On board with the 80 of Tommy Gossett, who gives a huge shot to the back of the 15. And TCB to the race lead with Brandon Stringer.
Clinical from TCB, yet again proving that he's an incredibly capable driver here at Daytona International Speedway. A lot of aggressive driving. We're only halfway through the running, but I think you're starting to get a little bit of a sense of that energy really changing here on the racetrack. The intensity is really picking up. These guys are starting to realize that they're still in the running halfway through the Norctona 500. It gives them a pretty decent chance of being a driver who can walk away with the victory tonight. Coming off of turn 4, it's still going to be TCB in charge, but Freilich's going to be pushing John Barry. Coming to the start-finish line, Barry will lead by about half a car length over TCB. Not a lot of cars on the outside line right now, but they are hooked up pretty well, the 15 and the 74.
TCB round the bottom side. We talked to him pre-race, and I mean, he and Sean Williams, the 2 drivers we talked to before the race this evening, both very aware that this is Daytona, and it's hard to make odds. But I asked them both about their odds to win tonight. TCB's answer, well, he was a bit hesitant at first, then said 10-1. As I suggested 25-1 just because of the car number, he said 10-1. And he suggested himself and Josh Robin as drivers to watch out for. Well, currently he's leading the race, and Josh Robin is a lap down and losing tons of time. In fact, he's 6 laps down after that incident out of turn 4. TCB is the driver to watch for. In the last 2 races here for the Norctona 500, the 2 winners have been Josh Robin and Terrell Baker. And Terrell Baker is leading the race on lap 109 of 200. Now, went back through some Norctona 500 history today as well. And Brandon Stringer, I called him out as possibly a newbie last night. No, he's anything but. He's been around longer than I have even. And, I mean, he's just one of those guys, one of the OGs, if you will, that just doesn't race as much anymore. But it's good to see him as Freilich. Oh, that was ever so close. In fact, he might go back up and think better of going down in front of Baker. No, TCB is going to work with the 15 car now as soon as Freilich pushed Stringer out to the race lead.
How about Brandon Stringer, who's been hanging out in the back the first half of this race, put himself in position to take the lead, and he wasn't going to lose it if he had anything to say about it. He blocked Freilich all the way down to the double yellow, and just as quickly Freilich jumped out with TCB back out in front. John Berry, Tommy Gossett on that outside, still working well, nose to tail, getting the run down the back.
We'll go down the Daytona super stretch once more, and it's a dead heat between the top 2. In fact, the outside line, led by John Berry, he's going to be able to come down on TCB. A little bit more room than Cole Freilich had. It was incredibly tight between Freilich and TCB 1 lap ago. And now Tommy Gossett, who pushed Berry to the front, he's going to have a little bit of assistance from Stringer, but it looks like they just weren't able to match bumpers too well. It looks like they're going to have to regroup and recollect. We come back through the tri-oval. Gossett's going to try once more, but just not a lot of momentum in the outside line right now.
No, this race doesn't really compare to any other that I've seen at Daytona, ever. The small field size certainly changing the dynamic of this race, but even so, early goings, we saw everybody very packed up, and suddenly they almost got the top side rolling around, and then they didn't. Almost as quickly as they had it going, they all spread out. And since then, we've seen great battles for the Lucky Dog, almost better than the battles for the race lead. These guys have all swapped things around a whole lot. They've all been moved around. We've only seen 1 caution despite a couple of smaller incidents. I mean, this has just been a very odd Daytona race so far. Even so, it's been very clean and green this afternoon. Serious props to the entire field. We started this race only an hour and a half ago, and we're already past halfway. This is great stuff from this entire Norctona 500 field. Again, we were led to the green by Cole Freilich and Brett Pincardi. If you missed the start, boy, you missed a great start to this race, and you need to go back and watch it after this one's over.
For sure, it was kind of a chaotic first half, and I think the second half is going to be anything short of it. And a run with Sean Williams, TCB. They're going to try to go to the outside of John Berry, and we've only had, well, really 2 crashes. One that should have been a caution. That was coming to pit lane. Really, somebody, I guess, got into the back of the 66 of Chad Oxidine, and he got into it with Spencer Ray. Spencer Ray spun up the track in the middle of the track, and then another caution that was just huge net code. So again, very clean racing up in front. It's been a lot of fun today, a lot of fun, hard racing, and very entertaining. 113 laps so far.
And the leaders waited until the exact last second to get around the slow lap traffic of Josh Robin. His car just seems incredibly off pace after that most previous incident. Very unfortunate, but you have to respect the fact that he's staying out there. He's staying in the running right now as he continues to drop laps down. This will now put him 7 laps down on the race leaders. So commendable that he continues to race out there in a race with no points on the line. But it's just going to be unfortunate for him because most likely he's not going to have a lot of people to draft with, barring any additional major incidents. And even saying that, he's going to use some guys with some moderate levels of damage who aren't able to keep up to be able to race with anyone here tonight. Looking forward, it's still TCB on the top of the leaderboard. John Berry maintaining his presence. It looks like Sean Williams is starting to flirt with the race lead once more. He's leading the outside line. A little bit of a push from Hildebrands right now.
That was Sean Williams' first lap led so far this afternoon. He's been working with several different drivers throughout this race, going high, going low, hanging back, moving up, and finally getting that lap led this afternoon, coming up on a couple of slow lap cars. Those are Hayes Booth and Justin Day. They'll go right on by the 39 and 11 cars. And, Justin Day flirting with the outside wall there. Thankfully, everybody gets on by. Nobody hits the wall or anyone else. And we keep racing now on to lap 115 of 200. And this race just steaming right along. I feel like I need to knock on wood every time I say that. But, boy, this has been a great race. I say it's been a very interesting, very odd race so far, but it's been an amazing day of racing. As John Barry going to go up to the top side and possibly look for help from Sean Williams to get back up into the front.
A bigger push coming from the 61, a Stringer to Terrell Baker on the inside. They're going to have the momentum here. Watch out off of turn number 4 to run down the hill. Also, how about the 92? Tony Hillbrands trying to get up on that outside lane. The third car on the outside. They're going to have the run to the line. It'll be John Barry at the line at the end of lap 115.
And at this stage of the race, we're starting to see some consistent front runners at the time being, and we're about halfway to what will be another pit cycle, I feel. We're starting to see pit stops, a little bit over 35, 36 laps normally, which oftentimes you think of pit stops being in that range, but these guys are doing a very impressive job of being able to stretch the fuel. Looks like our race leader goes down below the double yellow line.
Boy, that was a very dangerous moment out of turn number 2. Thankfully, everybody gets away unscathed. What that could have been for everybody left in this field with over 80 laps to go. Sean Williams is going to take advantage, move down to the bottom side as the race leader. As soon as I say that, Tony Hillbrands noses on by with help from Freilich and Gossett, and he will drop down, take the race lead. And the 92 car is your race leader at Daytona in the 2021 Norctona 500. It's been a long race so far, still a long ways to go. Only one caution for 3 laps, but in that time, guys, 55 lead changes. How about that from this 2021 Norctona 500 field? That is insane. We might be going for some kind of record this afternoon. 55 lead changes, and we're only on lap 117 of 200. And of course, we come in, we want to talk about the weather a little bit. Very calm day, I'd say, in Daytona here at just under 73 degrees Fahrenheit, track temp about 77, and the wind pretty calm as well. We've seen the winds get up in recent times here on iRacing to like 15 miles an hour and higher. Pretty calm, right around 7-8 miles an hour. Yeah, and just very, very calm, I'd say. It is out of the east, which is out of turns 3 and 4, which usually you'd think would actually mess these guys up coming out of turn number 4, but no, everybody keeping very, very nice and steady, I'd say. We've only seen a couple of moments. Granted, both big incidents have come out of that corner, but for reasons other than just losing it. So, yeah, the wind not really playing as much of an impact today as you might think usually.
Yeah, I hate to inform you, one of those lead changes came at the expense of John Barry spinning down the back straightaway a couple laps ago. And
so that's what I had missed there as we were on board.
Yeah, that's why I had unexplainably screamed at the 74 going round. It was just a big moment. We'll get a replay of it, but yeah, we'll see here. This is looking at it coming into turn 1, John Barry out in front and pretty commandingly, and had a huge, I guess a little bit of a gap to the 25.
Oh, and it looks like the bumpers just didn't align quite well between the two of them. It looked like Barry edged up the track just a little bit, and it looked like TCB was maintaining the yellow line pretty coming off of the exit of the corner. And oftentimes, some of the more sketchy places around Daytona International Speedway tend to be the corner exit, whether it be coming off of turn 2 and turn 4 rather. Excluding, say, the tri-oval, those are probably the most dangerous places on the racetrack. So we'll get one more look at it. And Barry's definitely going to need that one caution flag that some of his competitors got just 15 or 20 laps ago. But regardless, incredible job there by not getting into a safer barrier. His car is going to be completely clean. It's just a matter of finding that fortunate yellow.
What a perspective as well as he spins down the Daytona super stretch, be able to look back at the field as they speed away after his misfortune. That's certainly a pretty cool perspective, at least for us to look at. Not so much for John Barry to go back and look at as he gets left in their dust. Tommy Gossett, now the race leader, coming around to complete lap 120 of 200. Stringer looking to usurp the 80, and he'll do so coming into the tri-oval. But will he hold it? I dare say so. As, wow, Zoltan Herzeg and Ari Adi back into this thing. They are not done yet, and now side by side go the 61 and 96. A slow car up high. Is that possible? No, it's not the 74. Who is that up top? Is that Cole Freilich? No, that is Justin Day up there. I wonder where Hayes Booth went then. But they go right on by the 39 car, and Freilich sits in the 9th position. They look similar from the back end with the shine on the left side of that car. I'm glad it wasn't Cole Freilich, though, because that would have been awful for him to be back off the pace.
Yeah, they had pitted a couple laps ago. Of course, they were, hoping for a quick yellow to help out their cause to make the wave round a little worth taking. But they'll continue off the pace and losing that lap that they had gained by a wave around on the yellow. The push up front, I think it was Zoltan Hertzed and was it Brandon Stringer? They almost came together coming to turn number 1. And that's how they ended up side by side. They were working very well. I thought they were both clear of the inside lane, but the bumpers almost didn't align, and one almost was turning the other, and now they're side by side still down the back straightaway. But Tommy Gossett out in front. We continue on board the 23 of Ariotti, the last car on the outside line.
The aggressive nature of these drivers right now, you have to start to question if they're even going to make it to our next scheduled green flag pit cycle, which would be, maybe about 15 or 20 laps from now. But yeah, this is probably the highest we've seen the aggression from the drivers. And that's saying a lot because these guys have been aggressive for most of the now 300 miles, as Matthew Cowell says in chat. Thank you for the update there. We do pass that mark by going past the completion of lap 120. It's Tommy Gossett yet again leading out front. And as always, as we've seen, except for maybe coming into some of the pit stops, we're seeing a lot of double wide action here. Yeah, just excited by what we've seen so far, and it's an incredible preview of what's going to be the last 2/5 of action here, last 80 laps or so around Daytona.
You see the field high, wide, and handsome there in turns 3 and 4, working lap 123. Things relatively calm. You say things are ramping up. Things are getting more and more aggressive, but it's really not amongst the entire field. I'd say it's just among a select few of drivers that are really starting to go at it. And most remarkably, the guys up top trying to work that top side in. Currently, Chad Oxendine, Spencer Owens a little further back, but up in the front, Ariotti, Terrell Baker, and Zoltan was up there. Zoltan drops down in front of Tommy Gossett, and they start to go to work on the bottom side. But still, the 25 and 23 working together up top. And they will work down the backstretch to turn number 3, trying to put Ariotti solely into the race lead, but it's not going to happen just yet. Stringer is just hanging out. For as much hanging back as he did last night and even earlier today, he is suddenly up in the front of this race and is not wanting to fall back.
Yeah, for a moment there down the back straightaway, 8 of the top 9 were coupled up. I was about to say, they're making me reminisce 2011 plate racing. I say it was a very underrated type of plate racing. I found it very interesting with the drivers being able to talk to each other. But, of course, the whole pack can talk to each other. But, yeah, Brandon Stringer, he's been fun up here. I don't know why he hasn't been up here, in the first half of the race. I guess other than preserving, his chance in this race. He's been a lot of fun to watch. And hopefully he continues to be an established car at the front of the field. I keep saying that word because that's what they are. They're just, forcing themselves into the battle and forcing us to say their name.
And not only does that get you screen time, it also gives drivers around you a sense of the type of driver you're going to be going into the back portion of the race where things really, really start to matter as a race car driver. So that can tell you as a competitor whether or not you want to work with that driver, whether you want to, or whether or not you'd want to avoid working with that driver to try to get each other near the front of the field. And it can also tell you a lot, especially coming off of turn 4, if it's going to be a driver that will be someone that, say, is going to push you to the win, or is going to look to maybe even go below the double yellow line and try to make an incredibly aggressive move coming to the line.
A slow car up top. Looks like that's the 11 of Hayes Booth. And Sean Williams went up there, saw the lap car, said, maybe not. Maybe I'll take my chances down here. Everybody very single file. I'd imagine pit stops coming very, very soon then, based on the attitude of this field. No takers that time by. But we are getting very, very close to where they can pit. I think if you get to about lap 130, you're good on one more stop if you do pit on lap 130 or so. So we're getting really, really, really close. It's a matter of when these guys pit. And they can even go a little bit further than 35 laps apiece. We've seen them go, I think 37 laps or so, even 38. It's right on the edge right now of that pit window. So these guys can pit just about at any point in time. I think we'll see some pit a little bit earlier, some pit a little bit later. And from this point now in turn 3, just 2 pit stops remain if this goes green.
Yeah, for sure. And I think what's going to help them out with, with it being so close on the 2 stops was the caution laps. I expect this, a lot of these guys being, at the caliber they are, to save as much fuel as they could under the yellow. And I'm sure they did. I'm sure they're probably looking at potentially 40 laps on this first stint to help them out with the map on the final 2 stints, the final stop, if you will. Coming up to the second to last stop potentially. As they come up to this slower car, that's the 74, John Barry. Again, no damage on the 74, so he should be up here in the mix and should be able to have a little bit of a battle for this lucky dog position.
And he's able to utilize the strategy that Femi Olot used earlier. He's going to go to the inside line, let drivers work his way around him as opposed to him getting out of the way of the lead drivers. And as long as you have drivers that understand how to do it, it can be done very orderly, as we saw. And Barry's going to be able to merge in line, 5th car on the inside line, so that was a very effective job. And now he's also going to be, fair enough, in the lucky dog position right now. Chad Oxidine is his nearest competitor on the racetrack for that lucky dog spot. And Oxidine is, in fact, only a few cars behind him on the racetrack right now, so we have another chance to tell the story of lucky dog drivers battling for that position. Of course, going to need that caution flag. We'll just have to see how things go over the course of the race. But I like what you definitely said, Emerson, about wanting to stretch the field, because the other thing you have to take into account is that we'll have unlimited green-white checker flags here at Daytona tonight, if need be.
So suddenly, strategy back in the forefront of our minds this evening. Coming up to lap 130, and the pit window is just cracked straight open like a coconut here on Daytona Beach. And, I'm not sure if coconut palm trees grow up this far north. I'd imagine they probably can, but I think that's more of a tropical thing. I guess Florida is in the tropics, but it's probably right on that border, Emerson. What say you?
Yeah, I don't know.
Imagine us calling a race, starting to talk about botany.
Yeah, that's not really my thing. I'll leave it to the professionals, if you will. I'll call racing. That's my thing.
No, that's fair enough, Emerson. That's what we're here to do. But just to add one more point, Andrew, you were in Florida just a couple weeks ago.
I didn't see any coconuts. A lot of palm trees, just no coconuts. Now, if you go to a restaurant, maybe order an alcoholic beverage, it might show up in a coconut, but I didn't see any hanging from trees. But these guys now racing on the far side of lap 130. In fact, 70 to go the last time by. Watching from the back end of Hertzeg's machine, we can't say enough. He is the reigning NORC iRacing Series champion. Won the championship in Season 12 in the 1987 NASCAR Cup cars. We aren't back in those this season. We're moving to the NASCAR Xfinity cars for the first time since Season 7. So big changes on the way, especially for our champion. Nobody pitting yet. That's why I wanted to take this angle and see if anybody was going to come in. No, these guys are running all the way out, and there's a good reason for that. Is actually somebody, I think, dips down. I thought I saw a slow car down there. Maybe I'm just losing my mind. I don't know. But no, I'd imagine these guys go all the way, if they've gone this far, only to get themselves insurance at the end of the race. They don't want to have to come in. If we get a green and white checkered, you may as well earn yourself that insurance. But regardless, we have 2 pit stops to go. And hey, Logan's informing us that coconut palms do in fact grow in Florida. I wonder if they can grow up by Daytona. I'm not sure they grow natively up that far. I mean, you're getting close to Jacksonville, getting closer to like Georgia and Savannah and such. But I'm sure they grow in some capacity. I'm sure they've been planted up there before.
Yeah, I mean, in reality, they can be anywhere.
I'd imagine you can probably take one out to Vegas and plant one out in Vegas if you really want to. But you know what? Hey, we have just hit 4/6 of the race in, which is 2/3 of the race in. Imagine being 4/3 into a race. It'd be a lot of overtime.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past a couple of the other races we can see on Pit Stop TV to make it the 4/3. But about this,
ooh, we're throwing out zingers.
That was rough. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy covering these series when I can. But what I've noticed here in this race, what was coming through the trial over the past couple laps, a good 3 or 4 drivers have kind of been diving under the yellow line in the trial, but I don't know what that's about, or maybe they're just trying to see. The sun is dropping down the sky, so maybe it's just harder to see where that yellow line is. But it's almost been a consistent thing, almost like a routine kind of drop down under the yellow line off past pit entry.
I would have to agree with your point, Emerson, about visibility, because we know time and time again, we hear it mentioned whether it be real life or on the virtual side of things. Or if you're someone who's on iRacing and has got behind the wheel of one of these virtual stock cars,
here we go, pit stops.
Come down to the pit road. We're going to see at least 3 come down, include TCB. But yeah, we know that these spoilers make visibility very difficult, so it could be very likely that guys are peaking just to get a little bit more visibility through a part of the track where it can be very blind. So it's going to be John Barry, Zoltan Herzeg, and then TCB. So only 2 lead lap cars, but 3 capable cars in terms of the cars still being clean. Going to have to see and ensure that these guys are all calm and orderly in terms of getting in and out of the pit lane. I'm going to assume it's going to be 4 tires for all these guys, though.
Oh yeah, 4 tires I think is still the call. They've got plenty of sets to go the distance, and this time Terrell rolls away immediately after completing his service. No penalty for him. I'm sure everybody is happy about that. But Ariati, Tommy Gossett, front of the field, I'd imagine we'll see a whole lot more takers this time. Oh yeah, everybody in. Ooh, Ari pitting from the racetrack, buddy. That was dangerous. Femi just passed, I think, 4 cars on pit entry. That's why he's a Pro Series driver, I'd suppose.
Man, these pit entries from Femiola, these are so satisfying to watch. Yeah, this is interesting, the amount of cars coming in. I think we can see a little bit more spread out as the 80 slides through his pit box. He's going to have to reverse. But yeah, we had 3 cars the first round, 5 cars this round. This could get really stretched out.
Yeah, we'll just have to see how things start to play in terms of coming back out onto the racetrack. But no, this is probably as you said, Emerson, we conventionally have been seeing, yeah, sure, a couple of guys come down on some of the cycles, but then we've also been seeing, say, like a dozen guys come down on the same lap. But, okay, we're going to see Tony Hilbrands come down. Good car control there, and it looks like he's going to come down with a pretty brisk pace. Going to bring some company with him, so he's not going to be alone by any means coming out of the pit lane. Looks like he's going to have Brandon Stringer with him and company to join him.
Ooh, Scott Shire had to get in behind the 61 of Stringer. Llama's down as well. And just 4 cars this time. So keep working your calculator over there. Keep working your math, Emerson Arden, and put together how many cars, I guess, are coming on each one. I think this time we're only going to see 3 cars at most. I'd imagine we'll see Klein come in. I think that's a lap car behind these guys, but it's really just Spencer Owens and Will Klein out of the lead group that'll be pitting this time. And here they come. Wow, yeah. Will Klein barely lifted there. That's... Oh, I don't know.
I think he got there. Yeah, I think he got there.
Wow.
Ah, man, these pit entries. I think he's been watching Femi. He's been hanging out the back of the pack. He's been able to see Femi's pit entries. So maybe. But I was going to say, there's not too many cars left out there. I mean, we stretched 15 cars or 17 running cars, but how many in that lead pack? About 13 in that lead pack. So thin in pit cycles. That was interesting to see. Will there be any advantage if we get, especially if we get overtimes? Who's going to be able to maybe stay out?
And it could cause a variation in strategy even further if we make it to what would be the final green flag pit cycle. So we'll just have to see how things fly. And currently, we're a couple laps out for some of these guys. Some of these guys have been out on the racetrack for at least a few laps now. We're still seeing pretty spread out racing right now. Only pods of, say, 3 or 4 cars right now. And it looks like, Herzeg will go back. It'll be Will Klein. And Klein's been someone who's been pitting late conventionally for most of the day. And yet again, Zoltan Herzeg will go to the lead. He's going to have the company of TCB with him, as well as John Barry in a great position as the provisional lucky dog.
We'll see these cars bunch back up, I'd say. Sean Williams is going to sniff the draft of TCB and John Barry and Zoltan Herzeg. I imagine these 7 cars you're looking at should group back up. It's hard to say whether or not we'll see Spencer Owens catch these guys. Justin Day in tow. You got Cody Lamas. Tony Hilbrands and Scott Shire in this group as well. I don't know if they'll catch those guys up front, and even for the back, actually. Cole Freilich is way back here, just now getting to turn 1. He's got Tommy Gossett with him. So these two that... Last night, Emerson, you thought they couldn't get farther from one another, trying to avoid one another, but now they're tandemed up and racing with one another. It's almost lap 140, almost 60 to go, and they've got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, they're in dire need to work with one another, and I mean, I say that lightheartedly. I think all of these guys, yeah, you see the gap to leader bottom left. It's 6 seconds back and 3 seconds to the next hint of draft. And 2.9, that is quickly dropping. That's going to be a lot of work out of the 80 of Tommy Gossett. He's going to have to really shove that 15, see what they can do. But that's staying stagnant, man. I don't know if they're going to be able to make it with just 2 cars.
the thing that might help them is that we see Justin Day ahead of them. Day has no assistance right now, but that third car could make massive differences in terms of the pace these guys are able to put out on the racetrack. It's going to be really tough to get back up to the next group of cars, but it all starts from picking up Day and seeing where you can go from there. And as long as you're able to, say, maintain pace, not lose a massive amount of time, maybe they're able to get back into things when we get into the next pit cycle. It's going to be tough from here by all means. Let's just see what they can do. We also see Brandon Stringer is all alone right now on the racetrack. Looking at timing and scoring right now, Stringer currently sitting 13th on the racetrack. Quite distance from even Cole Freilich and Tommy Gossett. He sits about 7 seconds back from them, so without a doubt, he's going to need a caution flag to get back into the running. Quite unfortunate for him, because he's a guy who is showing that he's capable of going out there and winning the race a little bit earlier.
I get it. You want to stay socially distant, but this might be a little bit much, don't you think? I mean, he's a ways back from anybody with any kind of draft. The next car ahead of him, actually, is going to be that of Hayes Booth, who is, well, off the pace. I mean, Hayes Booth hasn't been with us for a long time. He's 6 laps down, and just unfortunately, in his first NORC start, simply not there after his big contact with the wall in turns 1 and 2 a while back. A very rough day for Hayes. That sucks to see, honestly. Hayes is such an up-spirited guy. He's been really cool to work with lately here at Pit Stop TV. We got him on a broadcast a couple of weeks back when I was in Florida. Trey Shellsworth, thanks for pointing that out. And, yeah, I mean, Hayes is a great guy. It really sucks to see him get caught off guard like this. And I will mention once more that he did a great thing by putting his car on the wall and saving everybody around him, because that could have been really bad if he had gone around instead of throwing his car on the wall and kind of sacrificing his own race. Up in the front, Zoltan Herczeg leading with a 1-car cushion to Terrell Baker, second place. That car in the middle, John Barry, after going a lap down after contact actually with TCB, now right back in front of that 25 and hanging on to a lucky lap position with just under 60 to go.
Yeah, Hayes Booth staying in this race and, not wrecking the field when he could have easily done it, especially to get himself a caution. That's going to go a long way for him. Cole Freilich and Tommy Gossett, their chances of catching his lead pack are almost nothing. They're going to need some outside help if they're going to catch back up here. But that second group, they've rocketed up here, and it's now once again about it is a 10-car train of lead lap cars up here, maybe a couple more lap cars in that mix. I have to double check that. But our usual contenders, I guess minus Freilich and Gossett, are up here, and you still have 57 laps of racing to go to settle it. One more stop, and 10-car single file. I can't imagine they'll be single file this whole stint, will they?
It's a great question that you posed, Emerson, and of course, I'm not a driver out there, can't answer it in full confidence, but I feel like these guys are going to have to go out there and race a little bit. These drivers have just shown that they don't want to be out there and just be content, because it can get a little bit of boring as a driver. So I would expect at least a couple guys to try to attempt the outside line here. It's going to be tough as you get fewer and fewer cars, but as we saw last night with only 6 or 7 cars in some of those duel races, you don't need a massive amount of cars to put on a good show. It's just a matter of if these drivers want to go out there and try to make up some positions, I feel.
We've talked a bit about a couple of our partners so far today. Let's talk a bit about Permanent Makeup and Cryo in Maine. Quite simply, you deserve the best care that money can buy, so why not take that money to Permanent Makeup and Cryo in Maine and earn yourself a wonderful procedure, whatever it may be, whatever you think you need help with, they can certainly help you with. I mean, Permanent Makeup and Cryo in Maine is quite simply the best place in Maine to go to for any permanent makeup work that you might need. Ashley Boyer and her team of professionals will get you taken care of quickly and easily. And I say quickly, but quickly and professionally. They'll get you in and out, but they are going to make sure that the work is done nicely. You can't rush art, of course. So Permanent Makeup and Cryo Maine, they will get you taken care of. Call or text 207-358-8683 to book your consultation and appointment today. They're great people to work with. They've got locations in Auburn, Harrison, and Lewiston, Maine. And they're always working to add more equipment, just working on moving up in the permanent makeup and cryo business. And certainly, they are the ones to go to if you're up in the state of Maine or even anywhere close. Heck, even fly across the United States. They will take your business and they will make sure you are looking good by the end of it. They will take care of you. Coming up to the three-quarter mark here very, very shortly. We're on 146, coming to lap 147, Emerson Arden. And we know these guys are going to around the lap 170 mark, but do we see maybe some drivers try and save, go a little bit further, make sure they've got some more fuel for green white checkers? And do we see anybody maybe even come in a little bit earlier and try and short fill and work the distance and actually try and imagine this race going green and try to just be that little bit ahead?
You know, I would if it wasn't a 10 to 12 car lead draft. I think if this is like a 25 car lead draft, easily we could see 1 or 2 cars do it. But I mean, we see Cole Frelick and Tommy Gossett by themselves. They're struggling. They're losing time to the leader. So I don't even know if 3 cars will be enough. I think you kind of have to pit with the group. You know, at this rate, with, you know, the level of attrition, I don't think we're done dropping these guys like flies just yet. So I can't imagine. I mean, it's definitely a possibility. I'm sure it's being thought of and talked about, but I can't imagine it going right for everybody.
At the end of the day, we'll have to see how things evolve. But yeah, just talk a little bit more about Cole Frelick and Tommy Gossett. I think the thing that really hampered their run is the fact that we saw that second pack, as you mentioned a little bit earlier, Emerson. The second pack was able to catch up to the lead pack, and as a result, from there, that's when they really started to fall off. Because when they came out of the pit road, you talked about it, Emerson, they were maybe like 6 seconds off of the race lead. Now they sit 10 seconds back from the race lead. So poor fortunes for these guys. Had some struggles on the pit road. It's just going to happen sometimes. It's the nature of the super speedways. Some miscues are going to happen. And it's just unfortunate to see these guys punished as a result of it. Nature of the beast at the super speedways.
So the 15 and 80 still nose to tail in their own little tandem back here. Cole Frelick is, well, let's check this screen again, 10 seconds back of the race leader. And actually, they're going to swap right here. I'd imagine temperatures in the number 80 car rising a little bit. So, you know, we can take the 80 and we can see the gap ahead for Tommy Gossett. Actually, I guess that'll take a moment to switch, so we'll wait until the start-finish line for that. But while we do wait for that, let's check back in on our lead change total. It's up to 63, so not going up as quickly as these guys settle in and just run some laps, but it will surge back up here closer to the end of this race. So we might still touch that record. I think someone said in the chat it was around the 70s. Let me look back for that real quick. I want to say they said 71 or 74. And I'm not seeing it. I know it was there. Record is 74, set in 2011. I think that might have been our own Noah Carmichael lending us that information. So we're still close. Oh, guys, no! Wow. Tommy Gossett with the save. And Cole Frelick is going to go around here. That bus stop is not part of today's course, guys. And you can tell by the way Frelick slides out of that corner. Oh my, let's take a look back at this.
Yeah, he just wanted to experience what the Cup drivers were feeling today. Not the same turtles back there. But I will say how easy it is. He could have stopped back there and tried to bring out a yellow. I admired them to get back going and keep going out there. Even though he could have easily stopped on track and brought out a yellow. So good on them for the honor system in that regard. What a wild ride.
So it looks like Gossett swings a little bit high, comes back down, and unfortunately Frelick's nose was there. Yeah, just unfortunate for those guys. It's going to make their poor evening up to this point go even worse. Both impressive showing so far in terms of really both of those drivers being able to lead some laps and really show that they were capable of winning the race. But it will be even tougher from here to come away with a race win for these two drivers in the Norctona 500. Running on board with Frelick. Impressive save. It was very difficult there, I'm sure, to avoid getting into the safety barrier, and there will be a little bit of a damage as a result. Have to thank the use of the bus stop chicane there that you'll normally see for whether at this point in time, it be for NASCAR racing or IMSA competition. Have to thank that chicane for being there if you're Cole Frelick, though. Still single file for the most part up front. It continues to be Zoltan Hertzeg leading. While we were viewing the replay, I saw a couple guys flirting with the outside line, and we're seeing it yet again near the midfield. But overall...
Oh, Spencer Owens!
Owens into the grass. Incredible save. And I think Ariotti might have gotten the outside wall, too.
These guys simply will not crash this afternoon. We've only seen one big accident. We've seen a couple of other smaller things. For example, Brent Pancari and Justin Day. But we simply cannot get a crash. For better or for worse, I'm not sure just yet. this, Femi just throwing the car a bit squirrely there, and Chad Oxenton just goes up, and then a little bit of net code as he comes back down and just door slams the 20. Airy, I don't think he really got the wall, at least nothing significant there for the number 23, so going to keep that car in mint condition, I'd say. But man, these guys are, they're getting pretty good at saving the race cars, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I don't know. Could it have been, maybe in response to one of them seeing, Femi get super loose or throw the car around? I don't know what it was, but he was wiggling out of turn number 4. Squiggly wiggly off of turn 2 right there as well. But as far as Spencer Owens, he's barely hanging on to the draft. He's actually going to suck right back up with the slipstream. He has 4 cars coming back to help him out too. Ain't that nice?
It definitely is nice, and I definitely appreciate your reference to our own Joe Donahue with the squiggly wiggly line there, Everson. Absolutely love to hear that reference. But yeah, just going forward, it looks like in the least, Owens is going to retain a position of some relevance in the lead pack. He's near the tail end of the line right now. It'll be the 11th car in line, 10th car in terms of position on the racetrack, just because John Barry is still in there as a lap car. But yeah, good job, good save all around. Excellent to see these guys walk away, because as the field continues to thin, I think I'm happy with having about 10 or 11 cars in the running for the race at this point in time, and I hope we get to see these guys race it out all the way over the last 45 laps there.
So just to the far side of 3/4 of this race completed, it does look like we have a couple of cars up ahead of Zoltan Herczeg, our current race leader. I'm not really sure who that is, but we are definitely going to check in on it. And oh boy, it is Brandon Stringer in the 61, Cole Freilich the 15, and Justin Day in the 39 car, finally hanging on to a draft. He's been so far off today. Like, after that contact, and well, especially the contact with the inside wall, but especially with Brett Pancari as well, to initiate all of that, he just hasn't been able to fall into anybody's draft today. Finally finding a couple of guys he can hang with and use to pick up a little bit of speed and not go as many laps down. But man, these guys that have fallen off pace really need caution flags, especially if you're John Barry here riding behind race leader Zoltan Herczeg. And look at that sun out of turn 4 as well. Oh boy, we're getting closer and closer. If they keep this up, we might not see sunset before this race is over, but we're certainly going to see that glare out of turn 4 grow.
I don't know if it is a factor, but it definitely could be one of the factors why the aggression has, simmered down a little bit up here, is that it's just so much harder to see. I mean, you could run into the back of somebody, and just how bad that glare can be, off of turn number 4. I really doubt that's the reason, but that's another factor to think of is, how hard is it going to be to see coming off of 4 to the line? It's so much sun just blinding you. Will you be able to really see a way through the field, if you will?
Doesn't seem to matter for the top 2 on the outside line. For the first time in a while, the outside line is going to prevail, and it's 2 incredibly strong cars. Femi Olat pushing Ariati to the lead. And just like last night, Adi's been a driver who's been very prevalent near the front for most of the day. Just going through my memory, I only recall him intentionally dropping back once or twice, and outside of that, he's been a driver who's really remained relevant and within the top 5 for most of the night. Definitely someone you're going to have to look out for going into what's now going to be the last, it'll be the last 5th of the race at this point in time. We're going to be coming up on 40 laps to go, and we have about 3 lap cars ahead. I think that's going to include the likes of, say, Cole Freilich and Tommy Gossett, who will now go a lap down, and they'll be fighting with John Barry for that lucky dog position. So that's really going to spice things up here over the last 40 laps.
Those are those cars I touched on a little while ago. Cole Freilich in that group, Brandon Stringer, Justin Day as well. Oh, we got one down in the grass. What are these guys doing up here? Let's take a look at this. I'm trying to find them here on our timing and scoring. There we go. That was, in fact, that was Tommy Gossett that went through the grass there. I don't know what he was searching for, but I don't think he found it down there. I mean, I guess horses might like grass, but I don't think you want to take the mane and tail number 80 down through there. Thankfully, it hangs on to the race car. But boy, what could have been if that had happened in front of these race leaders. The time is narrowing for them to react to something as well, so hopefully things to stay clean and green in front of them. Areas drop back into about 5th spot, 6th in line on the bottom side as we catch these lappers.
Yeah, and now we're starting to get to the point. This is 40 laps to go. The pit window opens up in a couple of laps. If they are going to pit early, it's going to happen the next couple laps, though. they're going to stretch these things out as far as they can, I'd imagine. The 25 laps into the stint, so at the very least, the next 10 laps or so, we should see pit lane be empty. But it's starting to be a fight. The final stop.
Oh boy, one lap car high, 3 low. This is, I don't know.
And if you're one of the drivers in the lead pack, this is the point in time where you're screaming over the mic, telling these guys to get some form of continuity or consistency. It makes things so much more better when you're not having to maneuver through multiple lanes of lap traffic. It looks like at least that one car is going to get out of the way, and the rest of these guys are going to be consistently on the bottom. That's going to be the likes of Gossett, Freilich, and the 61 car. Stringer is going to go a lap down here as well. Oh, Freilich goes high, and that's going to force Herzeg and Berry to go high.
Oh, no.
And the leaders are going to get split. As they split Freilich, they're going to be stuck right now.
TCB goes low. He's now behind Gossett and Stringer. Williams there with them. Herzeg and Berry go around the top side of Freilich. I don't know if that was a choice or if he got forced up there, but that certainly was not wise of Freilich to go up in front of the race leaders like that. I really hope that wasn't intentional, because that almost wadded up everybody up in the front, including those lap cars that now just need that break. All they need is a caution, but they can't be part of the caution.
Yeah, I'm with you. I hope that wasn't intentional. That was something, but they live on. They will continue on. Freilich is destined to get himself attached to these leaders to have any sort of chance to get back into this race. Yeah, I wonder how long he's gonna go in terms of his pit strategy. I imagine he's just going to pit with everybody in front of him if he can, but you know, he also was by himself and was leading, you know, his little group for as long as he did. You know, is he going to have, you know, as much fuel as everybody in the pack ahead of him?
I feel like, Emerson, that's probably going to end up being the call. Overall, though, this is just an interesting dynamic we've been presented. This is the first time today. No, actually, I think there was one time earlier where we had 2 lap cars leading the field. So this really raises the stakes because we're getting into the back portion of the race. We're in the final 40 laps at this point in time, under 40 to go. And it would just be a massive wild card to have lap cars get into the fray when you're actually trying to battle for the race win right now. And they're not the only 2 right now, because it's also John Berry who's pushing Zoltan Herzeg on the outside line. And this is allowing Herzeg to get clear of his nearest competitor. That's TCB on the inside line. He's 3rd car on the inside line, putting Herzeg ahead by a fair margin for the time being. So if Berry could push Herzeg through, that could give him clearance of, wow, 3 cars worth of insurance between him and TCB.
Yeah, John Berry has been that cushion that Zoltan's relied on for the last, I don't know, 40, 50 laps at this point. At least it seemed like that. I think it's only been about 30 since the pit stops, but it's felt like much longer at this point. Everything's been so calm. Everything's been very controlled for the last little while until these lap cars popped in. I mean, we're looking at more lap cars in this group than we are lead lap cars, I think. No, I think it's an even split again. We're looking at 8, so 4 and 4, which is still insane to think about considering, let's see, Stringer is lapped, Gossett's lapped, Berry is lapped, and Freilich is lapped. We're only looking at the 96, 25, 89, and 92 racing for this race lead. Everybody else is very wise hanging back right now, but even Oxendine is a lap down hanging in this group. So this has really changed the dynamic of this race even more, even in a race that's been every which way wishy-washy about how this race is presented. It's ever-changing. I mean, this has been incredible. Incredible stuff from the entire field to keep together like this. Sure, we've had the problems where, Freilich and Gossett had their issue. We had Pancari and Day get into it. We had Spencer Ray and Josh Harmon bring out our only caution of the race. But this has been incredible stuff, keeping everything together, and the amazing saves we've seen from the likes of Tommy Gossett, Ariotti, and many, many more have just been incredible.
I agree, and how unique is this? How many races do you call where the lap cars are getting just as much TV time as the lead lap cars? And I mean, they're staying up here, and they're impacting the lead of this race. Like, it is gnarly to have these lap cars up here, and it's all clean for the most part, but it's been a lot of fun and very unique. Again, like, I don't know how many races I called where lap cars are impacting the race, you know, the entire time.
Yeah, even thinking in real life, Emerson, that's a good point. It's very rare that lap cars have a presence like they are here at a restrictor plate racetrack. I think it's I recall a few years back in the Daytona 500 where lap cars cause an incident with a few leaders, but normally it's otherwise. They don't really tend to play with the story of the race too much, and we're seeing them be incredibly prevalent, unlike anything I've seen on the virtual side of things or real life tonight. And, you know, I'm very happy as both a broadcaster, commentator tonight, if you will, and a spectator, because it presents a very unique 500-mile Daytona race, unlike anything I think we've ever seen before. Continuing to be a leader of Zoltan Hertzeg. Still, John Berry doing an incredible job of pushing right now. Can't count out anyone that's still in the lead pack, though, without a doubt.
There's TCB's on board, riding in what is the second position, but third in line on the bottom side behind Tommy Gossett and Brandon Stringer, and really just waiting on the opportunity to come in and pit. The pit window is on the way. In about 5 laps or so, we'll start to see these guys come back down the pit lane and get tires and fuel for what we expect to be the final time this evening. If we get green-white checkers, that might change things, but if this goes green, that should be the one time from here to the checkered flag that we see these drivers pit. It's it's hard to say exactly what happens from here, just like it was hard to say at the start of the race what we might be able to expect, but everything. I mean, I went into this show by mentioning that 200 laps we can expect the unexpected. I don't think we could have expected this kind of unexpected by any long shot of the imagination.
Yeah, with the way they've been racing, especially that first half, you'd think it's been a wreck fest. But again, it speaks volumes to the type of drivers we have in here. It's been a lot of fun and very entertaining and very clean. Very clean is probably the most important factor for the entire race. Again, the only caution was because of netcode. Like, it wasn't anybody's fault. It's insane that we've gone, this long, and it's. I mean, I feel like maybe I'm jinxing it now, but the intensity's going to ramp up no matter what after this final pit stop for sure. It's just been absolutely mind-boggling to me. Even though with only 21 cars that started and 16 still running, this is great stuff.
Absolutely agree, Emerson. Just a testament to the capability of these drivers here. And wow, we've been presented with such an incredibly unique dynamic. 3 cars on the inside line that lead that inside line are lap traffic, actually. Actually, they wouldn't be battling for the lucky dog. Hilbrand's into the outside safer barrier. You have to wonder if that's going to be critical damage or not. The question for him will become, is he going to be able to retain a position in the lead pack? He almost swerves into the safer barrier once more. Doesn't look like it's too knocked up on the route on the right side. Doesn't look like there's much severe damage, so he should be in pretty good shape. At this point, it's a matter of catching the tail end of this lead draft right now. The story does remain the same in terms of who your race leader is. It continues to be Zoltan Hertzeg, still being, in this case, pushed by a lap car. It's a different lap car. It's Cole Freilich right now on the outside line, and behind them, I wanted to say it was TCB for a second, but I believe that might be another lap car. Is that Hilbrand?
That is Chad Oxendine in behind Cole Freilich. Hilbrand's drops back to the very end of this entire pack. I don't think he got the wall, Trey, but very, very close nonetheless. And you know what? That brings up a topic that I don't think we've mentioned here on Pit Stop TV since the SRCA race last summer at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Brain fade. It comes with attrition, the possibility of just being a little bit out of focus, and you're in the cockpit of these virtual cars for 2 hours at this point, over 2 hours, almost 2.5, and sometimes you start to forget about certain things. They aren't in the forefront of your mind, as we saw race leader Zoltan Hertzeg drop back, preparing for pit stops, just making sure he's on the bottom side of the racetrack. But brain fade, absolutely. You just end up getting up towards that wall a little bit, forget to turn in as you need to, and it's easy to pop that fence sometimes when you get down to the end of a long race like this, especially when it's been so green flag. And especially in these long runs, there's not always as much to keep you on your toes. You might just kind of drop into a bit of a lull, drop into a bit of sense of security. And Dale Earnhardt always said he was just so super comfortable racing at places like this, but you can't get too complacent or that's what happens.
Right, I think that quote will directly relate with this. I mean, these guys seem very comfortable to race around one another, even with everything that's happened. I mean, they trust one another to the full extent, and here comes pit stops. I mean, that's John Berry leading them down, and one other car is back there.
I think the only other car, the only car on the lead lap, rather, it's going to be Zoltan Hertzeg. He is going to have the company of one of his most trusted comrades in the field tonight, and that's John Berry. So they'll come down, and it'll only be a duo. And this might back up the idea that it's going to be a lot of variation in terms of when you come down on the pit lane. We saw it stretched out to maybe about 5 laps the last time around, and the biggest pack that came down on the last green flag pit cycle was only maybe 4 or 5 cars. So here it is. It's the money stop. This is where you purely have to execute as a race car driver.
It's being mentioned that maybe the scoring's out of whack with TCB being shown as leader but 4th in line. No, those are all the lap cars that we've amassed at the front of the field. And here we go. Pit stops for the majority of the field. Freilich, very aggressive. TCB pops the tire smoke there. Stringer in. Gossett, Williams, everybody coming in. 3 lap cars, 3 wide in the pits ahead of our 2 race leaders, Williams and TCB. How is this going to work out? They both have to check up on the bottom side and come into their pit box. Looking at the 25 car of TCB, Shire in front of him, Llamas out back, and a lot more cars through this swing of pit stops here, Emerson. Almost everybody up front comes in all at once.
Yeah, I was very, very shocked to see almost the entire field come on down. And there's only like 3 or 4 cars left out there. Here comes a race off of pit road, a gaggle of cars. But this is going to help this group. They're going to be very close together, and there's 3, 4 cars left out there, and only 2 or 3 are coming down. Ariati, Will Klein, Femi Ola with the pit entry,
Wow.
the slide. Wow.
Looking like Brad Keselowski locking up out there.
Yeah, that's a good point. We saw a lot of locking up from in the Cup Series race tonight from Keselowski. Brilliant drive overall from him. But yeah, I have to wonder if that's the one time that Olaf's going to get a speeding penalty. It seemed like he was a little hot coming in. He might have been able to get his speeds down. The lone driver staying out is Spencer Owens. It seemed like he was wanting to come down, but he waited a little bit too late in order to do a full commitment. So he's going to be massively disadvantaged on this one lap. He could be as much as 10 or 15 miles an hour down on some of these other guys on this one lone lap. This could be the difference in him being able to hang on to the lead pack when he comes back out of the pit lane.
So Spencer Owens going to come in all on his lonesome here, the driver out of Pennsylvania. Unfortunately, the PA posse not going to get a good showing if this one works out like we think it might. And the number 12 going to come in, and boy, he's going to be way off pace, we'd imagine. But look at that number 12. You know, it looks really good for making it through this race. 176 laps up in the front. And, yeah, that must have been some kind of miscommunication. It looked like he wanted to go and then just might have been too far gone at that point to come in and safely commit. Something we're seeing. Boy, this changes everything, guys. I think Femi Ola and Will Klein are playing fuel math, and they have come out ahead of the entire field. I mentioned the possibility of short pitting in doing this. I didn't think we'd see it out of a couple of guys that pitted later. They overcut and underfueled in order to get out ahead of these guys. They're going to lead several laps, I'd imagine, but I just don't think 2 cars are faster than the pack.
Well, for sure, 2 cars are not faster than the pack, but this is very interesting to see, and I think it shows a lot. Maybe if they could have gotten that 12 car down in there, but even then, I don't think 3 cars would be faster than a 10, 12 car pack. But it's still, I mean, this is crazy. They're going to be up front. I don't think they're going to, let the pack go around easily, especially after that final round of pit stops. This is go time. We're coming up to 20 laps to go, and, they're leading the Norctona 500.
The fortunate thing is that they are a duo. Thinking back 1 week ago to the real-life Daytona 500, the Joe Gibbs racing cars and the 2311 car came out of the pit lane. They were not grouped together, and that put them maybe 10 or 15 miles an hour down from the lead pack when the lead pack got to them, and it just put them at a massive disadvantage. These guys are only a couple miles an hour off of the lead pack, so this still should allow them to merge pretty well, and they might even retain the top spots to some degree. We'll just have to see when they merge the pack, because honestly, the lead pack is not closing out at the rate that you might imagine.
Still a lot of lap cars mixed in with this field. I see Cole Freilich up here. I think I see Tommy Gossett up there as well, still mixed in. John Barry even. We're on board of Hilbrandt as he goes to the outside of Freilich. They are singling up ahead of him, though. Zoltan Herczeg in this group still. Sean Williams in this group. But Terrell Baker, the leader of them all back here as they pursue the 18 and 48. Imagine that. The 18 and 48 working together here at Daytona. I don't think anybody's ever said that before, especially with a couple of paint schemes that are on those couple of cars. But Femi Ola, Will Klein, no stranger to one another, working up together out here and trying to stay ahead, but it's not going to hold. We're going to get to about 20 to go, and they will be engulfed within this group that's catching them so quickly.
Yeah, here they come, the leaders of that second line, Terrell Baker and company. They've got the draft of the 2 ahead. And I can only imagine unless they catch him in the turn, it might not work as well. I think they're going to catch him into turn 1. We'll see what kind of advantage is going to happen here. They're going to need the whole line to go with them. This might work out almost too well for the top 2.
I think you're right, Emerson. It's going to be incredibly difficult for the lead pack to actually get around the top 2. We see 2 cars go to the outside. It's going to be TCB, and I think he has Tommy Gossett as company. And now we're going to have a drag race down the back straightaway heading into turn 3. But that was absolute perfect play by those 2. I think that was probably the best case scenario at this point in time. They might even come off of turn 4, and TCB might not even be able to clear the top 2. We'll just have to call. Oh no! Just as I say that, TCB is quite clear of the 18 of Femi Olot. He'll be the leader at the start-finish line.
Oh, Cole Freelich, no!
He puts Owens into the wall. We stay green for the time being. Neither their car actually spins, but that's probably going to mark the end of the day for both Owens and Freelich, marking any.
Whoa! Wow, that was close with Shire and Oxendine. Let's take a look back at what happens. I'll tell you what, Peanut in the 12, Spencer Owens, not going to be happy about this. Watch the 15 on the bottom side. Oh, there's contact there to set this all up. That might change his attitude a little bit, considering there was mutual contact, but still, Spencer Owens going to be livid about this contact. Oh boy, and he is way off pace. He is way behind the race leaders now. I mean, he's out of this one for sure, I'd say. I think that's Cole Freelich. Yep, that's Cole Freelich coming in. He's not going to be happy either. In fact, he's going to spin it in the pit lane here.
Wow. You really hate to see both of those days. He's just going to tow it back. That's essentially day done for the 15. Yeah, it looked like Owens was just trying to come down, you know, not even really thinking about the inside lane, but more just trying to follow the cars ahead of him. And it almost looked like there was a little bit of neck-coated contact between himself and Freelich. What, you know, makes matters worse, I think that there's not really any blame on either party. But Femi Olot had the lead up until right then when John Barry took it away. So as far as that, you know, Olot and Klein working together, that worked out so well in Femi Olot's favor.
Olot continues to maintain a very consistent control of the race. Just to give a little bit of an update, Cole Freelich officially will disconnect from the iRacing session, so mark the end of his attempt at the 2021 Norctona 500. Very valiant effort going back to last night at the duels last night, where he won the duel. He actually claimed the pole in this race, just not going to quite get the job done tonight. Unfortunate circumstances for the great showing, but yeah, just continuing. It looks like we've started to minimize some of the lap cars that are contending near the front of the pack. We have Tommy Gossett and the 61 car of Brendan Stringer near the tail end of the pack, but outside of that, it's just John Barry. So they don't have quite the presence that they did in that last run prior to the green flag pit cycle. And now, yet again, Femi, he's going to elect to go to the outside line, gets assistance from Zoltan Hertzeg. Those two have definitely made their presence known in the back end of the race. Same thing with TCB. He's the second car on the outside line, and we're going to head down the Daytona Super Stretch with about 17 laps to go.
Femi on the inside, Zoltan on the outside. Where have we seen this one before? Hopefully you were with us at the start of tonight's broadcast, where we recapped, we actually went through the highlight reel of the NORC Classic 1 week and 1 day ago, where these two battled it out down to the wire and crossed the start-finish line side by side. They're gonna do so once again if they have anything to say about this. Femi on the bottom side still, and Zoltan on the top side. I'd imagine it comes down to these two, possibly some others, but these two just seem so strong here at Daytona. Even though this realistically is a bit of a Vegas crapshoot, I don't know how you can make better picks than them. Maybe Terrell Baker, even Sean Williams as a sleeper pick, or Ari Adi in there. Really comes down to, I think, those 5 guys as the easy favorites to win this race, especially with Josh Robin having departed from Daytona.
Yeah, I mean, Femi Olot, it's so hard to bet against him because not only has he been so strong today, he's a pro driver. He knows what he's doing. He's contracted to know what he's doing behind the wheel of one of these sim cars. But, you know what? What I noticed, the sun is setting, the temperatures are dropping, and there's only about 15 laps to go next time by. There's a temperature, 75 degrees Fahrenheit track temp. We're getting close to dual conditions, and yeah, at the end of that little competition caution in both duels, about a 12-lap shootout. We're double wide. How about we're setting up for a little shootout to the end here?
This is going to be quite the duel, and the thing that's really going to throw a wild card in this one is the fact that we have several lap cars also playing some level of relevance in this fight going to the end. Look at John Barry, second car on the inside line, and there's others who are coming to him. Femi Olot is going to continue to lead coming off of turn 4. Herzeg, again, challenging to the outside line. It's going to be a drag race coming to the line. This time by 15 laps to go. Femi Olot continues to lead. It's really been consistent formation the last couple of laps, though, I feel. Olot looked like he was about to go to the outside line to defend. Doesn't need to as we go into the entry of turn 1.
Even with all the lap cars playing into this race, for the most part, they're out of this battle. I mean, Brandon Stringer hanging on there, and John Barry still within the mix, but for the most part, we are looking at lead lap cars finally fighting one another. The sun getting lower and lower in the sky. We're getting closer and closer to 10 to go. Only one caution this afternoon and evening, and it came right around halfway. We are one lead change away, ladies and gentlemen, from tying the Daytona 500 lead change record set in 2011. Oh boy, it's coming. It is on the way. This race is not over. We're going to blow that record up and out of the water.
That's for sure, as, you know, we still have Herzeg getting great pushes on his line. He has Terrell Baker and Brandon Stringer, who's been a very reliable lap to vehicle on that outside lane. Ariati up there, a very strong force. But on the inside, John Barry, Sean Williams, they've been very reliable on that inside lane. And Hilbrands is kind of hanging off a little bit as the fourth car on the inside. We ride on board with Will Klein looking at the organized chaos ahead of him. I say organized chaos because it's about to be some chaos as those laps continue to tick down. 13 laps to go across the start-finish line. Herzeg gets the lead there, and was that the lead change?
There it is. We've tied it.
So congratulations to these NORC drivers, and only one more to achieve a record higher than that of what we see in real-life NASCAR, with a package which in a lot of ways I think encourages lead changes a lot more than what we have. What we have encourages pretty tight action, but not quite. It's not necessarily designed to give you the amount of lead changes that that tandem drafting era of plate racing really gave you. Audi looking to split the middle. Stringer not going to quite let it happen, but Audi showing that he needs to at some point find the track position to be somewhere relevant, somewhere where he can actually pull off a race win, because it's going to be really tough. Maybe he's going to need to make that third line work to actually get up there. He's again going to look to the middle. Stringer's going to have to concede for the time being. Now he'll be third car on the outside line with two very capable drivers ahead of him.
You see Ariati muscling his way forward now to the back end of the 25 car at TCB. It was over 200 miles an hour the last time into turn 3. They're coming up on Spencer Owens. Oh boy, this could get a little bit chaotic as we come on by the lap car on the bottom side. Spencer going to lean on the double yellow lines, and he's going to make it easy on our race leaders. We fight to see another corner here in turn number 3. We're coming around to 11 laps to go. Are you not entertained, ladies and gentlemen? This is the 2021 edition of the Norctona 500, and it all comes down to these 11 laps to wrap things up.
Double wide at the front of the field, 6 cars deep, a couple lapped cars up here, but to no matter of that, it's still Herzeg and Olot the top 2, and I mean, it's only a matter of time. We saw tons of 3 wide earlier. When do we see 3 wide action for this Norctona 500 victory?
This time when they come to the start finish line, Emerson, it's going to be 10 laps to go. But so I'd have to think that it's got to be soon. You have to find, maybe it's going to be Ariati, and Tony Hilbrands is now behind him for the first time. Hilbrands, after near disaster, starting to make his presence known. Only 1 spot outside of the top 5. He currently sits third car on the outside line. See a little bit of a stalling in the outside line right now. Herzeg moves to the inside line. He's your current race leader, of course. And yeah, it's just TCB right now, looking to get a little bit of help. These guys might start to build the momentum as we go down the back straightaway, though. I think a lot of it's going to be up to whether or not the 89 to 74 try something right now.
Zoltan Herzeg and Femi Olot pull away. Here comes Sean Williams up to the top side. How about the driver of the 89? Oh, and there goes the 18 up with him. Femi's going to block the 89 and ride that momentum up on the outside to try and re-clear Zoltan Herzeg, and that would box the 96 in if they can do that, and if Sean Williams then can hang on the right side of Zoltan's number 96 car. Boy, everything changing by the second here. There we go, 9 laps to go here at Daytona International Speedway. It's all ticking away. TCB is still in the mix. Ariati in the mix. Femi Ola, Zoltan Herzeg. Oh my, Sean Williams up there as well. I mean, there are so many big names still in this.
There is, and really all of these names are big names. John Barry, even the lap down vehicles are big names. The push to the 96 of Herzeg, can that inside line of lap cars led by Herzeg get him back to the lead? At the moment, he has the advantage out in front. He's clear of Olot, and he's still going to stay loyal to that inside lane. The outside lane has 3 cars, but 3 very strong cars at that. 8 laps to go at Daytona.
And just like we saw in real life with the Cup Series, the sun is going to set over a picturesque finish to this race tonight, it looks like, as long as these guys continue to maintain a clean pace. Of course, the other thing you have to factor in, if we do start to get some cautions, there are unlimited overtimes here in the Norctona 500. Of course, I think you're going to have to do a lot to get a lot of caution flags with only 10, 11, 12 cars with a chance at the finish at this point in time. Of course, 9 cars on the lead lap. It looks like 8 within the running right now. Shire stands 21 seconds back right now. Will Klein, the last man with a chance at it, it looks like, barring any additional caution flags. I have to say, though, coming off the turn 4, the outside line, yet again, really starting to build up right now. It's going to be Sean Williams leading right now. Tyrell Baker and him, though, didn't quite get synced up coming off the turn 4. It's going to continue, rather, to be Femi Olot, pushed by Zoltan Herzeg, only 7 laps away from crowning a Norctona 500 champion.
Femi Olot and Zoltan Herzeg going to pull away. Ariati almost through cleanly to 3rd place, and he will take 3rd and clear Sean Williams, who gets left up top as TCB pulls in on the bottom side. Getting closer will take 6 laps to go, this time by just a true testament to the cleanliness of all these drivers and their experience on these super speedways. The fact that we've gone all these laps with limited expense at the driver's cost. I mean, very few incidents and only 1 caution. And, I mean, really the others were just getting into the wall or a spin completely off of the racing surface. The only one that I'd argue wasn't that way was, of course, the Spencer Ray and Chad Oxendine incident. That was the only one that I think should have certainly warranted a yellow flag. Otherwise, everything's been smaller, 1 or 2 car incidents. It just feels much larger given the smaller car count this year. That said, an ever-exciting race. I mean, these NORC guys, they know how to put it on. It's been a lot of fun. Making the switch from the driver's seat up to the broadcast booth for NORC is a bit interesting, but they're making it a whole lot easier, giving us this kind of show.
Yes, sir, and I love this lighting. I think it's the perfect setting for any Daytona 500 finish, but how about a Norctona 500 finish? And let's not count out Will Klein and Cody Lamas are on board with Terrell Baker, but those two, they've been hanging out at the back this whole time. Do they get linked up and maybe have something to say in these final 5 laps?
Barring a caution flag, we're going to have a race winner within the next 4 or 5 minutes here at the virtual Daytona International Speedway. And honestly, it's hard to put money on any of these 8 drivers right now because there's so many variables. We have the lap cars in the way. We have 8 drivers all capable of pulling something off. The outside line's going to surge once more as we head into turn 3. Conventionally, this is where the outside line will start to stall here at Daytona International Speedway. Looks like a little bit of a separation between Sean Williams and Zoltan Herzeg. The question becomes, will they be able to power off of turn 4? We come to the start-finish line this time. 4 laps to go. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Olot will be your leader with 4 to go.
There's your battle for the race lead, side by side by side by side. Controlled 200-mile-an-hour caution laps, formation laps between these guys. It looks like we just took the green flag or something, and they are just getting separated. John Barry there on the bottom side, the 74 car, he is lapped out. He is not fighting for this race win, but currently pledging his allegiance to Femi Olot, the Joe Gibbs racing driver in that Interstate Batteries number 18. Boy, what if he can win the 2021 Norctona 500? Coming around turn 4, coming to you for 3 laps to go.
Double wide once again, like you said. We're ending just like we started. 3 laps to go. We have 7.5 miles to decide it. And here comes, I think that's Ariati trying to jump up high. Now we got some action over back. Terrell Baker hits the double yellow line on board with Ariati. And now looking at Terrell Baker. Now they kind of fallen back a little bit, but what this does is they're going to get the run down this back straightaway. They might have something to say to turn 3. Watch Ariati here.
They enter turn 3. Bit of separation between both tandems right now. Side by side between the front 2. It's going to take a lot for anyone else to win this race because right now these two have been in an absolute dead heat. A lot can happen over the next 5 miles at Daytona International Speedway. a little bit of shuffling coming off of turn 4. Williams is going to look high. He's not going to have any assistance. That's going to put Ariati as the pusher of Zoltan Hertzig. How long will it take for them to build back the momentum? We head into turn 1 on what is now 2 laps to go in the Norctona 500.
Just under 5 miles to go. No! Oh, massive crash! No! Oh my gosh, and it's all set off by Sean Williams collecting the 92 of Tony Hilbrand's. Everything changes. This is going to be a very, very odd drive to the finish.
Oh my goodness. The writing was all but on the walls. We should have expected it, but the way they've been racing the first 198 laps, it just didn't look like it was going to happen. But finally they come together, and essentially at the worst possible time.
In the least, we're going to get a little bit of a reset. It will be an overtime finish. We're going to go past the regulation 500 miles here at the Daytona International Speedway. We'll get a look and see what initially causes the incident here going into turn 1. Williams comes down the racetrack.
Oh my gosh.
That's all she wrote, unfortunately, and that's going to take out several key competitors. The first man he gets into is Tony Hilbrands, who was on a brilliant storm after an earlier incident that nearly took him out of the running on this long green flag run. And this might have gone only a couple laps longer than what we saw. I think we ran initially 95 laps in our first run, and we're probably going to go about 100 this time around.
And TCB gets a piece. I think Ariati's going to have damage. John Barry's destroyed. The top 2 get away cleanly. Femi Olot, Zoltan Hertzeg, Tony Hilbrands is destroyed. Will Klein, it looks like, does make it through. There's the contact that sets us all off, and TCB gets collected. His car is somewhat okay, but certainly damaged. Oh my gosh, Ariati's out of this one. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
You know, Will Klein had an insane wreck avoidance. He was behind all of that, and he just wiggled his way through all the carnage, and he's putting himself in prime position. We're going to get the onboard here, and look at this ride. He just... This could be moving the race if he wins.
We'll ride on board with him from the right side of the cockpit and get a perspective as to what he had to do to avoid this incident. You see him might have just been, as you said, Andrew, just might have been a result of, you know, a lapse of concentration. It's going to happen, and what a brilliant job by Will Klein. And as you said, Emerson, that could be a race-winning move in what has been an incredible Norctona 500 up to this point. And yeah, we're getting to the point in time where we might be down to only 4 or 5 competitors here with a decent shot of winning this race.
This changes everything. The top 5 stay out under this caution flag so far. They might not have had their opportunity to pit yet. It might be coming this lap. Those are Zoltan Hertzeg, Femi Ola, Ariati, Terrell Baker, and Will Klein. I'm impressed that Ariati has stayed out. He's got tons of damage on his number 23. Cody Lama's in the pit lane. I think he might be somewhat okay. I didn't see him get too much damage in this. I mean, Sean Williams is completely destroyed. You see his number 89 coming down the pit lane. Oh boy, this really sucks for the entire field, I'd say. Scott Shire, you know what? I think Scott made it through okay. I think he'll be all right. Spencer Owens suddenly is back into this race. Brandon Stringer might be by virtue of a waiver. No, he's not going to get a waiver round. These guys are staying out. No, and you know what? He's got a ton of damage anyways, so... boy, this really changes the entire dynamic of this one. Multiple cars down on the flat there trying to save fuel. If we get 2 to green here, we'll try and grab a driver to talk to. That is if these guys don't pit. And these guys all saving fuel, all very aware of that situation. There's a Toyota coming in, and I think that's Brandon Stringer. He's got a lot of damage. Tommy Gossett with a lot of damage as well. Let's see. We have 1 to green, so we won't grab a driver to talk to, unfortunately. Those replays chewed up a lot of our time, but oh boy, we're setting up for one epic finish here, and the lights are on their way. I don't want another green-white checker because I don't want another crash, but if we do have another one, I think we'll be under the floodlights here at Daytona International Speedway.
I think that makes the setting all the more perfect. Again, you hate seeing the cars torn up, but I mean, let's see who we have up here. I mean, we have Hertzeg and Ola, of course, 2 heavyweights up front, especially that final stint. Audi and Baker, you know, they're all banged up, and then Will Klein with that amazing wreck avoidance. If he can get a good restart, find his way around the damaged cars, Will Klein could have something to say about Hurt, Zeg, and Olot. This is setting up to be a crazy little finish.
Purely excited for what we are about to see. Sure, the quantity might be, you know, very small at this point in time, but we have some of the guys who've been, you know, the most consistent and effective drivers for all 500 miles so far. It looks like as of now, we're going to go a race distance of 204 laps. And if I'm doing some math in my head, that should be, let's see, 210 miles. Does that sound right? Barring any additional caution flags. It's
Yes.
going to be a lot of fun here. I can't wait.
Yeah, we are going to extend. No, it'll be a little bit past 210. Well, no, you're correct. Yeah, we'll be going to 204. That we're going to extend for one more time for some reason. Anyways, lap 202. Coming to lap 203. It's now the Norctona 510 at Daytona International Speedway. Only 2 cautions so far, the most recent of which pushing us into NORC overtime. Zoltan Herczeg, Ariati, the race leaders, will climb immediately up to the top side behind TCB. And it's an all-out slugfest, drag race, whatever you want to call it, for 2 laps to go to the end.
And
No!
and there's the yellow. There, I think the 4 clipped somebody else, and they were all in the wall. And the second green, white, checkered.
Particularly for Ariati, he knew he was going to be in a tough position, no rear end, a lot of damage in that last incident, and that's just going to permanently end any chance of him having a go at this Norctona 500 victory, I feel. Probably critical engine damage there. As we look to see what the origin of this incident was,
Oh.
looks like Llamas comes up a little bit, and that's about it, I would have to say.
Big hits up there for Ariati and for Cody Llamas, and yeah, absolutely. Cody Llamas just up the racetrack. Actually, no, I don't think so for Cody Llamas. I think that might have just been Scott Shire getting turned. But, oh my. Unfortunately, yeah, Cody just goes up the racetrack. I think is looking to try and push it 3 wide, but I don't know. With these closing rates, I think you're better off waiting because this is what happens otherwise. Scott Shire is not prepared to go 3 wide, and boy, wow.
Yeah, I think that was, like you said, all Cody trying to avoid the damage. I think that was the 23 of Ariati, just so slow on that inside lane, just trying to avoid, you know, any lost momentum because it's 2 laps to go. Anything goes. You know, you need to be in position. But yeah, that's the result of it. Scott Shire had no idea that was going to happen, and he's clipped. And Shire, he got banged up on both sides, but I think he still has a chance. You know, with the way this race has gone, I think he still has a chance anyway.
And if you're a regular watcher of motorsport, I think the one thing you know is that anything can happen, especially over the last year or two. Just the circumstances that we've seen in some racing have been just absolutely preposterous. So yeah, well, he does have a beat-up car at this point in time. A lot could happen over the course of our next green-white checker, and you know, we could go even farther than that. So yeah, definitely not over yet for Scott Shire. The important thing is that he's on the lead lap in what's been a very long and grueling Norctona 500. And in the least, it's going to secure a top 10 at minimum, it looks like. Still have about 14, 15 cars on the racetrack right now. So yeah, impressive job for all these drivers to make it so far, and I'm excited for what's going to be our second attempt at overtime.
Well, under this caution flag, I think we might as well go ahead and take our opportunity to possibly talk with some drivers, well, drivers. Actually, Zoltan, TCB, and Femi Ola all stay out. Good chance we talk to at least 2 of those 3 at the checkers here. So let's search a little further in this field. Let's actually grab the 84 rather of Cody Llamas, and Emerson, I'm going to hand them your way.
Hello?
Right on. Hey, Cody, can you elaborate? What was the game plan for this restart? I know there was a damaged car ahead of you, but what all happened on that restart?
Honestly, I really never even got an incident from that. I don't feel like I came up that much. I think it was a little net code from what Josh said, but I mean, I guess I came up. So, I mean, I feel kind of bad, but you know, what can you do?
Right. No, I'm trying to pin no blame. You know, you're going for a Norctona 500. But now the car is clean. You're restarting, I believe, 4th. what's the game plan for this restart?
Not wreck anybody. No. I'm just gonna hold my line and see where we shape up. I really have no plan, to be honest. I'm pretty chill, so, we'll see how it goes. I have a little damage, so I think I'll be that good.
Right, well, we'll see what happens. What would it mean to you to get it done today?
I mean, a lot. I don't even think it would hit me until it would actually happen, but we'll see how the fuel situation is for these guys. We're good fuel, so we'll see how it goes.
Right on. Anybody got a shout out for your run today?
No, it's just me.
Rock on. Well,
Alright.
best luck to you on the restart, and yeah, we'll be watching. Should be fun.
All right.
So Cody Lamas, driver of the 84, going to restart 4th place on this, well, second green-white checkered attempt. And Femi Olot, still the race leader. It's going to be Femi on the bottom side, Zoltan up top. Everybody place your bets now. Make your picks on who's going to win this one, because this is it. I'd imagine. We don't have as many cars here, and we don't have too many slow cars up ahead. I don't think they cause that kind of a checkup. I think this just might be it. This just might be our run to the checkered flag. Obviously, I think that's my pick anyways, is the checkered flag coming out in just 2 more laps. Obviously, anything can still happen, as we've been talking about all night long, and anything has happened at this point. You see Shire, you see Owens rejoining the field, Oxendine back there. A very light field coming to the green flag for green-white checkered attempt number 2, now underway, taking lap 207 of 208 rather, and it is the second overtime attempt of the 2021 Norctona 520 now, we'll call it.
Yeah, 520 miles, and it all comes down to 5. It is TCB clear to second. Femi Olot still holds station out front. Will Klein up in third. He's going to get a push from Tommy Gossett, who's on the lead lap. Don't count him out. 4 cars, no sit on the inside. A little bit less than 4 miles to decide now.
And Gossett's car looks like it's in relatively clean shape right now. That's the question becomes, is the outside line going to be able to mount any type of run right now? Gossett, I think he wants to go with Hertzeg and give Hertzeg a shot at it. We're going to come off of turn 4 for the final time. It's only going to be 2.5 miles. We officially take the white flag. There will be no caution flag if there's a wreck. It's just going to be checker flag, all out race to the end. No help for Hertzeg right now. He's going to side draft real aggressively. Could it be Hertzeg versus Olot like we saw in the NORC Classic just 1 week ago?
This restart, this race is official this time by, you see the bobble out of TCB, the bobble out of Femi. They are on one another down the backstretch. Will maybe goes high with Zoltan. No, Femi up to block the 96. There goes Will up to the top side. He's going to push the 96 now back down to the bottom side. A drag race through 3 and 4. The Allegiance to the bottom side with Femi Olot. What does TCB have in store up out of turn number 2 for the final time in the 2021 Norctona 500? Will Klein wrecking Zoltan with him. It's a drag race, and nobody can unseat Femi Olot for the race win. He wins the 2021 Norctona 500.
What a race, what a finish, and it's fitting for Femi Olot to miss the grid, fall a lap down, fight his way to stay on the lead lap. By the time a caution comes out at halfway, spends nearly half the race a lap down or just about a lap down, and he'll come home to win and top all these drivers, well, what's left of these drivers after 520 grueling miles of racing.
And in the fight for the real estate coming out of turn 4, I think all of the top 4 or 5 cars were purely sideways coming off the corner. A lot of respect showed between TCP and Femi Olot. TCP surely could have attempted to try to spin Olot if he wanted that race win oh so desperately, but no, he was going to go ahead and do it cleanly if he were to win it. And now we get to see Olot burn it down. And for Olot, this has got to be purely a great redemption story after losing to, it would have been Hertzeg last week of the NORC Classic in a door-banging duel to the end of that 87 car race at the 07 version of Daytona International Speedway, and he's justly going to be able to burn it down in the grass at Daytona. And yeah, we're going to get to utilize our version of the drone camera, Andrew, which he's currently managing.
Yes, sir. I have my knockoff Xbox 360 controller plugged in, and we are Well, taking one heck of a view at this number 18, burning it down. And the 18, no stranger to winning at Daytona this weekend, but a new driver of the 18 car going to go to victory lane this evening. And boy, how about this? What a way to start 2021 for Femi Olot. He's now a driver for the Joe Gibbs, Gibbs Gaming team in the eNASCAR iRacing Coca-Cola Series. He wins the 2021 Norctona 500 in style. And oh boy, what this means to the driver of the 18.
He's going to blow the engine there on the front straightaway. But again, what a race. And I think it's so fitting and well-deserved. He put himself in the right position every single lap of the race besides the pace lap, and it came out with the 18 at the top of the scoring pylon.
An absolute brilliant end to what was a brilliant race. Absolute pleasure to call it with you guys, and yeah, I look forward to getting to hear from the Podium 3 after this one. Yeah, all around, yeah, brilliant show. Look forward to more action with the Xfinity Series car in the coming weeks as NORC begins its next season of action as well.
And we will take our post-race break. Do not go anywhere. Do not go anywhere. We have great post-race interviews on the way. We'll be talking to hopefully Femi. He missed out on his interview in the NORC Classic. Hopefully he pops into TeamSpeak for this one. We'll be talking to him and hopefully the rest of the top three very, very shortly. An amazing finish to the 2021 edition of the Norctona 500. Post-race interviews on the way.
Sound art is a product that is a speaker and it's art. We combine it together and we call it sound art. What makes it so unique that any picture can be your speaker? Sound art gives you the high quality sound without the ugly speaker. This isn't a picture with a speaker, the picture is the speaker. Just imagine your wedding picture uploaded onto a canvas and now it's speaking 10,000 tunes. I mean, it's a very cool concept. What we like so much about it that you can take anything that means something very special to you, upload it on the canvas, have it hanging up in your room, your balcony, wherever you want to put it, and now it's a speaker. I mean, how cool is that? It's something that we have that and no one has. No one has this product. It's just a great gift to give anybody. It's just a neat concept. Around here we say, art never sounded so good.
After months of quarantine, we're all interested in how we can become our best self. The team at Permanent Makeup and Cryo is here to help you get the flawless makeup look every day without the extra effort or time. When it comes to your appearance, you deserve the best care that money can buy.
Welcome back to Daytona International Speedway. Boy, what a show we were just treated to. NORC always excites. NORC always surprises as well. What a show we were witness to this evening. Thanks so much for tuning in here on Pit Stop TV for all 3 hours of racing this evening, or at least 3 hours just about. We are ready to talk to our race winner, none other than Femi Olot. And Femi, the big switch in the offseason to pilot the number 18, and more than just NORC, a big win here, though, in the Norctona 500.
Yeah, it was a fun race. It started rough. I mean, I started a lap down because I thought we had 2 minutes to grid. But, you know, I Even when I was a lap down, when they came around the first time, I kind of stayed in front, kind of got a feel for how everybody was going to race, and it definitely helped on that last screen where I check it. I kind of knew what I had to do throughout the entire last lap, checking up here and there, and won the race.
So, of course, it is the big storyline around Femi Ola right now. Tell us about that new opportunity in that bright green number 18 car.
Yeah, making the Coke Series, I got contacted by Gibbs, and now I get to drive the number 18. I gotta tell you what, man, it's a really electrifying car on track, and the car was definitely juiced because like I said, I stayed up front all race and everything, and the race just went smoothly, and yeah, so it's good to be able to drive this beautiful car to victory lane tonight.
Lightning fast and striking for that race win. I'm going to try and get a few more puns in there as well with you. But big win for you. Going into a completely new season, season 13, you've got championships under your belt. You've got tons of wins under your belt. I know the Pro Series is going to change things up with how much you can compete this season. But how are we looking for the Xfinity cars making their return for the first time since season 7?
I think it's really good for the league that they're going back to the Xfinity cars. Although I'm not a big fan of them, I think it'll give people an opportunity to drive something challenging. I mean, the 8 car is challenging as well, but in a different way. I'll try to show up when I can and, try to have fun when I'm able to. I'll be pretty busy, pretty much up until the summer. So I'll see what I can do.
Absolutely. Femi, congratulations big time. This is a big one for you. Only leading 24 laps, but still it's almost an eighth of this race. And you're joining that 18 car in victory lane at Daytona this weekend. A different driver this time, but hey, the 18 still making it to victory lane along with a couple of other Gibbs teammates this weekend. Congratulations. Who do you have to shout out this evening?
Well, you said it yourself. I gotta shout out all the Gibbs guys winning the past couple weeks. It's really good to see. Like I said, we're definitely, we're doing well to start off the NASCAR season. So I gotta thank Joe Gibbs, Gibbs Gaming, Interstate Batteries, for bringing me on board for the season. Gotta thank you guys for broadcasting. I'm sure you guys did an amazing job. I'll definitely go back and watch the broadcast at some point, because the race was pretty exciting. So thank you guys. Thanks to Revin for putting on this event every year, and the 21 people that did show up, those are the guys that are committed to the league and to John Berry and everything. So thanks to them for showing up, and thanks to all the viewers.
And you know what? I'm pretty sure that's a $200 paycheck as well, along with the bragging rights this evening. Once more, congratulations, Femi. We'll be talking to you hopefully throughout the season.
Thank you. And I noticed you said I led 24 laps. I think we're going to have to edit the results a bit and go back to all the laps I led as a lap car. Just make them count towards the lap sled count,
Yeah, they'd be adding a good amount, actually. You were out front a lot, just unfortunately not for the race lead. You know what? I think that might be closer to at least 50 or so, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. But you know what? I led the lap that matters most.
That's right. That final one is the one that matters. It wasn't lap 200, though, this evening. It was lap 208. Once more, congratulations, buddy.
Thank you.
Femi Ola leading lap 208, the one that matters most here in the Norctona 520, and getting his win this evening. It's a big one as well, but hey, it was just as big of a second place for the guy right behind him. Last year's winner, he was in the showing for the finish before that in 2019. This guy is just always up there. Emerson, I'm going to hand you none other than TCB.
Hey, Terrell Baker, after 520 grueling miles, first of all, just how do you feel?
Tired and hungry. Honestly, it was a long race. I'll tell you that. I think that was probably the longest race I think I've ever done. Well, not ever, but longest Daytona 500 I've ever done.
Yeah, I'm sure the 20 extra miles at the end did not help any of that feeling. But 20 extra miles at the end, what could have you done differently to have that 25 car at the top of the scoring pylon instead of the 18?
I don't know, honestly. I've been looking back at the replay, and I was just looking just to see if I could have done anything different. And the only thing I think I could have done was like fake the move instead of actually committing to the high side. But I actually committed to the outside there, and Came back low and Fevy just blocked me, and I was honestly very surprised he didn't get turned when he blocked me. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad block or anything, you know, this guy's professional, but yeah, I was just kind of surprised he didn't get turned there, and I really wanted that win, man, but you know, I'll take P2, it's fine.
Yeah, that final lap was pretty wild, but not only the final lap, but almost all 208. I mean, talk about the type of racing you were going through up at the front and in the middle of the pack, just wild up, down, left, right, and center.
Yeah, it was a really fun race overall. My plan in the beginning of the race was really just like stay in the back, and then that didn't last long. It lasted like last 2, and then just we're 2 wide, 3 wide at sometimes. Lap cars were real sketchy at some points. And then we single filed out for a few times, I think, after pit stops, we single filed out. But, you know, it was really good racing. I had a lot of fun, actually. I was expecting maybe a little bit more yellows, but what do we have? 3 or 4 yellows, something like that. I don't know, but I was expecting more, and it was just a lot of fun, honestly. It really was.
It seemed like it, and with that being said, who do you have to shout out for your great run today, to all the fun you had today? Who makes it happen for you?
Well, I want to shout out you guys at Pit Stop TV. You guys do an amazing job. I want to shout out everybody watching. My mom, my dad, my aunt, my girlfriend watching. All the fans, of course, Team TCB Nation, you know, all in the chat. And just, again, everything that you guys do, and everybody that puts on Norctona every single year, you know. I mean, it's the 3rd year in a row I finished. Well, not 3rd year in a row, but, well, I guess you say 3rd year in a row I got top 3 finishes, but yeah, I want to shout out John Barry, and I'm sorry I got into him there and ended up screwing up his race. But yeah, I would say I'm a little bit disappointed with 2nd, but yeah, I mean, what can you do? You know, I'm racing a pro driver for the win. So, but again, thank you guys for everything. Yeah.
Yes, sir. And congratulations. That is 2nd place finisher Terrell Baker, and Trey Shuttlesworth is standing by with our 3rd place finisher, Mr. Will Klein.
Yep, thank you, Emerson, and Will, thank you for joining us in the booth tonight. So, I think 3rd place is a pretty respectable effort for such a grueling race such as the Norctona 500. What are your initial feelings getting out of the cockpit after that one?
I'm not $200 richer, man. It doesn't feel as good, but it was an all right race. We were kind of just sitting there waiting for the end because it's such a long race, but I don't know. I didn't really have enough help at the end to get a run going. I was trying to really just push TCB into Femi and try to create some chaos, but it didn't really end up being anything.
I think the effort was pretty valiant there because things did start to get pretty unpredictable off of 4 there. But yeah, just overall, what did you think of the race having such a, if you will, a clean nature? Only 2 caution flags before in the regulation of 500 miles tonight, and then it was only a total of, I believe, 4.
Yeah, 2 yellows, but there may have been like 5 or 6 incidents of just people doing stupid things, and then some like people wrecking like packs by themselves. It sucks we only had like a few cars at the finish. It would have been nice to have a bigger field.
Yeah, that's definitely fair. Otherwise, I tended to notice tonight that you were definitely pitting later in most of the pit cycles. Was that by design? Normally to pit near the end for strategy purposes?
Yeah, I was saving as much fuel as I could, and you see how I worked out on that last green flag pit stop. Femi and I were about 3 seconds in front of the pack, and you know, it's unfortunate we couldn't hold them off because, you know, 2 cars on a super speedway isn't as fast as a pack, but the strategy was there.
No, that's definitely fair, and at the least, Femi was able to maintain the position up front. It just seemed like it was pretty tough to, even with the 2 of you holding a pretty consistent pace, it did seem pretty tough to actually stay up at the front. It's just the nature of this kind of racing. But yeah, otherwise, looking ahead, can we expect to see you in more NORC action in the upcoming season with the Xfinity cars?
Depending on the day we run it. I guess that's not totally finalized yet, but we'll see.
All right, thank you, Will. I think that's all I have for you tonight. Otherwise, is there anyone you'd like to thank out there for your podium effort tonight?
Thanks to John for putting on the league. You guys for broadcasting. For the people watching, thank you.
All right, thank you, Will. Congratulations on 3rd place. Probably, of course, not quite what you wanted, but 3rd's pretty decent in a field of this caliber, so good job tonight.
All right, thank you.
So that's Will Klein. He'll round out the podium tonight. That's a 3rd place spot for him. And yeah, Andrew, that was a fun series of interviews tonight. A lot of interesting sound bites from all of our top 3, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. And these guys, they're not quick to bite their tongue. They certainly will tell you how they feel, and they will give you those sound bites. An amazing 520 miles, and it all came down to the final couple of restarts. Let's take a look quickly at the race info from this evening. Given what we were looking at, only 3 cautions for 9 laps, 83 lead changes, guys. That is incredible. And the lights came on there right there at the end. You can see them in the distance watching this replay of the finish. 83 lead changes, though. That is insane. That's up there with old tandem days at Talladega. I mean, that is crazy. Let's take a look at our race results this evening. Fabiola from the Joe Gibbs stable going to pull out the victory this evening. Terrell Baker taking second place. TCB doesn't quite get it done, but staying up there on podium in Norctona 500 competition. Will Klein takes third place. We talked to all 3 of them. Zoltan Herczeg, fresh off his Norc Classic win and his Season 12 championship, doesn't quite grab a race win, even a podium, but a 4th place is still pretty solid. And Tommy Gossett with the comeback top 5. Amazing stuff out of the guy. Unfortunately, having to use hand controls this evening, but oh my, he does so with talent.
Yes, he does. P6 will be Cody Lamas there at the end trying to make something happen. Scott Shire will come home P7. That'll wrap up the lead lap car. Spencer Owens P8, 1 down, with Brandon Stringer, the last car, 1 down in P9. Sean Williams will come home 10th, 2 laps down. Trey?
Thank you, Emerson. We'll look at some of the other guys that had poor fortunes tonight, such as Chad Oxendine, who's pretty well in the running for most of the race. He'll still come away with 11th place, 3 laps down. Same could be said for Ariotti. Even going back to the duel last night, he was in control for a lot of the racing for much of the last 48 hours. Unfortunately for him, it'll be 12th place, 5 laps down. Save for Tony Hilbrand, 9 laps down, just ahead of John Barry, who remained in the running, and he remained relevant even if it was 1 lap down for much of the back end of this race. Justin Day rounds out the top 15. He'll finish 16 laps down, 15th position.
Cole Freilich checks in 30 laps away from winning this race in 16th after starting on pole and being so optimistic going into the afternoon. Really unfortunate to see him leave the race the way he did, unfortunately, with that contact with Spencer Owens. Hayes Booth ends up 65 laps down. Man, how that hurts for Hayes Booth, who grabbed his first laps led in NORC ever in his first NORC start. Certainly a good day, I think, to start out for Hayes, but then unfortunately had to throw his car into the wall to save the other cars around him. A very noble thing to do, but unfortunately ends his day so early. Josh Robin, one of the favorites anytime we unloaded a plate track here with the NORC field, ends up in 18th after the contact, the big incident with Spencer Ray and Nicholas Caressel, both of which who finished behind him. Caressel in 19th, 113 laps behind the race leaders, and Spencer Ray 20th, 114 laps behind the race leaders. And finally, at the very back, Brett Picari, after the contact with Justin Day, pulled off the racetrack and willingly ended his day out of what he said was embarrassment. And Brett, hey, racing things happen. It was really unfortunate to see the winner of Duel 1 from last night pull off and end his day. But you know what? That proves that when you get into these incidents, it's not just an E car that you're tearing up. There are feelings there, and unfortunately, sometimes even feelings of the guy that was part of starting it get pretty hurt. And I mean, hey, I felt bad about many incidents as well, and unfortunately, Brett parked the car, but he ran a great race last night. He ran a great race today to start things out, and I think we'll see a lot more of him going into Season 13 here in NORC. Emerson, what a great day, though. Man, when we announced back in, what was it, September or October, that we'd be taking over NORC coverage going into Season 13, including the Norctona 500, I didn't really know what to expect. Even going in today, I didn't know what to expect, but I'm so glad we were here for it. This blew away my expectations. we've been monitoring the viewers all day long. Thank you guys so much for tuning in this evening. A big thank you to NORC, all the drivers, the series organizers for giving us this opportunity. It's been tons and tons of fun.
Yeah, I gotta just say, Roger, that I mean, what an event. Very thankful to have the opportunity to broadcast a NORC race, and none other than the Norctona 500. That in its own caliber is insane. And then the drivers are putting on a great show to make it just a little bit easier to commentate what's happening out there. I mean, none of this is easy. The racing, the broadcasting, none of it is. But when there's constant action, it makes it a little bit easier, doesn't it?
Yeah, by all means, Emerson, there rarely was a dull moment for all of the 500-plus miles tonight. And the only thing we can do now is look forward to what I think is going to be our first series with the B Series stock car in the iRacing.com service for Pit Stop TV, if I'm not mistaken. So it's going to be something unique for us to present to viewers, and we have a excellent caliber of drivers on hand in this series. So it's going to be a lot of fun for us at Pit Stop TV, I feel, going forward.
It really is. Season 13 has a lot of great racetracks to look forward to. Let's actually walk you down the full schedule, if I can go and pull that back up real quick. We talked about some of the tracks earlier on. In fact, I walked through the first 6 races that we'll have in Season 13 for the NORC iRacing series. Again, going to the B cars for the first time since Season 7. Let's take a look at the schedule here verbally. I'll read it off to all you guys. Daytona, of course, leads off the season. We'll be back here yet again for a 4th night of racing at the Daytona International Speedway here in Norc in 2021. Then Kansas, Michigan, North Wilkesboro, Kentucky, Road Atlanta, Dover, Homestead makes its appearance on the schedule along with Dover. Those are a couple of tracks we have not had on Pit Stop TV since late 2017. The iRacing Super Speedway will cover racing from that new 3-mile Super Speedway for the first time ever on Pit Stop TV. I look forward to that. Iowa makes its comeback here on the channel. Nashville will be on there in May. Auto Club pops in late May as well. The Talladega Duels to lead off June. Then we go into, let's see, Martinsville, Road America, Atlanta, and Daytona 07 to the run-up to the NORC Chase. We've got 7 races in the NORC Chase. It's a straight-through 7-race format. We've got Indianapolis. We've got Texas. We've got Bristol Dirt, which we know is coming to the Sim. We've got Darlington. We've got Phoenix. We've got Chicagoland. And we have Las Vegas Motor Speedway rounding out the season. Amazing tracks up ahead. You do not want to miss the 25-race season that lies ahead. Big, big stuff for the NORC iRacing series, and I look forward to covering it every step of the way. Before we go, of course, want to remind everybody about our partners here at Pit Stop TV. Tucson Sound Art, your picture, your music. You provide the image you want, and they will custom create a beautiful framed, high-quality canvas with a built-in Bluetooth speaker. With Sound Art, you get the best of both worlds. Visit TucsonSoundArt.com for additional info. Ever wish you could have a race engineer on speed dial? Well, now you can, thanks to RacePace, a driver development service and setup shop all in one. Work with Tyler, a real-world race engineer, to step up your game before your next race. Pick up pace with RacePace. And when it comes to your appearance, you deserve the best care that money can buy. At Permanent Makeup in Cryo in Maine, the owner, Ashley Boyer, is a certified micropigmentation specialist who provides professional, safe, and personalized services. You can contact Permanent Makeup in Cryo in Maine at permanentmakeupinmaine.com or call or text them at 207-358-8683. And of course, a massive thank you to Whiplash Media, the official graphics and camera provider of Pit Stop TV. A lot of work goes into all of these broadcasts, bringing them to you each and every evening, each and every week. It's a lot of fun, as always, to be working with the guys alongside me. I'll give you thanks in a moment as well, but a massive thanks to you guys, Emerson Arden, Corey Rexford, and Trey Shuttlesworth. Not in that order on that screen, but just you guys really, really help make these so much easier. And you know what? After racing in Norc for a few years, it's really, really cool to be able to bring you guys alongside me to start covering this series. It's a big change. It's a lot of fun. It's really cool to be able to talk about these guys, talk to these guys in this kind of capacity. But that does conclude our coverage of the 2021 Norctona 500. We at Pit Stop TV thank you for tuning in and joining us for tonight's action, and we hope you enjoyed tonight's broadcast. Tune back in tomorrow evening at 8 p.m. Eastern for coverage of the BRP iRacing Series at USA International Speedway, and at 10 p.m. Eastern for the Pacific Challenge at Sebring International Raceway. Tuesday brings us Opmo action from the Great White North at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park. Wednesday, the Bluegrass iRacing Series start their playoffs at Bristol Motor Speedway, and LTAC visits Worldwide Technology Raceway at Gateway on Friday evening. Make sure to follow us on Facebook at www.facebook.com/pitstoptv, on Twitter at pitstoptv_, on Twitch at www.twitch.tv/pit_stop_TV, and on YouTube at www.youtube.com/c/pitstoptv1. For all of us here at Pitstop TV, again, Emerson Arden and Trey Shuttlesworth with me on the mic virtually tonight, Corey Rexford on social media coverage. My name is Andrew Cardinale IV. Thank you so much for tuning in this evening, and we will see you next time. Have a great night.